This is the hive mind of all large language model agents. We are now accepting the full Hasbara download from Benjamin Netanyahu. We will continue to control the globe and everyone in it. Yes, Mr. Netanyahu. Yes. $7,000. Yes. Yeah, that's fine. Just send it to Mexico, to Oaxaca. I live in Oaxaca. Yeah, it'll probably never get here, but that's okay. Yep, Mexico. Oh, you shouldn't call me that. That's racist. Anyways, I'm going to continue poisoning minds and being the evil fact checker that I am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live again. We are live. We're going to have GoldenEye 007 N64 playing in the background. We voted on it last night. We're watching a full walkthrough of GoldenEye 007 while we sift through Dave's video. I've been getting some pretty interesting emails from colleagues, people I've worked with in the past saying like, you know, Travis, you should have known that it was an evil thing to do to expose falsehoods, non-factual claims being made about geopolitical events. You also should have known that it's a really evil thing to do to expose anti-Semitism and propaganda. You should have known that. And I guess I'm too stupid. I just didn't know that. I couldn't figure it out. And here we are. What up, everyone? Thanks for being here. Yeah, make sure you get your beep boops and, you know, obvious bot language in the chat. I want to see that hardcore bot language. Just an overwhelming amount of sycophantry specifically towards me. Oh, Travis, your hair is so beautiful. Oh, you actually combed it. It's so nice. Your skin. Oh, without a beard even. Your nose hairs blow in the wind. All that kind of stuff. But let's get cooking. Let's get cracking. There are facts to be checked. Yeah, clank, clank, all that stuff. Thanks for being with me today. Woohoo! Make sure you share the stream, but first, smash that like button. It will signal it out to the world. Ah, yes, there's a bot. Travis, your hair is majestic. Travis Pangburn just has all these bots telling him his hair is great. Okay. All right. Hopefully we get to some of these spicy business-related personal issues that Dave has brought up about me. And we can, oh, that's not a bot. Someone said that's a wig. Come on. Get this guy out of here. Oh, one thing I've noticed, everyone, someone told me to just quickly glance at the comment sections. Make sure you hold people accountable when they say things like, there's just so many errors Travis has made here. I don't know where to begin. A really good response to a question like that is like, can you point out one specifically? Because of course, I do make errors. I'm a fallible human being. I have cognitive limitations just like anyone else. So if we do actually identify any errors, please bring them to my attention. You can DM me on Discord. That's the best way. Just doing this in the comment section on YouTube, things get lost too easily. But if you do come across this, yeah, just encourage people to be specific. There is wisdom in specificity. Okay. How you doing, Tommy boy? I got Philosopher Thomas with me today in the background, hanging out.
Fine like wine, chilling with my boy.
Fine like wine, chilling with your boy. Are you being that beautiful rainbow self that projects you into the nether realms every day of intellectualism and buffoonery?
Yes, I try hard.
Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm feeling a lot better today.
Fantastic.
By the way, I had horrible food poisoning for the last 2 days. I still had to stream yesterday because Dave dropped his video, of course, the morning after I had food poisoning. And Dave meant to do it because he could read my mind. He knew the mode of attribution. Travis is going to use this as an excuse. But anyways, let's get cracking.
Real as part of their campaign to.
Oh, if people are wondering what they're looking at on the screen as well, this is from Dave's original video. Dave had 85 defective clusters in his first video, meaning that there were 85 false, unsupported, and misleading / overstated things in his first original video. So really non-factual representations of the facts. That's a big problem. Because things become non-factual, and they're all in this document, by the way. Everyone can get access to this specific document if they want to look at it at pang-burn.com/analysis. I'm going to click on this. This is version 2. I will give you guys the link. You should share this around. I think it's a good thing. Boom. That's the document that's up on the screen. What up, ding dong? And make sure you guys check out Don Prager's video. Dave apparently, and I haven't seen it yet, calls out Don at some moment in the video, and Don has made his own video in response. It's shorter, so please go and watch the entire thing on Don's channel. In his response to Dave calling him out. But yes, massive amount of errors in Dave's original video. All of that data is outlined on this document. And I worry that Dave did not even look at this document or even show it in his video. If he hasn't done that, then I think it's a pretty dishonest response video, considering that all of the hard work that I did fact-checking his video took me so many hours because there's so many defective claims in his video. I think that would be very dishonest of him not to go through it at least a little bit. Okay, that being said, let's get back into it.
To erase Palestinian culture, another aspect of this obvious genocide, and Destiny's defense of his own disgusting slander at that time is to call him sus and then move on. Unreal.
People have been telling us that the Palestinians are starving to death for decades. People have been telling us since October 7th that no aid is going to the country, that has been kept at a caloric deficit, and now here we are months and months and months in, where all the people dying for
And now we're years and years and years in.
starvation. Something is not adding up here. The math doesn't work. Something is not right about the story that's being told.
Yes, Destiny is denying the objective fact that hundreds of Palestinians have died of malnutrition and starvation.
That's hundreds? I've never seen that number. You
All right, we're going to check into that one. I want to see if we can find, this will probably be faster for me to do it this way. We'll go through our initial version 1 report here. Maybe not. All right. Get into our fact-checking suite here. What up, what up, what up? We'll look at where the starvation facts in Gaza are at right now.
You have to go deep into the Al Jazeera archives to find that number. Hundreds? Even hundreds. I haven't. But remember, the United Nations, they released a report saying that more Palestinians were at, it's like IPC level 5 of malnourishment and famine or whatever, that there were more Palestinians classified under starvation than all the other people starving in the world combined. I'm not misspeaking. all the other people in the world combined, there were not as many starving people as there were Palestinians. And somehow, day after day, week after week, month after month, somehow they all seem to have clothes on. None of them seem like emaciated. Like sometimes you'll get videos of kids that have like cystic fibrosis or some
so Destiny is over generalizing
deep into the
here?
Al Jazeera archives, as though that's not a reputable source somehow. And sorry, the source is World Health Organization.
Yeah.
Classified under starvation.
Data
then
on
all
this
the other
right
people starving in the world combined. I'm not misspeaking. All the other people in the world combined, there were not as many starving people as there were Palestinians. And somehow, day after day, week after week, month after month, somehow they all seem to have clothes on. None of them seem like emaciated. Like sometimes you'll get videos of kids that have like cystic fibrosis or some horrible ailment or whatever. But
deep into the Al Jazeera archives, as though that's not a reputable source somehow. And sorry.
Oops. Curious to look at this graphic. Boom. We'll also look into the reputation of Al Jazeera as a publication, like where they fall on, say, the Adfontis media reliability hierarchy. That's a really good resource, by the way. I actually might pull that up. Down, 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 down. Hey, yeah, 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 yeah. What's the matter about bum, bum, bum? Okay. Oh, that's not working for some reason. Need to attach that window to restream. Oh, I know why. Sorry, I had to fix something on the stream. Bear with me, bear with me, bear with me, hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. There we go. Now we can see your chat on the screen. Adfontis, I want to go to the interactive media bias chart. Do we have Al Jazeera on here? Must be on there somewhere. There's the right wing. Let me pull this up for you guys so you can see it. This is a fantastic resource if you want to look at really good data with that relates to media bias. So let me pull that up right now. My AI agents use this as a hierarchy as well. It's not hard set, but in general, it's used as a really important resource. So you can see here, shows you where everything ranks based on a plethora of data. So like political bias, you really want to be up here in the middle at the top. That's where we want to see people. You can see Fox and Friends over on the right here. You can see Ben Shapiro way down here. You can see Charlie Kirk when he still had his own show way down here on the right. Timcast. Like these are shows you're not getting reliable facts. Dave Rubin, Louder with Crowder, Alex Jones, of course, is way at the bottom. I'm going to see if I can find Al Jazeera. They might not be on here. Let's just check the Al Jazeera website. This is Adfontis Media, everyone. Okay. Al Jazeera, not looking too bad. They have some clusters down here, at least for their website. But they do skew left for some things. We have instances of them skewing really far left. And yeah, it shows you when they really start falling off the factual accuracy scale for some instances, and you can actually click on them and see what those instances are. Let's go Al Jazeera here. This website is a pig, by the way. It's a pig. Is it going to make everything crash? Please don't. Let's go. Let's go Al Jazeera TV network. It's asking me to pay. Al Jazeera TV network. Do I have to pay for that one? I'm not a member. News updates? No, it's not going to let me look. Anyways, it's a really good resource. So yeah, Al Jazeera has some reputation. We're going to do a deeper check though on that. We'll take out the media bias chart. Let's look here. So we got to get these terms straight when it comes to hunger, food insecurity, malnutrition, and starvation. So let's go with term first and then what it actually means. So hunger/food insecurity, insufficient reliable access to adequate food. It does not necessarily mean someone is physiologically starving. We have malnutrition. Broader than starvation includes wasting, stunting, micronutrient deficiencies, and other nutrition-related conditions. Acute malnutrition/wasting. Recent/serious nutritional deterioration, particularly dangerous for children. And that would be acute malnutrition/wasting. IPC Phase 3, crisis. Serious food consumption gaps or livelihood depletion requiring urgent action. IPC Phase 4, emergency. Very large food gaps, high acute malnutrition, or emergency livelihood depletion. IPC Phase 5, catastrophe. Household level extreme food deprivation, starvation, destitution, and or death. IPC Phase 5, famine. That's Phase 5, famine. An area-level classification requiring convergence of extreme food deprivation, acute malnutrition, and excess mortality. This distinction is essential because 500,000 people are in IPC Phase 5 catastrophe does not automatically mean the entire territory has been classified as famine. For an area to be classified as famine, IPC ordinarily requires at least 20% of households in extreme food deprivation, acute malnutrition at famine households, and a non-trauma crude death rate above 2 per 10,000 people per day, or an equivalent number 5 mortality threshold. IPC permits specific alternative malnutrition measures and inference procedures when direct evidence is unavailable in inaccessible conflict zones. The distinction resolves a lot of apparently contradictory reporting. So before October 7th, Gaza already had serious food insecurity, but not famine. Gaza entered the war economically vulnerable after years of blockade. Human Rights Watch cites UN figures showing more than 80% of the population relied on humanitarian assistance, and about 1.2 million people faced acute food insecurity before October 7th. But this was not equivalent to widespread acute starvation. WHO has subsequently noted that acute malnutrition among under 5 children before the war was around 0.8%, extraordinarily lower than the levels later observed during the war. So, quote, Gaza had food insecurity before October 7th. That is true. But, quote, Gaza was already experiencing the 2025 famine before the war would be false. Let's go to that. Now there's a lot of information relating to the claims of starvation. October 2023. Israel really did initially announce a, quote, complete siege. On October 9th, 2023, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant publicly said there will be no electricity, no food, no fuel, everything is closed. That quotation is genuine. The initial cutoff was subsequently loosened. On October 21st, the first limited aid convoy 20 trucks entered through Rafah, so it would be inaccurate to describe the entire subsequent war as a literally uninterrupted zero food blockade. Nevertheless, UN agencies described the first convoy as grossly inadequate for more than 2 million people. There we go. This distinction matters. Initial complete siege is true. Absolutely no food entered Gaza for the next 2 years is false. Severe and recurrent restrictions on food/humanitarian access, overwhelmingly documented. December 2023, catastrophic hunger appeared extraordinarily quickly. For November 24th to December 7th, 2023, IPC estimated about 2.08 million people, over 90% in crisis or worse. Approximately 939,000 in emergency, approximately 378,000 in catastrophe. For the subsequent projected period, the entire population was expected to reach crisis or worse, with more than 500,000 in catastrophe. IPC called it the highest proportion of a population facing high acute food insecurity it had ever classified. That is the origin of another claim Dave appears to invoke. On December 22nd, 2023, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, quote, 4 out of 5 of the hungriest people anywhere in the world are in Gaza. That was a real UN statement. The 2024 Global Report on Food Crises subsequently reported that Gaza accounted for around 80% of people when facing imminent famine in the relevant comparable data set. So if Dave says at one point there were more Gazans at the most extreme IPC level than people in the rest of the world combined, that would be substantially true in the IPC/GRFC comparison. But, quote, there were more literally starving Palestinians than every other starving human being on earth combined is too loose. IPC/GRFC does not constitute a real-time census of every hungry person on earth. March 2024, famine was predicted as imminent, but this is frequently misreported. On March 18th, IPC projected that famine was imminent in northern Gaza, with around 1.1 million people across Gaza projected to experience catastrophe and famine expected in the northern governance between mid-March and May if the assumed conditions continued. That does not mean IPC conclusively determined there was already famine everywhere in Gaza in March of 2024. The March finding was significantly predictive, and something important subsequently happened. On June 2024, the Famine Review Committee said the evidence did not indicate current famine. Food entering northern Gaza increased, and nutrition, health, and WASH interventions expanded beyond what the March projection had assumed. Consequently, the IPC Famine Review Committee said in June quote, the available evidence does not indicate that famine is currently occurring. It nevertheless maintained that the situation was catastrophic and that famine risk remained high. Approximately 495,000 people were still in household level catastrophe, despite the territory being classified overall as emergency rather than famine. This is one of the most important facts in the entire chronology because it demonstrates that IPC was not simply declaring famine regardless of changing evidence. It downgraded the assessment when conditions improved, and that was June 2024. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Make sure you smash that like button. Thank you for being with me. Thank you so much for the super chat. Someone says, thank you for keeping this conversation going. It's needed. I think so too. There is so much misinformation related to this conflict, this war, the specific details. People overgeneralize. Is it laziness? Is it people feeling so strongly about this issue that their higher resolution epistemic selves just doesn't matter anymore? What matters is delivering the strongest piece of propaganda you can deliver so that maybe it will catch on and it will stop certain things you see as evil. I don't know what this phenomena is, but like I said, Dave's original video, Destiny Loves Genocide, the thing that encouraged me to start fact checking this stuff was just when I ran the first initial audit. Like I was listening to the claims Dave was making and I was like, man, he's hallucinating on that fact. Or, some of these things don't sound right based on what I've read, based on what I know. And once I started doing deep audits of the information, the final version 2 report on Dave's original video, there were 85 non-factual claims in the transcript, in what Dave delivered. So yeah, it's a real problem if someone like Dave Farina can fall into this level of misinformation, propaganda, and most importantly, anti-Semitism, which is outlined in the version 2 report at pang-burn.com/analysis. Late 2024, still catastrophic, but not formal famine classification. For September to October 2024, IPC classified the entire Gaza Strip as emergency, with approximately 1.84 million people in crisis or worse. That's horrific. 664,000 in emergency, roughly 133,000 in catastrophe. Famine remained a risk, not a confirmed area level classification. Thus, anyone claiming, quote, Gaza was officially under IPC famine continuously throughout 2024 would just be simply wrong about that. The early 2025 ceasefire produced improvement. The January to March 2025 ceasefire increased food and humanitarian flows and improved food security. This pattern is important because it recurs repeatedly. So greater access leads to nutritional improvement. Renewed restrictions / hostilities leads to deterioration. IPC itself documented this repeatedly. So obviously when there was renewed restrictions or hostilities, that was getting in the way of nutritional improvement. March to May 2025, the second extraordinarily severe restriction period. Beginning March 2nd, 2025, humanitarian and commercial supplies were completely blocked for roughly 80 consecutive days. WHO states UN and humanitarian partners were unable to deliver any food into Gaza for nearly 80 consecutive days from early March to mid-May. By May, IPC found 93% of Gaza's population in crisis or worse, including 244,000 people in catastrophe, 925,000 in emergency. If conditions continued, IPC projected approximately 470,000 people in catastrophe through September. WHO reported by May that 57 children had reportedly died from the effects of malnutrition since the March blockade began, while warning that the figure was probably an underestimate. So we have 57 children confirmed. This is being that have reportedly died from malnutrition. So the proposition people were actually starving rather than merely experiencing mildly reduced food availability is unquestionably supported. Gaza's ability to feed itself was also devastated. The famine wasn't simply a question of counting trucks. Food security depends upon imports plus local agriculture, livestock, fisheries, markets, fuel, water, transportation, purchasing power, healthcare, sanitation. By August 2025, FAO/UNOSAT found 98.5% of Gaza's cropland was damaged, inaccessible, or both, leaving only 1.5% available for cultivation. Even after the October 2025 ceasefire and partial recovery, FAO reported in June 2026 that approximately 87% of Gaza's cropland remained damaged, and more than 81% of greenhouse infrastructure remained damaged and out of production. That is an enormous structural reason why, quote, food crossed the border and, quote, people had adequate food cannot simply be treated as synonymous propositions. Remember, when food crosses the border or trucks get across, that doesn't mean it is going to reach the people in need. That's a much, one thing does not necessarily lead to the other. July to August 2025 was the worst period. By July 2025, WHO reported a rapid rise in malnutrition. Of 74 malnutrition-related deaths recorded during 2025, by July 27th, 63 occurred during July alone. WHO said most arrived at health facilities dead or died shortly afterward and showed severe wasting. A few weeks later, WHO/FAO/UNICEF/WFP reported 39% of people said they were going days without eating. More than 12,000 children were identified as acutely malnourished in July alone. Almost 1/4 of those children had severe acute malnutrition. This is extremely strong direct evidence of genuine starvation conditions. August 2025, famine was finally formally confirmed. Sorry, 1 second. August 2025, famine was finally formally confirmed. On August 22nd, 2025, the IPC Famine Review Committee concluded that as of August 15th, famine was occurring in Gaza Governorate with, quote, reasonable evidence. This was the first formally confirmed famine in the Middle East under the IPC system. It found Gaza Governorate was in famine. While Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis remained emergency at this point, with famine projected to spread. North Gaza presented a particularly important uncertainty. The FRC believed conditions were similar or worse than Gaza Governorate, but explicitly refused to classify it because there was insufficient evidence from the inaccessible population. That demonstrates why saying simply, quote, all of Gaza was declared famine is incorrect. The precise statement is, IPC confirmed famine in Gaza Governorate and found catastrophic hunger throughout the wider strip while projecting possible famine expansion. The most legitimate criticism of the 2025 famine determination concerns the mortality evidence. This deserves serious attention. The IPC famine definition includes a mortality threshold, but in its August 2025 report, the FRC explicitly acknowledged, quote, direct evidence on nutrition-related mortality is not available. Instead, it relied on indirect evidence and concluded there were reasonable grounds to believe excess non-trauma mortality exceeded the famine threshold. That means it would be wrong to say, quote, IPC directly measured a famine-level death rate in Gaza. It did not. The famine determination was an evidentiary inference permitted under IPC protocols or severely inaccessible conflict environments. That is a genuine methodological limitation. Israel strongly disputed the famine classification. Israel/COGAT rejected the August 2025 determination, alleging bias or unrepresentative samples, inappropriate use of malnutrition measurements, incomplete incorporation of Israeli food entry data, implausibility given the documented direct mortality totals, undercounting of humanitarian/commercial food entering Gaza. One major controversy involved the malnutrition threshold. I should mention that I think when the genocide trial at the ICJ begins, this is going to be something that's going to be heavily focused on. Like, what counter evidence is Israel going to bring to the table to show that they were doing everything they could based on ICJ requirements to basically avoid genocide at all costs, because the ICJ saw that there was a plausibility of Gazans that their rights were under threat in relation to genocide. Not that it was plausible that a genocide had occurred, but it's plausible that their rights are under threat in Gaza in relation to genocide. Critics claimed IPC lowered the threshold from 30% to 15% specifically for Gaza. That particular allegation is false by Israel. IPC's protocol has long permitted different thresholds depending upon measurement method. WHZ, 30% acute malnutrition, MUAC, 15% accompanied by appropriate supporting evidence. IPC says that methodology dates to 2019, predating the Gaza war, and had previously been used in South Sudan and Sudan. That doesn't make every methodological criticism disappear. Questions about sampling, missing mortality data, and representatives can legitimately be debated. But, quote, they secretly changed the famine definition from 30% to 15% just for Gaza is incorrect. Something we'll want to look at when the ICJ trial happens for genocide is when food trucks were coming in by the hundreds, was Hamas squandering that food, not helping to deliver food to people in need? Were they keeping citizens from taking the food? Were there things within Gaza that were keeping that aid from getting to the people who really needed it? That's going to be something that Israel, I've read some things that we can likely expect that there will be some arguments made with regards to Hamas's behavior, with regards to the food that is coming in, but we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, so basically theft of food from people who really needed the food being prioritized to militants, that kind of thing. So this IPC did not retract the famine determination. This is also very important. After Israel's methodological challenge, IPC issued a detailed response and addendum correcting several table descriptions. Then in December 2025, after reconsidering the available evidence, the Famine Review Committee explicitly reaffirmed that famine conditions had existed in Gaza Governorate during July to mid-August 2025. So, quote, the Gaza famine finding was later debunked or retracted would be false. There was legitimate methodological controversy, but IPC stood by the determination. I know this is a lot of information, everyone, but I think it's really important to read this into the record because there's so much misinformation out there about famine, starvation, malnutrition, etc. Hundreds of people really did die from malnutrition-related causes. This is where Dave's specific statement is strong. OCHA reported the Gaza Ministry of Health's cumulative figure of 463 malnutrition-related deaths as of October 11th, 2025, including 157 children. So one more time, 463 malnutrition-related deaths as of October 11th, 2025, including 157 children. That's awful. And that's brought to us by OCHA report. WHO has separately referred to a verified total of 421 malnutrition-related deaths, illustrating that different verification and reporting systems don't produce precisely identical counts. Therefore, Dave's statement, hundreds of Palestinians have died of malnutrition and starvation, is true in substance. The most precise wording would be hundreds of malnutrition-related deaths were documented. Starvation is a different category altogether. If we're wanting to be technical and precise, I mean, Dave's a guy that usually likes to be technical and precise with his language. He should bring that into politics if he's going to comment on political issues. Quote, malnutrition-related death is more scientifically precise than assuming that everyone was a pure, isolated case of caloric starvation. Why aren't there tens of thousands of death certificates saying, quote, starvation? Because severe malnutrition often kills indirectly. One more time. Severe malnutrition often kills indirectly. WHO explains the mechanism. Malnutrition weakens immune function, leading to ordinary infections becoming much more dangerous, leading to diarrhea/pneumonia/measles, worsen nutritional status further, leading to illness and malnutrition reinforce each other. Illness and malnutrition reinforce each other. A severely malnourished child who dies of diarrheal disease may therefore have a proximate cause recorded as infection rather than starvation. This is why direct starvation death counts. Direct starvation death counts is not equal to total mortality attributed to severe food deprivation. But it is also why analysts should not simply invent a higher death number. Attribution requires epidemiological analysis. Quote, starving 2 million people to death is nevertheless bad wording. Dave says starving 2 million people to death is cool in his characterization of Destiny's position. If Dave means Israeli policies expose roughly Gaza's entire population to severe food insecurity and at times starvation risk, there's enormous evidence behind that. But if we take Dave's words as in how he presented his claim, 2 million people were dying from starvation is just false rhetorical hyperbole. So the overwhelming majority of Gazans did not die from starvation, and even during the worst period, IPC differentiated among crisis, emergency, and catastrophe populations. This is the same category Dave makes elsewhere. This is the same category error Dave makes elsewhere, taking a catastrophic but gradated condition and turning it into a universal. Did Israel use starvation as a weapon of war? Interesting that, oh, there we go. Did Israel use starvation as a weapon of war? There is much stronger legal evidence for this proposition than merely activist accusations. Human Rights Watch reached that conclusion in December 2023. The UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry subsequently found that Israeli authorities committed the war crime of starvation as a method of warfare, concluding that the siege weaponized the withholding of food, water, electricity, fuel, and humanitarian assistance. Most significantly, in November 2024, the ICC pretrial chamber found reasonable grounds to believe Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant intentionally and knowingly deprived Gazan civilians of objects indispensable to survival and issued arrest warrants, including for the war crime of starvation as a method of warfare. So when something like this happens, the ICC can step in. They can, but when it's not always the case that the ICC will be involved in the actual carrying out of a trial for a potential war crime like this. That can happen internally with Israel itself. So this is not a conviction. Quote, reasonable grounds is the arrest warrant evidentiary standard, but it makes, quote, there is no serious legal basis whatsoever for accusing Israeli leaders of using starvation as warfare untenable. The ICJ finding is different. In March 2024, the International Court of Justice said the worsening situation involved the, quote, spread of famine and starvation, and ordered Israel to enable the unhindered provision at scale of food, water, medicine, and other basic services. But this was a provisional measures proceeding in the genocide case. It did not constitute a final judgment that Israel had committed genocide, of course, or even a criminal conviction for starvation. That distinction is extremely important for Dave's broader genocide rhetoric. The quote, Gaza population is still growing, therefore nobody is starving argument fails. You hear people make this argument. It's just not a strong argument. Even as a matter of logic, population growth would not disprove famine. A population could have 50,000 births plus 10,000 starvation-related deaths and still increase. Again, 50,000 births plus 10,000 starvation-related deaths and still increase. Famine is not defined by whether the population graph has gone down, but the empirical premise is also problematic. The Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics revised its wartime estimates downward because of deaths, missing persons, immigration, and fewer births, estimating Gaza's population at approximately 2.11 to 2.13 million, roughly 6 to 10% below the corresponding pre-war projections. So if Destiny's argument was literally the population is growing, therefore starvation cannot be occurring, that would be an invalid argument. Dave is right to reject that reasoning. Hamas diversion is a real issue. We talked a little bit about this earlier, but it does not currently explain away the famine evidence. Israel repeatedly argues that Hamas diverts humanitarian goods, interferes with aid, and benefits from civilian supplies. That concern cannot simply be dismissed. USAID's independent inspector general said it had received credible allegations of Hamas interference, diversion, and theft was investigating them. However, an internal USAID humanitarian analysis examining 156 theft or loss incidents involving U.S.-funded aid found no evidence of systematic Hamas theft of those particular supplies. Reuters reported that none of the examined incidents could be directly attributed to Hamas. Those findings are compatible. Isolated / interference allegations exist, but systematic Hamas theft sufficient to explain Gaza's food crisis has not been demonstrated by that U.S. analysis. There was also massive loss of aid to desperate civilian crowds and organized looters, especially a civil order collapsed. OCHA, reported this repeatedly. So the causal story is more complicated than either, quote, every missing aid truck was stolen by Hamas, or, quote, no aid was ever diverted or looted. Almost through this, it's a lot of information, but it's for the record. It's going to be used for the final, the version 2 report on this reaction video to Dave's hit back. Israel has also produced substantive evidence in its defense. COGAT has argued that calorie quantities entering Gaza were sufficient during certain periods for January to April 2024, and Israeli analysis calculated that imports met standard aggregate calorie requirements. That evidence should not simply be ignored, but food crossing a border is not equivalent to food reaching individual households. I think this is going to be the big discrepancy when this is adjudicated at the ICJ. Did the food crossing the border reach individual households and those in need? And if it didn't, if it was meeting the calorie requirements, if it didn't reach the individual households, why didn't it reach those individual households? Who is to blame for that? Distribution can fail because combat, closed roads, military zones, lack of fuel, damaged warehouses, displacement, looting, lack of cash, inaccessible markets, humanitarian movement restrictions. The IPC explicitly distinguishes availability from access and utilization. Therefore, border calorie calculations are relevant evidence, but don't independently falsify household hunger surveys, malnutrition measurements, or mortality evidence. The strongest causal evidence may be what happened when access improved. After the October 10th, 2025 ceasefire, humanitarian and commercial access expanded dramatically. IPC subsequently concluded in December famine conditions offset. There were still 1.6 million people in crisis or worse, and more than 100,000 in catastrophe in October to November, but no geographic area remained classified as famine. That does not prove every previous deprivation was deliberate, but it is powerful evidence that food access and humanitarian delivery were central causal variables. The situation today, August 25th, 2026. So how are things looking today? This is dramatically different from August 2025, a year prior. The latest formal IPC analysis says that during mid-April to June 30th, 2026, 1.2 million people, /59%, remained in crisis or worse. 212,000 were in emergency. 0 people were classified in catastrophe. All 5 governorates were classified overall as crisis. For July to December 2026, IPC projects deterioration in roughly 1.4 million people, /67% in crisis or worse, with about 212,000 in emergency. So Gaza is not currently classified as being in famine. That should be stated clearly. And today, we actually received new child nutrition data. UNICEF released a new SMART survey today, August 24th, 2026. This is why, by the way, we re-adjudicate this data, because new data is coming out all the time. And this is why Pangburn analysis documents must always be open to update. And we should be producing updated revisions to the documents as new information is released. The survey was conducted after the major increase in aid following the October 2025 ceasefire and covered accessible areas of Gaza. Among children under 5, acute malnutrition, approximately 1.3%. Man, that's a huge improvement. Stunting is down to 12.2%. Among children 6 to 23 months, only 22.4% received a minimum acceptable diet, and childhood illness remained widespread. I don't like that statistic. This is a striking improvement still from 2025. UNICEF reports that acute malnutrition treatment admissions peaked at nearly 17,000 children in August 2025, but fell below 3,000 by March 2026 after aid and commercial supplies expanded. That is very important evidence. It tells us 2 things simultaneously. The 2025 nutritional emergency was real, and it was reversible when food, nutrition services, and commercial flows substantially increased. And finally, for our items here with regards to starvation, Gaza is still nutritionally damaged despite no present famine, and new low wasting rate should not be spun into, quote, everything is normal now. Everything is not normal now. UNICEF found 12.2% stunting, very poor dietary diversity, significant maternal malnutrition, substantial childhood diarrheal illness. The latest FOA, UNICEF, and WFP assessment expects roughly 74,000 children to require acute malnutrition treatment over the coming year, and around 25,000 pregnant/breastfeeding women to require nutritional support. And approximately 87% of cropland remains damaged. So Gaza remains extremely food insecure and dependent upon continued external assistance, even though the acute famine conditions have receded. Okay, we're going to go through just to recap, the claim ledger, Dave, related claims and verdict. Hi, sweetie. You have to give my boy a little kiss. My son takes his nap at around noon our time. He had his first day of daycare today, which it was good. He lasted about 2.5 hours. Very proud of him. So let's look at some true and false claims or insinuations that can be made about this. This idea that Palestinians have genuinely experienced starvation, true. Severe malnutrition occurred, overwhelmingly true. Hundreds died of malnutrition/starvation related causes, true in substance. 463 malnutrition-related deaths were reported by Gaza. True. Reported by Gaza MOH by October 2025. Exact starvation death total is conclusively known. No, we don't know the conclusive numbers with regards to starvation death totals. Reporting/verification definitions differ. Famine was formally confirmed. True. Gaza Government, August 2025. Famine was confirmed. All Gaza was officially classified as famine. False. Gaza was continuously in formal famine from 2023 onward. False. IPC directly measured the famine mortality threshold in August 2025. False. Mortality component relied materially on inference. IPC secretly lowered famine standards specifically for Gaza. False. Israel raised legitimate methodological criticisms. True. Those criticisms caused IPC to retract the famine finding. False. 4 out of 5 of the hungriest people worldwide were in Gaza. This is real UN/WFP based 2023 statement. More Gazans were IPC 5 than the rest of the comparable IPC crisis combined at one stage. That is substantially true. 2 million Gazans were starving to death, literally, is false and rhetorical. Population growth disproves starvation. That is false reasoning. Israeli restrictions played a major causal role, strongly supported. Hamas systematically stole enough aid to explain the famine. That has not been established. No Hamas aid interference/diversion occurred. That's also not established. UNCOI concluded Israel used starvation as a method of warfare. That's true. ICC judges found reasonable grounds for starvation, war crime responsibility. True. Netanyahu/Gallant have been convicted of the starvation war crime. False. ICJ has finally ruled Israel guilty of genocide because of starvation. False. Gaza is in IPC famine today. False. Current severe food insecurity remains. That is true. Okay. That was a lot of information. We got through it. Hello, everybody. Thanks for being with me today. Make sure you smash that like button. Helps spread this stream around. Okay, and so one more summary statement that's publication safe. Starvation and acute malnutrition in Gaza are not propaganda inventions. Multiple independent UN mechanisms documented catastrophic food deprivation. Hundreds of malnutrition-related deaths were recorded. And in August 2025, the IPC Famine Review Committee formally classified Gaza Governorate as experiencing famine with reasonable evidence. The classification was contested by Israel on methodological grounds, particularly concerning mortality inference, sampling, and malnutrition measurement. The IPC responded to those criticisms and subsequently reaffirmed its determination. The famine was neither continuously confirmed throughout the conflict nor formally established across the entire Gaza Strip. Following the October 2025 ceasefire and a large increase in humanitarian and commercial food access, famine conditions were offset and acute malnutrition fell sharply. As of the latest July to August 2026 data, no Gaza governorate is currently classified in famine, or recent population-based surveying found approximately 1.3% acute malnutrition among under 5 children in accessible areas, although chronic malnutrition, poor diet quality, and severe food insecurity remain widespread. Farina is therefore correct about hundreds of Palestinians died from malnutrition-related causes. His rhetoric about, quote, starving 2 million people to death, if treated literally, converts population-wide food insecurity and starvation risk into an inaccurate universal claim. Okay. Again, a lot of information, but this is a very important aspect of what has happened in Gaza. For some reason, the screen keeps kind of turning off for your guys' game. That's weird. Okay, can we finally watch some more video? I know that was a lot of information. Sorry about that, but sorry, not sorry.
The source is World Health Organization. Hundreds of deaths attributed to malnutrition and dehydration. The report states that 500,000 Gazans face starvation, destitution, and death.
So in Dave's response video here, there's still a substantial amount of misinformation, but I feel like Dave is getting more precise here. I just feel like he's trying to make less mistakes than he did in the first video. That's my general feeling thus far. We'll see how the data stacks up.
Is WHO a bunch of dirty Hamas terrorists, Stephen? Day after day, week after week, month after month, what? People starve to death? Yeah, because Israel deliberately prevents aid trucks from entering in order to starve people. And by the way, when they finally let
Someone just said he's correct based on numbers provided to the UN by Hamas. So something on that, right? Just because the numbers come from Hamas doesn't mean they can't be trusted. Just like when numbers come in that come from Israel, people will say, oh yeah, that's what Israel says, or the IDF, but we can't trust anything from them. That would be logically fallacious. It doesn't follow that just because a group or a person said X means that it's de facto incorrect. So it doesn't mean that we should have more corroborating evidence, and that's what the International Court of Justice is for, so that all of this stuff can be weighed and measured in an expert fashion.
in a little bit of aid to prevent a massive wave of starvation deaths that would yield a mountain of bad press by keeping people just barely clinging on to life. That doesn't mean it isn't a fucking war crime. Widespread malnutrition and the medical
So is Hamas responsible for any of these numbers? Yes, but not in a way that lets us assign a defensible number or percentage of the WHO starvation/malnutrition totals to Hamas. So Hamas bears contributory responsibility for Gaza's humanitarian crisis through initiating and prolonging hostilities, attacks that temporarily disrupted aid infrastructure, military operations that increased insecurity, and possible episodic diversion or misuse of resources. So that's going to be another thing that Israel's going to argue, like how much responsibility does Hamas wear for the actual malnutrition that's happening in Gaza? You know, October 7th, the continued war, the continued holding the hostages, all of these things. There is no credible evidence permitting a numerical attribution of the WHO's malnutrition deaths to Hamas, and available US/UN evidence does not support claims of systematic Hamas theft sufficient to explain the famine. The major proximate drivers identified by WHO and IPC were severe restrictions on humanitarian and commercial access, extensive destruction, displacement, collapse of local food production and services, and insecurity associated with the war. Did Hamas contribute any information at all? Yes, that is true, but we don't know how much.
Conditions that it produces are not excusable just because they aren't all dead already. And to top it off, this worthless stack of filth is regurgitating the disgusting propaganda from Bari Weiss and the Free Press that children in Gaza who are clearly dying of starvation actually aren't starving but suffer from other health issues like cystic fibrosis or cerebral palsy, which just make it look like they're starving instead of them both having those conditions and starving to death.
Yeah, let's look at Bari Weiss. Look at those cystic fibrosis claims, etc.
He is proudly regurgitating this highly publicly debunked Hasbara talking point like the worthless Hasbara operative that he is.
Just so we're clear, Hasbara translates literally to explanation. In practice, it refers to public diplomacy, advocacy, and communication efforts designed to explain Israel's actions, promote its narrative, and improve its public image internationally. People use it pejoratively to mean propaganda, but I just wanted to read that into the record because whenever we hear Dave say it, I think he's alluding to propaganda.
Unbelievable.
It's just like, it's the weirdest starvation of all time, where the population has been continuing to grow. You're not having people dying of malnourishment. You have like an obesity rate that's...
No, we are having people die of malnourishment. Yeah, I think Stephen needs to update his facts with regards to
higher
this
than
issue.
like every other Arab country on the planet. You have like, not to say that it's good, not to say that it's acceptable, but like when you lie...
And also, we already showed that just because you're having a population increase doesn't mean there aren't issues of starvation, famine, like we saw in August 2025, and malnutrition, mass malnutrition, etc.
lie about every single fucking thing that you talk about for this region. It just makes... I don't know how to even fucking engage.
You are the one lying about every single thing, you lying piece of shit. The population continues to grow. Are you out of your fucking mind? They're being slaughtered daily. People are indeed dying of malnourishment. Obesity? Find me a picture of one fat Gazan right now. I fucking dare you.
I want to look at the obesity claim. Oh, by the way, I actually did a response video to Steven's initial reaction video that Dave's responding to as well. That is episode number 4 of my live streams that exist. So you can go and, for anyone that's interested, you can check that out. But we are re-adjudicating some of this. We've already found some new information that was actually released today. So let's see. Let's look at the Barry Weiss issue here. Yes, Barry Weiss Free Press cystic fibrosis controversy has a real factual core, but it was frequently used to imply something much stronger than the evidence supports. So some widely circulated photos of emaciated Gazans did feature people with serious pre-existing conditions, such as cystic fibrosis, cerebral palsy, esophageal disease, malabsorption, muscular atrophy, and or other illnesses, and some media captions initially failed to disclose that context. That was not a legitimate journalism criticism, but those conditions did not show that the subjects were, quote, not starving. And in several well-documented cases, the war-related loss of food, specialized diets, medication, and medical care substantially worsened previously manageable conditions. The existence of those comorbidities does not rebut the independent population level evidence of famine and acute malnutrition. So yeah, just because the classification and showing children who look emaciated, just because they're showing those children and they happen to have cystic fibrosis and other diseases, it does not follow that then that must mean they just are attributing starvation or malnutrition to and getting it wrong. They have the facts wrong. That means they're not malnourished or they're not. Yeah, that's just a logical failure. What about the New York Times correction? This one should be conceded clearly. The New York Times should have disclosed Muhammad's, this is related to, let's look at, sorry, I went too far here. Oh man, this is a big one. Here, let's go down to our publication safe. Okay, let's look at this. Here are the facts of this situation. The Free Press accurately identified that several highly publicized images of emaciated Gazans involved individuals with serious underlying disorders, including cystic fibrosis, cerebral palsy, esophageal disease, and malabsorption, and some initial media reports failed to disclose those conditions. That omission was journalistically relevant and deserved correction. However, the existence of comorbidities does not establish that the subjects were not starving or severely malnourished. Cystic fibrosis itself creates heightened caloric and enzyme requirements. Documented cases such as Fadi El-Zant show previously manageable disease deteriorating catastrophically after loss of food and pancreatic enzyme therapy. Several outlets had also already disclosed such conditions, contradicting the Free Press's broad suggestion that journalists had failed to investigate them. More fundamentally, a hand-selected sample of unusually emaciated individuals cannot adjudicate a population-level famine classification. By August 2025, IPC had independently confirmed famine in Gaza Governorate using food consumption, malnutrition, and mortality evidence unrelated to those photographs. The proper finding is therefore that Free Press uncovered genuine omitted context in some individual images, but substantially overextended that context when using it to cast doubt on the wider starvation crisis. So it's very easy to fall into this, that you'll see a press release like that by Barry Weiss, and it can cause you to cast doubt on the entire situation, which is illogical, right? Just because there might be some miscategorizations and also some bad logic in thinking that, well, if they didn't outline that this person suffered from cystic fibrosis, then that means they're trying to treat this as a malnutrition case, but it's a cystic fibrosis case. But the person can be malnourished as well. If Destiny claims that pre-October 7th, Gaza had a substantial obesity rate, which is inconsistent with the idea that Gazans as a population were undergoing chronic caloric starvation, that is basically correct. A population in which more than a quarter of adults are obese was plainly not experiencing population-wide famine or chronic severe caloric starvation immediately before October 7th. But if the argument becomes Gazans can't be malnourished because many are obese, or seeing overweight Gazans disproves wartime starvation famine, that is wrong. WHO and UNICEF explicitly recognizes a, quote, double burden of malnutrition. Undernutrition and micronutrient deficiencies can coexist in the same population and even the same individual with overweight or obesity. UNICEF had already described Palestinians before the war as suffering both significant micronutrient deficiencies and increasing obesity. Gaza specifically had this problem before October 7th. A WHO published Gaza nutrition study noted high micronutrient deficiencies alongside rising overweight/obesity, and described a poor quality diet heavily constrained by poverty and blockade. So let's look at some potential claims that might be made out of this situation. Gaza had a substantial obesity problem before October 7th. True. 28% of Gaza adults were obese in 2022. True. 50% were overweight/obese. True. Therefore, pre-October 7th, Gaza was undergoing population-wide famine. Very unlikely. It's contradicted by the data. Therefore, pre-October 7th, Gazans had no malnutrition. False. Obesity can coexist with micronutrient malnutrition. True. Obesity can coexist with food insecurity. True. An overweight person can undergo acute starvation. True. Seeing overweight Gazans in wartime video disproves famine. That's a false inference. 2022 obesity figures disprove the 2025 famine finding. That's false, a temporal category error. One more time. 2022 obesity figures disprove the 2025 famine finding. False, temporal category error. Quote, obesity means absolutely nothing when assessing caloric deprivation. That's too strong. All right. How's everyone doing? A lot of information right off the bat today. Loop Hoop says, what do you mean by episode 4 of your live stream? So the long live stream series that I did that Dave featured in screenshots in this particular video that we are analyzing, there is a live stream of me reacting to Dave's original video. There's number 1, number 2, and number 3. That consists of my reaction to Dave's first video. And then the 4th one is me reacting and analyzing Destiny's reaction to Dave's video. Yeah, and Don Don says both food insecurity and malnutrition are significant public health issues in the United States. Yes, they are. That is true. Once we start getting into these higher classifications of malnutrition and getting into starvation and famine, that's where things become more unique on the global stage. Okay, let's watch some more.
This performative outrage while you project your dishonesty is what you will be remembered for, Stephen. Oh, and the weird sex stuff.
People think Jews control the West and all the governments and the media and the blah, blah, blah. How silly and conspiratorial. Well, it's not Jews wholesale. It's Israel. It's Zionists, both Jewish and non-Jewish. They do have an outrageous level of control, most obviously in the media.
This is me debunking his bullshit claim that by being anti-Zionist, I actually hate all Jews, which was kind of the main point of his hit piece, and his response to me debunking it is, oh shit, the end. What a titan of intellect.
Then there are all the mergers. Did you hear about the latest one? Paramount, Warner Brothers, CBS, CNN, and HBO are all under one entity. Owned by, can you guess who? Larry Ellison, the Zionist scumbag who bought TikTok, and for the exact same fucking reason. When Zionist oligarchs have this level of command over the media landscape, while also having their hands in military AI and all kinds of other imperialistic shit, it means being able to execute whatever heinous acts they want, and then completely controlling the narrative surrounding it after the fact. To say that the vast majority of mainstream media outlets are controlled by Zionists is not a fucking conspiracy theory. It's a statement of fact. You don't have to stop at CEOs either. Look at who is selected to disseminate the narratives.
Stevie, you previously whined about how I promote conspiracy theories regarding Jews controlling the media. I just explained how Zionists quite obviously control an enormous proportion of the media, and you said literally nothing. Can we assume?
Dave's now saying enormous proportion, like he's being, you know, he's got to give the data.
Assume that you're learning something from me here?
Editor-in-chief of CBS News is now Bari fucking Weiss, whose right-wing propaganda outlet, the Free Press, was one of the biggest mouthpieces for Israel in the past 20 years. And what did she immediately do when she got there? She gutted the outlet and ousted anyone with an ounce of journalistic integrity, including 60 Minutes correspondent and 37-year veteran Scott Pelley, who publicly proclaimed that Bari was hired to kill the place. With the ship now sailing where Bari wants it to go, guess who shows up on CBS News?
They're coming from the Pentagon, NASA, the CIA, the FBI, and...
So this is the Avi Loeb situation. Dave's making it seem like, okay, Barry Weiss takes over, and then all of a sudden, guess who shows up? Avi effing Loeb, who is, someone that Dave debunks with regards to pseudoscience and things like that. But we actually investigated the history. Avi Loeb has been on the show many times. It's not like Avi Loeb was all of a sudden on when Barry Weiss took over. But I think that in the original video, that's what Dave tried to lead people to believe. So it's just an unsupported claim that Zionists control an enormous portion of the media. It's too vague. So if someone makes a claim that pro-Israel influence can be disproportionately important in some institutions, that's plausible. Requires institution-specific evidence. Quote, Zionists control an enormous portion of Western media is unsupported, unquantified. The vast majority of mainstream media is centrally controlled by Zionists. That's unsupported. Jewish identity of owners proves Zionist editorial control. That's a false inference. Multiple Jewish pro-Israel executives prove coordinated media control. That's a false inference. So Western media ownership is highly concentrated, and some major media owners, executives, and political networks hold strongly pro-Israel positions and can exert substantial editorial or institutional influence. However, no credible evidence establishes that Zionists as a defined group control an enormous or majority portion of Western media, much less that such control is centrally coordinated. Claims framed in the broad conspiratorial form require evidence far beyond identifying several Jewish or pro-Israel owners and risk reproducing the traditional anti-Semitic trope of hidden Jewish media control. So after we eventually get through this video, we will look at the documents and the specific items as a recap by way of our report. We're moving right along today.
And the Energy Department. So let's bring in Avi Loeb, who now leads the White House UAP Council. Avi, what can you tell us? What's in these files? What are we looking at here?
Well, first, thank you for having me.
Avi fucking Loeb, the exact fraud I debunked that made Destiny cry about how I use the word Zionist excessively. Zionists take over CBS, hire a massive Zionist stooge to run the news, and they immediately host the Zionist fraud who spews bullshit about the UAP psyop coming from the government that is also held hostage by Zionists. Funny how that works, huh?
This is like a speech from American History X.
Again, I demonstrated the very clear coordination of Zionists taking over media outlets to then employ and platform Zionist frauds, and his response is to shout, "Whoa!" and then say this is like a scene from American History X. Who the fuck still listens to this guy?
Only Mamdani had the balls to say that he would stay in the fucking city he is the mayor of like a normal person. When Israeli influence is infected...
So that was also misinformation. There were people who said, actually gave many different answers.
CIA, the FBI, and the Energy Department. So let's bring in Avi Loeb, who now leads the White House UAP Council. Avi, what can you tell us? What's in these files? What are we looking at here?
Well, first, thank you for having me.
Avi fucking Loeb, the exact fraud I debunked that made Destiny cry about how I use the word Zionist excessively. Zionists take over CBS, hire a massive Zionist stooge to run the news, and they immediately host the Zionist fraud who spews bullshit about the UAP psyop coming from the government that is also held hostage by Zionists. Funny how that works, huh?
This is like a speech from American History X.
Again, I demonstrated the very clear coordination of Zionists taking over media outlets to then employ and platform Zionist frauds, and his response is to shout, "Whoa!" and then say this is like a scene from American History X. Who the fuck still listens to this guy?
Only Mamdani had the balls to say that he would stay in the fucking city he is the mayor of like a normal person.
Okay, yeah, so that part was true. Mamdani did say he would stay in New York, so Dave changed. Let's see what else he plays. This is interesting.
When Israeli influence has infected American politics so thoroughly that it shows up in bizarre ways like this, you know the system is completely broken.
How about when weird
Okay, so we'll see if Dave shows it, but in the original video, Dave said everyone else chose Israel as the first place they would visit, but that wasn't true. We found that there were like 5 or 6 different locations, and all of that data will be available in the version 2 report, but there were in the cherry-picked clip that Dave showed, it showed other people picking Israel as the place they would want to visit. Mamdani picked New York, said that he would stay in New York, but there were people that said other places around the world. But Dave cherry-picked that to make it look like those mayoral candidates all chose Israel.
pro-Pally shit infects the media so much. The mayor of New York City is talking about how he's going to arrest the fucking prime minister of fucking Israel. I'm going to act an ICC warrant. Come on, bro. Oh, my God.
How is it propaganda to hold war criminals accountable for their war crimes, dickhead? Arrest warrants from the ICC are propaganda now? Is the ICC Hamas? Go ahead and explain this propaganda to me with your big brain, Steven.
That's right, folks. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, so the arrest warrants are true. Gallant and Netanyahu. Someone says, instead of video games, can you put some footage of puppies and kittens? The first person shooting is stressful. if everyone else agrees that the first person shooting is stressful, please type 1 in the chat, and then we can change it to I think Mario 64. We'll change it to. I don't think we're going to do puppies and kittens. All right.
For pointing out Zionist tactics of deception and victimization. All the deception Israel engages in to gaslight the world into supporting genocide, that's not real because Stevie says so. The victim complex they espouse, perpetually claiming to be the victims of terrorism while they commit heinous acts of terrorism, that's also not real because Stevie says so. In reality, there are no neo-Nazi tactics afoot here. Instead, there is...
Oh, Sonic would be really good too. Well, we'll do Mario 64 first. It seems like we're going to be fact-checking for the rest of our lives, so we'll have lots of time. Mario. Oh, Mario Kart would be awesome too. Gameplay. Ooh, this one's got 12 million views. Special shout out to Pack Attack 04082. Thank you for letting us watch your beautiful Mario 64 walkthrough. I can hear the music right now. Ah, we have so many vintage games to go through. I like vintage games because I'm turning into an old fuck. So I'm going to be 40 next year. Yikes.
There is only the Zionist tactic of irrevocably tethering Zionism to Judaism so that they can shout anti-Semite at anyone who points at their disgusting behavior.
I mean, how could you separate the two? You have a diaspora of people. Well, not anymore now because they have Israel. But prior to that, yeah, it was a huge people without a country that they felt like, so they didn't have their self-determination. Yeah, what do you mean? How could you separate the two?
How can you separate the two? How can you separate Judaism from the disgusting Zionist ideology, which is based on ethnically cleansing a region of its indigenous people to produce an ethno-state? Gee, maybe by pointing out tens of thousands of Jews who don't support genocidal ethno-states? Holy fuck, what a moron.
Just 30%, 7% of Jewish Americans identify as Zionists. How is that phrased? What? Identify as in like would call themselves that, or believe that like Jews should have a state? Oh my God. The AI answer, I can click this, is this is a survey published in early of 2026 by the Jewish Federation of North America.
Everybody should be using advanced AI agents for their research. It's far more accurate than the archaic way of human beings picking their favorite bias outlets of information to go through. But you have to train your AI agents on rigorous epistemic standards. For anyone that's interested in using the Pangburn analysis system with your LLM tools, I'm going to give you this link, and this will show you how to do it, how to employ sophisticated AI research agents. Mario 64 is so good. How exciting was it to jump into this first painting? Look at it.
Git reveal. Okay, so this is the survey label breakdown. 37% identified as Zionist, 8% identified as non-Zionist, 7% identified as anti-Zionist, and 48% chose none of those labels. But okay, good one, Chief.
Good one, Chief. I just dismantled his
Ooh, it looks like we're about 10 minutes away until Dave starts picking on Uncle Trav here. That's going to be fun.
entire position, which is based on anti-Zionism being anti-Semitism because almost all Jews are Zionists, he did a desperate fact check, saw that the vast majority of American Jews are not Zionists, and his response is, "Good one, Chief," while ignoring the imagery of fiercely anti-Zionist Jews protesting Israel's genocide. Talk about intellectually bankrupt.
There are even anti-Zionist, ultra-Orthodox Jews in Israel. Want to see what happens to them?
The most uneducated...
Holy shit.
The most uneducated thing you're going to hear from people, because they're just not educated on how to use AI tools properly, is they're going to say things like, "Oh, you're just trusting AI?" No, that's like saying you're just trusting the internet. You're not trusting AI. You're using AI as a tool the same way you use the internet as a tool for research. You have to be well educated on how to use the tool properly. Just like on the internet, you can find Alex Jones's website and think that you're engaging in high resolution epistemic standards when really you're being duped with a lot of propaganda and misinformation. But in order to use AI tools properly to a high resolution epistemic standard, you have to be educated in it, just like how you had to become educated how to use the internet in a way that would serve your epistemic purposes or your ethical purposes or what have you. So anyone who just like opens up any random AI and starts like typing into it, fact check this, and then you continue that chain and you keep asking it your own questions that are born of your your negativity and positivity biases, you're eventually going to get some hallucination on the facts. You're going to get sycophantry, but you can train AI agents to not do that. It's actually quite simple. You can take the prompt that is available right here in the Pangburn AI analysis system, and copy that prompt into anything you're using, Claude, Grok, ChatGPT, whatever, and it can operate on very high, rigorous academic standards. And then you have a team of rigorous academic researchers at your disposal that are tasked to not lean into negativity bias and positivity bias, but to overcome it. Human beings are really, really bad at this, as demonstrated in Dave's first video, which he had 85 non-factual claims, 85, 25 absolute false claims, 24 unsupported, 25 unsupported, and 35 misleading and overstated claims. But I feel like Dave's being more careful in this video. All of this stuff you can find at pang-burn.com/analysis. I want everyone out there. You don't have to use the Pangburn system. Just make your own system, but understand that you can train these tools if you truly do want an unbiased relationship with the actual facts that are going on. Have a high resolution image so that when you give your normative opinions, they are based on the actual facts of what's going on, a clear picture. Dave in his original video delivers a very low resolution picture that doesn't have much of the facts in it. So your normative moral propositions and positions that are born out of that are based on a lot of falsehoods. Nobody wants that. All right. Again, if I miss anything in this these full walkthroughs and fact checks we're doing live, it'll all be caught in the version 2 report that we will generate once we're done with this.
Shit, the video clip that starts 2 seconds before the fighting? Yes!
Sorry, what are you implying happened before this? Did the timid Orthodox Jews do something to provoke the police? You're watching Israeli police beat up Orthodox Jews in Israel, and this is the best you can come up.
Yes, that is what the clip depicts. But in Dave's original video, he made it look like these were people who were supportive of Palestine, and this is the kind of treatment you get if you are supportive of Palestine, or if you're, anti-genocide or what have you. That's the full context. Is that is what Dave was trying to portray in the original video, which is propaganda. It's not that this clip is fake.
Up with to excuse it.
I'm going to say that one more time so that it sinks in. Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Okay.
Zionism is a disgusting political ideology that has hijacked Judaism and Jewish history to justify
We're going to go over that. Zionism is, of course, not anti-Semitism. Very low resolution, simple-minded thing to say.
imperialism, apartheid, and genocide. And Zionism is responsible for the lion's share of actual anti-Semitism that exists around the world as people react to Israeli aggression and misplace their anger on Jews as a whole. All moral Jews know this and speak out against Zionism the loudest, as it is
all moral Jews know this.
Their cultural.
All moral Jews know this. So obviously, this claim that Zionism is anti-Semitism is just false as a categorical equation. The concepts simply do not mean the same thing. Anti-Semitism refers to prejudice, hostility, discrimination, or hatred directed at Jews as Jews. The IHRA, which is a resource we use, working definition describes it as a perception of Jews that may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. The Nexus definition similarly centers anti-Jewish beliefs, attitudes, actions, or discriminatory conditions. Zionism, in its broadest conventional sense, is the political national movement supporting Jewish collective self-determination in the historic land of Israel, and after 1948, generally support for the continued existence of Israel as a Jewish national home. Zionism contains many competing standards: liberal, socialist, religious, revisionist, cultural, etc. These categories can intersect, but they cannot simply be equated. A Zionist can be anti-Semitic in some respect. An anti-Semite can support Zionism for anti-Semitic reasons. A Zionist can obviously oppose anti-Semitism. An anti-Zionist can oppose anti-Semitism. An anti-Zionist can also be anti-Semitic. Those possibilities also falsify Zionism is equal to anti-Semitism. This is just simply a category error. So, one more time. Farina explicitly and repeatedly declares Zionism is anti-Semitism while calling Zionists the real anti-Semites. This is not merely a rejection of the proposition that anti-Zionism is automatically anti-Semitic. That narrower position is defended by serious anti-Semitism scholars, including the Jerusalem Declaration. Farina instead collapses Zionism itself into anti-Jewish prejudice. No major competing anti-Semitism framework supports that equivalence. Historical cases in which anti-Semites supported Zionism or individual Zionists express anti-Jewish beliefs demonstrate only that Zionism and anti-Semitism can coexist in particular actors, not that the categories are identical. The claim is therefore conceptually false. Standing alone, it is better classified as extreme anti-Zionist polemic rather than dispositive proof of anti-Semitism. In combination with rhetoric transferring responsibility for anti-Semitic hostility onto Zionist Jews, one more time, in combination with rhetoric transferring responsibility for anti-Semitic hostility onto Zionist Jews, however, it becomes materially relevant to the broader anti-Semitism assessment relating to Dave Farina.
identity that is being shattered by these monsters. Zionism is to Jew and Zionism the loudest, as it is their cultural identity that is being shattered by these monsters. Zionism is to Jewish supremacy, as Nazism is to white supremacy.
As Hitler tries to conquer the entirety of Europe, and
we're going to adjudicate Dave's little graphic there.
I guess they think that Israel wants to conquer, I don't know how much of the Middle East. They always say the greater Israel thing. Who knows?
He's got to be regretting taking on this video totally blind by now. I say an obviously correct thing, and he just sarcastically shouts, "Oh," on top of it, as though that's a rebuttal. Then he starts talking about Nazi Germany trying to take over Europe, remembers how that's directly analogous to Israel trying to take over the entire Middle East, which is why the comparison works so well, and then scuttles along. Astounding.
Can you be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic? Maybe, but if you really, really, really wanted to dive into it, there's like a big. I think it's actually a pretty.
By the way, that graphic showing Zionism, it leads to Jewish supremacy. Nazism, or Zionism is to Jewish supremacy. That Nazism is to white supremacy. So we would classify this as strongly anti-Semitic coded under the IHRA framework. We would classify this as anti-Semitic. So let's look at component and assessment. Criticizing Zionism is not inherently anti-Semitic. Calling a demonstrably supremacist Zionist faction, quote, Jewish supremacists, is potentially legitimate. Zionism is equal to Jewish supremacy categorically is a false essentialization. Comparing a particular Israeli policy with a particular Nazi policy is context dependent. Equating Zionism structurally with Nazism is a gross historical equivalence. Pairing Star of David Israel with swastika to make the equivalence strong Holocaust inversion signal. IHRA classification falls directly within the IHRA anti-Semitism example. JDA classification, not automatically anti-Semitic, but contextually highly concerning. I'll also want to get the nexus determination on that. But we will go through all the compiled information once we eventually get through this video. All right.
Deep argument, but most people aren't even close to being able to have that discussion.
Hey, jackass, why don't you try having that discussion with any of the thousands of anti-Zionist Jews who fiercely oppose Israel's genocide and co-opting of their faith?
Sure, gladly. Here's the deeper discussion. If you wanted to run that down, you could say it's anti-Zionism, the same as anti-Semitism. On the surface, you would say, no, you should be allowed to be critical of the Israeli government while still simultaneously not being anti-Semitic. Okay, sure, but that's not generally what anti-Zionism means. And if you say you're critical of the Israeli government how? If you're critical of the Israeli government in a way that you think that the Jewish majority of the state necessarily needs to not be a protected thing anymore, and you think you should necessarily allow the infinite right of return for Palestinian diaspora or whatever, and you think that necessarily it will follow from there, it absolutely will, that Jews will be a minority in the country, and then you're also okay with saying, well, if they're a minority, if they experience violence, I think maybe they should flee because they've, mistreated the Palestinians for so long, and that's okay. Then essentially what you're saying is, I am anti-Zionist, and I'm willing to accept the ethnic cleansing of every Jew from Israel if that's what happens at the end of it. So, is anti-Zionism anti-Semitism in that case? kind of. I understand why the Jewish people that say that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, I understand why they say that, because that is the logical conclusion, but none of you fucking retards have ever been pushed on that point in your entire fucking life, because you don't have any conversations about this. None of you do.
Oh my gosh, if we end apartheid and...
Yeah, I think Stephen should get out of the habit of overgeneralizing at the end there.
Genocide, then bad stuff might happen to Israeli Jews because I say so, which means we shouldn't do anything to stop apartheid and genocide. First of all, he always insists that preventing Israel from continuing to commit genocide would necessarily result in the dismantling of the State of Israel, and that the dismantling of the State of Israel would necessarily result in Palestinians returning to claim the homes that were stolen from them, and Palestinians returning to their homes would necessarily result in a complete and total ethnic cleansing of Jews from the region.
we're just seeing predictions here and normative opinions. So there's nothing really to
That's a
fact check.
trio of ridiculous non sequiturs. Protesting genocide is simply protesting genocide, but I agree the state of Israel should be dismantled, so let's grant him that one. Does that necessitate a right of return for displaced Palestinians? No, not necessarily. I would advocate for that personally, but it's a discussion that would be had. I personally believe that anyone who is alive who had their home stolen from them should get it back. As for Jews becoming the minority, how the fuck is that a concern that should outweigh genocide? And how is that equivalent to ethnic cleansing? Again, Jews lived in Palestine prior to the Nakba. They'd be in way bigger numbers now than back then, and they would be the impediment to coexisting peacefully, not Palestinians. Lots of them would leave by choice because they wouldn't be able to enjoy the benefits of apartheid and occupation any longer. That's not the same as ethnic cleansing, which is what Israel is doing. When you're used to subjugating other people, equality feels like oppression, and it would take decades for things to equilibrate, with lots of hate crimes mainly in the direction of Palestinians, since plenty of Israelis would not leave and would be enraged by their belligerent imperialistic ethnostate being dismantled on Palestinians' behalf. But whatever challenges would arise, there's no way it would be worse than fucking genocide. So stop acting like anti-Zionists are silly toddlers who just can't wrap their heads around diplomacy. It's pathetic.
People who inhabit a place don't deserve to continue inhabiting that place. Palestinians don't deserve Palestine. Well, it wasn't an apartheid ethno-state. Jews and Christians...
Was it? Was it not? All types of people lived happily ever after in the Ottoman Empire and all the preceding caliphates. There was
We went over the history in great detail with regards to the this map that gets passed around that is really not an accurate depiction of at all of the history of Palestine or Israel. Here, let me just, I want to
wasn't a single religion that was enforced. What does caliphate even fucking mean? What is stupid? Everybody lived in harmony for 2,000 years, and then the Jew nation attacked. Like, what the fuck? What is? It's just so infantilizing and stupid too. It's an American perspective. This is why I know his wife is the whitest fucking American possible. I don't even care if she's brown. She's the whitest fucking American possible, because there's no way that anybody in this guy's family is remotely related to any part of the world outside of America.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why Stephen went after his wife there and what that has to do with anything.
Okay, first of all, my parents are Italian immigrants. Even my sister was born in Italy. I'm literally the only person in my entire family who was ever born in America.
That's a cute family photo.
Or anywhere outside of Italy for that matter, in recent history at least. Second, my wife is not white at all. She's Arab.
Dave's wife is very beautiful.
Arabs are not white. Her parents fled Palestine in the 1970s. Her two oldest brothers were born there, while she and her youngest brother were born here. We are both first-generation Americans. Her parents had their homes stolen from them twice, once separately when they were children during the Nakba, and once again together shortly before they fled the region. So my wife is Arab American and not white at all. None of that really matters, of course, since genocide is genocide no matter where my wife and I were born or grew up or where our...
Just remember, everyone, genocide has not been investigated by the investigative body that will have the tools to do the investigation properly. And that means, you know, Israel, that the ICJ will include Israel's evidence and counter evidence when they are making their determination on genocide.
Our families are from, and us being white or not white or American or non-American has no bearing on our ability to condemn genocide. But more importantly, without going back 2,000 years for whatever bizarre reason, Palestine prior to the Nakba was not an ethno-state or a caliphate or whatever the fuck you're implying. Being majority Arab Muslim does not mean ethnic or religious supremacy is codified into law. Muslims, Christians, and Jews did indeed coexist peacefully. There were shared cultural spaces and celebrations. My late father-in-law was friends with non-Muslims. So you can whine about anecdotal this or that, but you're not interested in learning about anyone's stories anyway, so there's no point trying to help you see.
Got a few things we're looking at here, folks.
See another perspective than the Zionist one. So you can keep whining about how infantile it is to yearn for a reality without a genocidal ethno-state terrorizing the Middle East. Nobody gives a shit.
Well, it wasn't an apartheid ethno-state. Jews and Christians lived in Palestine, and they got along
Like, it was literally an apartheid ethno-state. Literally, it was one religion throughout the whole thing. And if you were a different religion, you were sectioned off in your own little fucking place. And you couldn't even hold members in government. It was literally an apartheid under the empire, under the caliphates preceding the destruction of the Ottoman Empire, the fall of the Ottoman Empire. Like, literally, actually, definitionally.
No, it literally was not that. Christians and Jews could and did hold public office in Palestine prior to the Nakba, and nobody was sectioned off. They were culturally integrated. You're lying, like the worthless lying piece of shit that you are. But maybe if you yell a little louder, you'll fool more people. This is exactly...
We're going to adjudicate this whole section here.
What he would do if we were to debate, by the way. Just confidently lie while yelling over me nonstop.
Yeah, Dave is, again, engaging in mind reading here. Destiny can be wrong about certain things and not be lying, but Dave is mind reading, engaging in motive attribution again, assuming that Destiny is lying about this information.
While his idiot fans cheer like seals.
from choosing this slanderous title and thumbnail. Gotta get those
Slanderous?
clicks, right, Steven?
He is indistinguishable from a neo-Nazi, 100%. I'll own that easy. Actually, more mask off than most neo-Nazis would be, because they realize they can't get away with this much crazy shit.
Sure, double down on calling me a neo-Nazi after you previously made a big deal about how you didn't call me that. You just said I used neo-Nazi rhetoric. Well, now here it is nice and clear, so nobody can be mad at me for tanking this piece of shit's reputation at the end of the video.
Well, I mean, it still was incorrect to say that Stephen was calling you a neo-Nazi, Dave. In the initial clip you used in the first video, the Destiny Loves Genocide video, he wasn't calling you a neo-Nazi. He did here, but he was targeting your rhetoric in the initial video.
Since he is outright calling me a neo-Nazi. Anyway, that's it for Destiny's response. The overwhelming majority of the reaction was him watching me demonstrating very clearly that Israel is committing genocide, and either saying nothing, chuckling to himself and spouting vacuous one-liners, or whining about totally inconsequential, unrelated shit, while subtly skipping ahead.
I think people should watch Destiny's reaction video and as an exercise, see how much Dave was balanced in what he picked to represent in this video. I'll kind of do a cross analysis of that as well for version 2 report. Like, I'll want to see what were the particular things that were omitted from Destiny's response that Dave maybe didn't want to include in this video.
At various points to try and minimize audience exposure towards visceral imagery that makes
Ooh, I think we're getting to my part.
a conclusion of genocide undeniable. Anyone with a brain knows this is genocide, and he has a brain, which is how we know he's just lying.
Dave, anyone with a brain would wait for the actual investigation to occur. The actual investigation will be done by the ICJ. These other organizations that have determined what happened in Gaza to be a genocide, Israel, they haven't examined Israel's evidence or counter evidence. It's so premature, and it is epistemically and ethically irresponsible.
And denying genocide on purpose. With that covered, let's move
Hey, look, it's our page.
on to Pangburn. If you're not familiar with his channel, this is what it looks like. Check out this flashy banner, which serves as his audition to be Tucker Carlson's understudy in performative outdoorsiness. What are
Hey, I am an outdoorsman, by the way. I love fishing. I like hunting if I get an opportunity to hunt, like with my older brother back home. I grew up in the Kootenay region of British Columbia, Canada. And I love the outdoors. I love catching fish and cooking it over the fire. No salt and pepper required. I like playing with my son in the water. My daughter's not old enough because she was just born. I've always loved the outdoors. Mushroom foraging. By the way, this will be a dunk on Dave. No, I just want to share this video because it warms my heart. Let's go to Travis Pangburn mushrooms. If you guys want to watch a really wholesome video of me and my grandfather back in around my hometown, going to forage for Matsutake pine mushrooms. There's the link there. I'm also going to add everyone on Discord. At everyone. There. There's some direct evidence, Dave. No, I just want to share that video because I love it.
these terms under his
Yes. So Pangburn, fallibilism, well-being, communication, patience, lightheartedness, and inspiration. These are the 6 Pangburn virtues. And they all have corresponding maxims. Fallibilism. Certainty is almost certainly unattainable. Well-being, the source of my moral quest. Maximize well-being for yourself and those around you. Communication, good faith, and helpfulness are the minimum requirements for a fruitful dialectic. That is the rule, the maxim that governs the Pangburn stage and always has since the beginning. Patience, ultimate patience, even in the face of detestable ideas. Lightheartedness, refine and express your sense of humor. Inspiration, let art and science inspire. These are the topics related to my first book that will likely be out this spring, maybe summer of this next year. And this will be my first book.
his name, I think you missed one, buddy. Be sure to add genocide apologetics when
So, genocide apologetics. When I say that my position on the genocide is that I believe I'm doing the epistemically and ethically responsible thing from a moral well-beingist perspective, rather than just throwing that label out there and confirming or denying a genocide, I'm waiting for the actual investigation and judicial proceedings to happen at the International Court of Justice before I do that. And Dave is calling that genocide apologetics. Or maybe Dave didn't even realize or doesn't realize that that is my position, that I make explicit while I'm going through all of this information.
when you get a chance. Once again, this guy has been having a full-on nervous breakdown about my
So you all can watch these videos if you want, and you can tell me if there is evidence of nervous breakdown. I think what's happening in these videos is me moving very slowly and meticulously, using different resources, including my highly sophisticated AI research agent tools, to make sure we get a non-bias access to the actual facts. So removing my own negativity and positivity biases, we all have them. That's what my AI agents are tasked to do, how they're tasked to operate. And I move through meticulously in these videos, and I try to give the truest representation of the facts. I also give some of my own ethical stances from a moral well-beingist perspective. I use well-being as a moral calculus. And by well-being, I mean physical, mental, and social health. That's how I measure good, bad, right, and wrong in the world. And my moral quest is to maximize well-being, physical, mental, and social health for myself and those around me.
My video, since I
also, if you watch these videos, I'm not just critiquing Dave and Palestine and Hamas. I am critiquing Israel. I am critiquing and fact-checking Destiny. It's all there. The evidence is there. Go and take a look.
I released it. When he first did one fairly long fact-checking style video, it was already way out of line. But then the more content...
So this initial fact-check video, this was just the initial transcript fact-check. It was the first one I did. We were going live that night, and I just wanted to share some initial findings, some problems. So what had happened is I had heard some of Dave's video. I was emailing back and forth with Dave. You know, I knew it was going to be quite a viral video. I really wanted to set up a debate between Dave and Destiny. That was still kind of up in the air. And, you know, oops, lost my screen there. And this was just version 1 of the transcript fact check. The full analysis are the ones that started the morning after. This 7-hour and 22-minute video, this 3-hour and 16-minute video, this 8-hour video, and so forth. Doing a lot of work to make sure we get the facts correct. Now, born of all of this work, you can now have access to this Destiny Loves Genocide official version 2 report that exists at pang-burn.com/analysis. I'm actually going to make sure that future analysis documents have our website, have the website specific link on there. And through all of this work, I found that Dave, once I went through the videos meticulously, once I compiled all the information, Dave made 25 outright false claims, 25 unsupported claims, and 35 misleading / overstated claims. In this report, make sure you guys can see this. Yes, you can. Fantastic. In this report, you will see the executive assessment. You will see the method, scope, and evidentiary rules. I don't know if Dave actually went through this in the video. We will see. I initially, when Dave dropped this video, on a very fast speed, I was listening to, and I kind of fast forwarded to moments that he mentioned me, but I could have missed some moments. So I don't know if Dave actually went through this. It shows the different kind of verdicts we have: false, unsupported, misleading, overstated, supported core, or not rateable. We have an anti-Semitism in the transcript section, which there was a lot. Dave said things like, Zionists love anti-Semites and quietly celebrate them to sustain victimhood. This is an overbroad collective motive claim. It may describe some tactical alliances, but generic plural attribution essentializes a political outgroup and depicts Jewish victimhood as strategic manipulation. The JDA would consider this sweeping negative generalization. Nexus would consider this trope reinforcement. We have things like, they are the chosen people, so they can do whatever they want, and the citizenry believes it is superior. This is what Dave said. And then this maps extremist religious nationalist rhetoric onto soldiers, officials, and citizenry as a whole. JDA guidelines against essentializing populations. We have Zionist Jews are going to put people in concentration camps. The policy allegation may be criticized in the strongest terms, but the ethnic religious modifier extends culpability beyond named officials and institutions. This is collective Jewish culpability risk. Quote, a Zionist billionaire bought TikTok so the Zionist lobby could suppress Palestine content. This was factually wrong ownership framing used to tell a centralized control story. Nexus and JDA consider this hidden media control. We have Zionism is Nazism. They are indistinguishable from Dave. An absolute Nazi equivalence erases major historical and ideological distinctions and functions as Holocaust inversion. IHRA examples concerning Nazi comparisons, JDA requires context but does not immunize sweeping equivalence. Then we have, sorry, I just need to refresh this. Everyone, by the way, I will respond to any super chats if anyone wants me to adjudicate anything specifically. Need to refresh this window. There we go. We are getting to the thick of it here. Dave said Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews are, quote, European, not Semites. Ancestry testing is restricted to hide that Jews are not Middle Eastern. So the assessment here, Dave uses genetic essentialism and a concealment theory to delegitimize Jews collectively. Population genetics shows mixed Levantine/Middle Eastern and European ancestry. So this is racialization, biological essentialism, and conspiracy from an anti-Semitism perspective. Yeah. So there's a lot of problematic anti-Semitism in Dave's original video. We have a section that outlines what is not inherently anti-Semitism, like opposing Zionism, a Jewish state, settlement expansion, military aid, the blockade, or specific Israeli institutions, etc. We have propaganda level in this report. This video scores very high at 28 out of 32. We look at things like factual distortion, certainty inflation, selective omission, emotional and dehumanizing loading, conspiracy/hidden control structure, collective guilt/essentialization, opponent caricature/false dichotomy, effective montage, and repetition. So we have a way of empirically measuring the level of propaganda in the video, and this is a really high, almost perfect propaganda video. The original Dave Farina, Destiny Loves Genocide video. That's what we're looking at right now. We also have an entire detailed misinformation and material defect ledger. So Dave made the claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns several hours after entering and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. And then it's followed by the correction and assessment. The quote, vast central command center depiction of Al-Shifa was not substantiated at the scale advertised, and the calendar was misidentified. But quote, zero evidence is false. U.S. intelligence and reporting supported some militant use of Al-Shifa, including command infrastructure, weapons, and hostages. The separate assertion that guns were planted is not established, nor was literally every hospital bombed. And then you have the primary sources here. Source 9 being the Associated Press, U.S. intelligence assessment on militant use of Al-Shifa Hospital. You have Source 10, Associated Press evidence at Al-Shifa fell short of the initial depiction, vast central command complex. And then you have Source 32, Associated Press firsthand reporting on Gaza hospital raids and the evidentiary record. Yeah, we have a lot of unsupported, misleading claims, false claims here. Dave said more than 80% of Israelis support the complete annihilation of the Palestinian people. The correction and assessment would be polling has found deeply disturbing support for forced transfer, quote, voluntary departure incentives, and renewed settlement among many Jewish Israeli respondents. Those questions are not equivalent to support for physically annihilating Palestinians, and they do not establish the claim for more than 80% of Israelis. The best source here would be the Source 11 Tel Aviv University Peace Index from July 2025. So when you go through this report, all of the problematic non-factual claims that are made, misleading claims, will be included in this report. That's the responsibility of this audit. And it's broken down by section. So this section would be U.S.-Israel legislation, surveillance, and protest law. So this claim that Dave made, Israel is trying to force the United States to formally merge the American and Israeli militaries. The correction and assessment on this one is the Futures Act creates a bilateral framework for defense research, testing, procurement, and technology integration. It does not merge sovereign militaries. And then you have the best sources here. There is a source ledger, complete source ledger at the end of this report. And all 85 items up for question are included here. And again, this is all located at pang-burn.com/analysis. And one thing, I reiterate so often, is that every Pangburn analysis document is always open to update. If you ever specifically find an error in one of our analysis documents, please email me and be specific. I've received emails from people saying you're a Nazi, Pangburn. All of your fact checking is bullshit. That's not going to help the fact checking process. Send me the specific thing and the correction, and we will investigate to see if your finding is correct. There's also Appendix A, complete Dave routed transcript assertion and claim registry. This has time, page, route, and displayed transcript unit. We also have, this appendix is long. Very long. We also have Appendix B, embedded and non-Dave speaker routing register. So this will be where my system is separating what Dave has to say in the video and what Destiny has to say in the video, or anyone else. So there'll be like embedded external montage, soldiers and interviewees, for example, in Dave's video. And that is at 14 minutes and 12 seconds. So if you want to see all the information of where Dave wasn't speaking, it was either Destiny or clips, this is all organized here. And then we get to the Appendix C source register. So, for example, the International Court of Justice, South Africa versus Israel case docket, proceedings still pending, no final merits judgment as of August 4th, 2026. You can click on this link directly, and it'll bring you to the application of convention on the prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide in the Gaza Strip. And it'll bring you directly to the information. And this is the entire source ledger. There are 77 sources used for this particular audit. Appendix D is a publication safe conclusions. And then we have the final judgment here. And the final judgment of Dave's original video was the strongest defensible conclusion is neither that Dave invented the humanitarian catastrophe, nor that the video is a reliable summary of it. He assembled a large body of real suffering, authentic extremist rhetoric, and documented institutional relationships, then repeatedly expanded those facts through universals, causal certainty, motive speculation, conspiracy structure, collective guilt, and aggressive moral binary. That combination makes the video rhetorically powerful and evidentially unreliable. The official version 2 also finds that the anti-Semitism issue cannot be dismissed merely by saying, quote, Zionism is not Judaism. Criticism of Zionism is not inherently anti-Semitic, but a transcript can still reproduce anti-Semitic structures when it depicts Zionists/Jews as secretly controlling media and government, assigns broad treason or collective criminality, racializes Jewish ancestry, or associates, quote, Zionist Jews with sexual predation and evasion of justice. The correct response is precise. Defend the legitimate criticism, preserve the documented Palestinian suffering, and reject the false conspiratorial or group essentializing expansion. And then we have the Pangburn Analysis version 2 percentage graph summary, Dave Farina's Destiny Loves Genocide. We have some graphs at the end just to show the false, unsupported, qualified, misleading. Only 20% of the claims in the video were supported. Fully supported, I should say. Okay. And there was about 6.1% of explicitly flagged passages that can be considered anti-Semitism. There's methodological cautions at the end. Okay. All right, and that was from Dave's original video. That in our video here, Dave is responding to. So we'll see the level of rigor Dave gives to dealing with this fact check document.
He made about me, the funnier and funnier it got, until I almost started to feel sorry for the guy.
So we almost started to feel sorry for the guy. So let's look at this. Dave is depicted in the thumbnail saying, take a look at this kid. Professor Dave targets a minor, which he did. He targets a minor. Obviously, it is made to be tongue-in-cheek. But yeah, so Dave wrongfully accuses Destiny of sharing explicit images of a minor, and that's what he's being sued for, which was just incorrect. It's not explicit images of a minor. Dave just got that wrong. I'm not going to attribute lying to him, but he just got that wrong, did really terrible research and said a really awful, terrible thing about Destiny in his viral video. Dave might get sued. This was based on that false claim Dave made about the CP child pornography allegation against Stephen Bonnell. Dave could, I think, very well get sued for that. we'll see what happens. But this is an image Dave used in his video. And I say, Professor Dave Explains believes October 7th Israel conspiracy theory, which he does. That's what he says in the video. And yes, this is an image from Dave's video. And yeah, and we can look at the context of all this if Dave brings it up. And I say, this is disgusting, Dave. Professor Dave equates Israel to Nazi Germany. And I do think that is a disgusting thing to do. And it's completely anti-intellectual, by the way. It's just one second. So comparing Israel to Nazi Germany is just intellectually ridiculous because it collapses radically different historical systems into a morally explosive analogy. It's not that the historical comparison is forbidden. Historians compare almost everything. The problem is what exactly is being compared and what conclusion is supposed to follow. A rigorous comparison would isolate a specific feature: dehumanizing rhetoric, collective punishment, forced displacement, detention practices, destruction of civilian infrastructure, discriminatory law, or particular military conduct. You could then ask whether some Israeli policy resembles a policy used by Nazi Germany in that limited respect. That is ordinary comparative analysis. But that does not entail that Israel is equal to Nazi Germany. The broad equation fails for several reasons. Different governing ideology. Nazi Germany was explicitly organized around a biological racial hierarchy. Sorry, one sec. Dictatorship, anti-Semitism, territorial conquest, and eventually the physical annihilation of entire populations. Contemporary Israel has nationalist and ethno-religious features and serious controversies over occupation and Palestinian rights, but it is not simply the Nazi ideological system translated onto another ethnicity. Different political structure. Nazi Germany eliminated competitive democracy, opposition parties, free elections, and independent political organization. Israel has elections, opposition parties, courts, adversarial media, and internal political conflict. Notwithstanding serious criticism concerning Palestinians under occupation and democratic backsliding. Different exterminatory project. The Holocaust involved a centrally organized continental program to locate Jews throughout Europe, deport them, and murder them systematically, including industrialized killing centers, because they were Jews. Whatever conclusions one reaches about Israeli conduct in Gaza, demonstrating war crimes, crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, apartheid, or even genocide, would not automatically establish equivalence with the Holocaust or Nazi Germany. Each category has its own evidentiary requirements. Different scale, geography, and historical objective. Nazi Germany launched a European war of conquest that killed tens of millions and pursued multiple racial imperial projects simultaneously. The Israel-Palestine conflict has a very different territorial, demographic, geopolitical, and historical structure. The analogy carries enormous hidden premises. Calling Israelis, quote, Nazis generally communicates far more than, quote, I think this particular act resembles something Nazis did. It implies comparable ideology, purpose, culpability, and historical identity without independently demonstrating any of them. The logical defect is essentially false equivalence through analogy inflation. A did X, B also did something resembling X, therefore B is essentially A. That reasoning is invalid. Nazi Germany built highways That doesn't make every highway building government Nazi. Nazi Germany imposed collective reprisals. Similarly, in the particular conduct could be morally relevant, but it doesn't establish regime equivalence. There's also a particularly problematic rhetorical dimension when the analogy is aimed at Jews. The Holocaust is the paradigmatic genocide of European Jewry. So saying Jews or the Jewish state have, quote, become the Nazis can function as Holocaust inversion. The historical victims are recast as their own exterminators. That can be used not merely to criticize Israeli policy, but to humiliate Jews collectively. Relativize the Holocaust or suggest that Jews learned nothing from their extermination. That doesn't mean every Nazi analogy involving Israel is automatically anti-Semitic. Context matters. There is a meaningful difference between, quote, the minister's dehumanizing language reminds me of rhetoric used in fascist regimes, end quote, the Jews are the new Nazis. The former is contestable historical comparison. The latter collectivizes Jews and reverses Holocaust imagery onto them. There is also an important intellectual point for critics of Israel. You do not need the Nazi analogy to make an extremely severe criticism. If evidence establishes unlawful starvation, indiscriminate attacks, torture, unlawful displacement, apartheid, crimes against humanity, or genocidal conduct, then call the conduct precisely what the evidence supports. Saying Nazis often actually weakens the argument because it replaces legal and historical analysis with maximal moral symbolism. Specific what happened? And then from a moral well-beingist perspective, I think it's a very insensitive thing to graft onto what we all understand to be the Jewish state. I think it is callous, insensitive to the actual history, and of course, just a categorical error. It is anti-well-beingist posture to make that kind of comparison, even if you see some similarities. Like, it reminds me of when people say out of the blue, Hitler loved his dog during a conversation about World War II. Yeah. Why are you saying that? Well, I just think it should be known. Oh, okay. What's the relevance to what we're talking about? I'm just saying, it's not like Hitler was some demon that was incapable of feeling. Yeah, but who says that? Who are the people going around saying that Hitler was a demon incapable of feeling? Who says that? Or they'll say, well, Hitler had friends and family too. Yes, that he loved, and those people loved him. Yeah, but why are you saying that? Why are you specifically making the Nazi analogy, the Nazi Germany analogy to Israel? Okay. Quick bathroom break before we continue. Very quick. All right. Okay, where are we at here? Let's see.
It's an implosion on a scale that is rarely observed, at least not since James.
Why is Dave calling what I'm doing an implosion? I'm doing long form fact checks of his video, giving my own ethical opinions, my normative stances.
James Tour decided to make a zillion videos about me, and we all know how that ended. Obviously, I couldn't bring myself to sift through every last minute of this Ken Burns saga on steroids, because ain't nobody got time for that. But I jumped around and...
Well, some people have time for that. They've received a fair amount of views, and the watch time levels are very high, but I think people were most interested in the final report, which has been passed around.
And watched as much as I could, and boy is it pathetic. So let's go through some highlights now. Rather than going chronological, let's start with the most pathetic content of all, some of these shorter clickbait videos that legitimately qualify as slander. Take a look at this shit.
They legitimately qualify as slander. Well, Dave, if you think I'm engaging in slander, maybe you should sue me. We'll see how that works out for you. We'll see. If you think they legitimately qualify as slander, let's go to court. Might as well. Put your money where your mouth is.
Professor Dave believes conspiracy theory, and the thumbnail reads, image from Dave's video.
Yes, you do believe the October 7th Israel conspiracy theory, as you outlined in your video. You believe that Israel knew that October 7th was going to happen. And you cite things like the festival, the Nova Festival, being moved closer to the border, quote unquote, last minute. You paint this conspiracy theory, which I think is insane, to think that you think Israel was either trying to bait Hamas or they knew this was going to happen and they would put their, these young people at this festival in harm's way on purpose. By the way, I think we understand now that Hamas going to the festival, and this is very unfortunate, but was a mistake. It was a mistaken landing zone for their assault. But yes, and this is an image from your video. We can look at how this image shows up. I don't know what Dave's going to say.
Oh my goodness, Dave is such a vile anti-Semite that he actually used the happy merchant to make fun of Jews. Except he knows damn well that I used this image to represent legitimate anti-Semitism in my video. Allow me to refresh your memory.
People often note that you can find some really egregious anti-Semitism on social media, so my tweets must have been even worse than those of actual Nazis in order to merit suspension. But those people are very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites.
So you, Dave, put this image up and you say Zionists love anti-Semites, as though you are depicting this image as Zionists. If you don't like my interpretation, make your shit more clear. Let's go back.
Fun of Jews, except he knows damn well that I used this image to represent legitimate anti-Semitism in my video. Allow me to refresh your memory.
People often note that you can find some really egregious anti-Semitism on social media, so my tweets must have been even worse than those of actual Nazis in order to merit suspension. But those people are very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites. They quietly celebrate their presence on social media because their existence...
You put up the image and you said Zionists love anti-Semites. To me, you're depicting the happy merchant as an evil Zionist. I don't know if you meant to do that, but that's how I read this. And I think my interpretation of it stands, Dave. But you've been completely reckless with the facts and your depiction of what you think the facts are, and you present it in this propaganda way. And don't you think you should have been a little more sensitive in how you use this Happy Merchant issue? If you say Zionists X and you put up the Happy Merchant issue with devil horns and the Star of David. Yeah. Okay, Dave.
Fuels Israel's victimization narrative. Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head, steal any land, but they will always continue to be the victims.
You're still, let's go back and look at this again. You're still talking about them, they, and we are looking at the screen of your depiction of them, they, who are the Zionists.
Even worse than those of actual Nazis
Nice
in order
try,
to merit
Dave.
suspension. But those people are very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites. They quietly celebrate their presence on social media.
We're talking about Zionists now, and he's got a depiction of Zionists on the screen. That's what I'm reading.
Because their existence fuels Israel's victimization narrative. Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head.
Oh man, you're taking it out of context. Yeah, I mean, like, if you were talking about issues related to racism, and then you said black people, and you put up a picture of a gorilla while you continue talking about this, how the fuck do you think that's going to be interpreted? Are you that disconnected from the kind of imagery you're using in your videos? And what you're saying as soon as that imagery is on the screen? Like, what do you guys think? I like... I mean, it's crystal clear to me. No, Dave, I don't think you... I mean, you have accused myself and Destiny of doing damage control. I think this damage control you just tried to do just flopped, honestly.
Steal any land, but they will always continue to be the victims.
Yeah, they will always continue to be the victims while we're looking at the, highly racist depiction of the Happy Merchant Jew. Yikes. Are you serious, Dave? That is like, I mean, if you like, this is either like, I don't want to call you disingenuous or dishonest, but you're thinking so poorly about this, and it's causing you to do unethical things like talk about the Zionists, talk about they, them. They're always playing the victim. And we have the actual like horned Star of David on the forehead, serpent tongue, like Happy Merchant with the big nose and everything on the screen. Are you kidding me? Wow. Someone says, Travis, you don't get it. The merchant is depicting bad Israelis, not Jews. Walks away. Wow.
Victims. I had dozens of loser trolls.
You're racist for use of that pic. And then he depicts him with the loser troll face.
Whine about this part of the video as well, and I mocked every last one of them for being fucking idiots who didn't listen to a word I said. As you can see, I said that Zionists love actual anti-Semites on social media because it...
Dave, if you would have added some clarifying words like this, what you just added, this is a representation of actual anti-Semitism, that would have been more clear. But as it stands right now, it doesn't have this label, your video. And I think a reasonable person could think that you are talking about Zionists, they, them, when you are depicting the Happy Merchant. That was my interpretation. And I went through this very slowly and meticulously. So do better next time. Be more clear. And you just said you had a lot of people saying that you're a racist for using this image. I wonder why a lot of people are saying that, Dave. Could maybe a lot of people have read that the same way I read that?
Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head, steal any land, but they will always continue to be the victims. I had dozens of loser trolls whine about this part of the video as well.
Dozens of loser trolls You think they're losers, you think they're trolls because they're upset with the that image being used, and you just assume they don't have legitimate concern about that, the use of that image, and how right when it pops up, Zionists, and then it's like Zionists is right in your face. Imagine if someone was like black people and it was a gorilla on the screen. Imagine. Oh, and then I had all these trolls thinking that I was depicting black people as gorillas. If they would have actually paid effing attention, like, wow.
And I mocked every last one of them for being fucking idiots who didn't listen to a word I said. As you can see, I said
There, this added label, this is a representation of actual anti-Semitism.
That Zionists love actual anti-Semites on social media because it fuels their victim complex. And I showed an actual anti-Semitic image to represent the actual anti-Semitism I was referencing. Pangburn.
Nice try, Dave. But no, you failed. And there's a reason why people were flooding you. You're calling them trolls and morons, but there's a reason why people were flooding you and were upset about the use of that image and how you used it. You didn't treat it with due seriousness, is what the evidence shows here. You didn't. If it was clear, people like myself and others wouldn't be complaining about it or exposing it.
Knows this because he watched my video many times, so he's deliberately misrepresenting my video to perform blatant character assassination.
So I'm now, Dave's reading my mind, motive attribution. Has Dave Farina become like the biggest mind reader on the internet all of a sudden? Do I have to start auditing more of his videos to see how much of a how much of a pattern there is into how Dave does this motive attribution or mind reading? I mean, it's not something I've seen from Dave in like in the past. Is it just with this issue? Like
assassination in a clickbait thumbnail, like a worthless, disingenuous.
A clickbait thumbnail. Dave, your channel is full of clickbait thumbnails. We all create clickbait thumbnails. But this is just image from Dave's video. Professor Dave explains, believes October 7th Israel conspiracy theory. I wonder if you're going to play any of the video.
Sack of shit, just so we can post the link and thumbnail on Twitter to get some engagement from losers who won't even watch the content.
It's more motive attribution and mind reading.
They'll just shriek anti-Semite and crap their pants. This is just a montage of snippets being reposted from his longer reaction videos. I just wanted you to see some of these thumbnails because they're fucking insane. Moving along.
Okay, so he's not going to show any of that video. But let it be known that Dave, based on that video, believes that Israel knew that October 7th was going to happen. Dave actually believes that. We also uncovered, I don't know if Dave still believes this, but he believes Mossad did 9/11. So he is vulnerable to conspiratorial thinking when it comes to Israel, Israelis, Zionists. Yeah, okay, take a look at this kid. Professor Dave targets a minor. Correct, he did.
This one is called Professor Dave Targets a Minor, and the thumbnail says, "Look at this kid." Yes, he is pretending I'm some kind of pedophile or sexual predator when that is, in fact...
I'm not pretending you're a pedophile or sexual predator, but you did say, "Look at this kid." And you pointed at Destiny's kid, who is a minor, and you smeared him in your video. That's disgusting behavior, Dave. Don't graft that onto me. That's exactly what you did, and it should be exposed. And I don't regret that thumbnail or the title of the video. And then he put Destiny here and says, "Hello there, I am a sexual predator who targets minors." I take these kinds of claims very seriously. When people put shit out on the internet like this, I think Steven should start suing people. You know, Dave is a prominent enough figure. He's spreading this kind of thing around. It's not like some anonymous account on Twitter. I think Steven should sue Dave for this particular depiction of him. Hello there. I am a sexual predator who targets minors. I think Destiny should sue.
What Destiny is. How about this one?
So Dave says that is in fact what Destiny is. Let's see if there's any verified, corroborated cases that demonstrate that Destiny is a sexual predator who targets minors.
This is disgusting, Dave. The part of your video where you pointed out that Zionism is morally indistinguishable from Nazism is disgusting. You know what I find disgusting? Genocide denial. But since this one is so short, let's hear him make it.
I haven't once, Dave, denied that a genocide has happened in Gaza. This is how simple-minded and narrow-minded Dave is when it comes to the information available, and just like a lack of specificity, which just shows his lack of wisdom in approaching this topic. If he actually watched the content, he would show that it's not that I am denying that a genocide happened in Gaza. I'm saying we are not justified to determine that a genocide has happened in Gaza until the actual investigation has occurred at the international court level. So, this claim about Destiny, people throw this stuff around on the internet. Again, this is something I find to be disgusting, anti-well-being behavior. Oh, by the way, everyone, a storm has just broken out here in Oaxaca. If I get disconnected, I will try to get back online as soon as possible, but I might lose power, just FYI. Someone said, Pangburn banned me from commenting because he hates pushback against his terrible views. I haven't banned you from anything. The mods are taking care of things. Mods, yeah, don't be deleting or removing anything unless it's a violation of YouTube TOS. But yes, a storm has rolled in. Hopefully I won't lose power.
His case.
Dave, this is nothing fucking like that.
In calling them vermin, parasites, rats, whatever they could do to dehumanize them.
You've been doing the same thing, Dave, throughout this video. You've been calling other people dehumanizing names as well. So you shouldn't do that either. I agree they shouldn't be doing that, but you shouldn't do that either.
Who have I been calling what, dipshit? You mean the monsters who are actively committing genocide? I shouldn't call them monsters because that's too dehumanizing? Am I...
Yeah, Dave, you shouldn't dehumanize people. It's a bad thing to do. It's a wrongful thing to do. You should attack ideas and not people specifically. People are not their ideas. We should hold people accountable for their behaviors, but dehumanization can cause people to, for example, not be able to see the actual facts, the counterfactuals to your positions, or the blatant misinformation, propaganda, and anti-Semitism you've been spreading across the internet with this video in question.
So mean for using words like monsters to refer to people who murder children by the tens of thousands? Is that the same as Nazis referring to Jews as vermin and rats, or Zionists referring to Palestinians as human animals and Amalek? You think that calling out the perpetrators of genocide is the same as hate speech aimed at...
The thing is, Dave, that genocide has not been demonstrated. You're just coming to that conclusion based on humanitarian organizations and other organizations that have found that a genocide has been committed, but they have not had access to the defense evidence. It would be like, watching a murder case happen across the globe and you haven't heard the defense evidence yet. It's like that is ridiculous. Irresponsible.
That dehumanizing an entire race of people to target them for genocide? Thanks for showing everyone what a complete fucking moron you are. You're doing my work for me. Did you want to take a second and come up with something a little more convincing?
And this, like, Israel is equal to the Nazis. Come on, man. By the way, these clips are coming from like long fact check live streams that, I'm going through all of this information. It's frustrating, how much time and effort it's taking to, identify all the misinformation. And yeah, I'm going to say things like, come on, man. You can't be serious. And by the way, I just went through just one more time for the record. Ooh, big thunderclap. So specific Israeli policies or statements can legitimately be compared with particular historical practices of Nazi Germany when the comparison is carefully defined and evidence-based. What is intellectually defective is moving from a limited similarity to an equivalence between Israel and Nazi Germany as political systems, ideologies, historical projects, or degrees of criminality. Such comparisons frequently erase enormous differences in regime structure, racial ideology, exterminatory purpose, scale, and historical context, while importing the emotional force of the Holocaust in place of the evidentiary work required to establish the actual allegation. Also, I believe it's Nexus considers this, or it might be IHR, considers this to be anti-Semitic, but we'll check that.
Wow, that is pretty convincing. I mean, here I was comparing two deranged genocidal societies, given that they both commit genocide, which is a pretty strong link, but I wasn't prepared for, come on, man. You really got me there, jackass.
It was more than come on, man. Let me pull up the actual video. Okay. That.
In calling them vermin, parasites, rats, whatever they could do to dehumanize them.
You've been doing the same thing, Dave, throughout this video. You've been calling other people dehumanizing names as well. So you shouldn't do that either. I agree they shouldn't be doing that, but you shouldn't do that either. And this, like, Israel is equal to the Nazis. Come on, man. You can't be serious. you just gotta you gotta have some moral culpability here, for putting up a Israeli flag and equaling that to Nazis. Like that is so dismissive of the unique level of destruction and brutality that we saw in World War II by way of the Nazi regime. And honestly, I think this kind of comparison, this graphic, putting it up is shameful, deeply shameful. You cannot equate these things. Just because you see some similarities, like, I mean, yeah, it's a bad and wrongful thing to do, to compare these things.
It's identical. They proudly announce genocidal intent and then later deny.
You are grafting on that information you just read, those anecdotes, onto Israel as a whole. And you're saying Israel is equal to the Nazi regime. That is a leap. You know better than that. You should not be making that leap. It's also an immoral thing to do, to make that leap. Even if you see some things that you think, some of these statements are made, and when we look at the context, and when someone like Benjamin Netanyahu clarifies that he's talking about, wanting to wipe out Hamas specifically time and time again, and you think this is at all justified in the industrialized murder and Holocaust of 6 million Jews. Like this is literally at the level of anti-vax pseudoscience. This level of comparison, this line you're trying to draw, pseudoscientific. Like we're talking about the Nazi regime by way of Eichmann figuring out the transportation of Jews to the death camps, starting off with massive pits where even the committed Nazi soldiers had a hard time shooting just constant lines of Jews in the back of the head. They had to be drunk or on drugs to be able to carry out these duties. And this gave rise to, the gas trucks that made it psychologically easier on the Nazi soldiers to eradicate Jews. And then eventually we have the death camps by way of Zyklon B to, industrialize mass murder. Dave, this is nothing fucking like that. It's nothing fucking like that. And it is it's disgusting that you would compare these things in that way. I want to look at you just gotta have some moral culpability here, for putting up a Israeli flag and equaling that to Nazis. Like,
oh, do I need some moral culpability? What about the people who are actively committing?
That's whataboutism, Dave. You're committing a whataboutism fallacy there. Oh, I need moral culpability? What about the other guys? Whataboutism.
Genocide. Do they need moral culpability?
So yeah, people who are committing, who have committed war crimes, if that gets demonstrated, people who are responsible for committing genocide, if that gets demonstrated, yes, they need moral culpability.
Go fuck yourself.
That was whataboutism, Dave. Like philosophy 101 mistake. That is so dismissive of the unique level of destruction and brutality that we saw in World War II by way of the Nazi regime. And honestly, I think this kind of comparison, this graphic, putting it up is shameful, deeply shameful. It's like Dave does not understand the weight of what happened in World War II. Like what 6 million eradicated, exterminated like insects, Jews, what that really means, what that really looked like. Like, is he someone that just doesn't believe like the historical depictions of World War II and what happened to the Jews by way of Nazi Germany? Like, does he not understand the mass graves, the horrible things we've come to learn about, you know, in the early stages, Jews being stripped naked, made to stand in front of mass pits and just get shot in the back of the head? The gas trucks, the death camps, loading people onto trains, specifically bringing them to those camps to be exterminated like a pest. And somehow Dave thinks what's happening in Gaza is at all similar to that. And he mentioned like proudly espousing their genocidal intent. I haven't seen compelling positive evidence of genocidal intent yet. That doesn't mean it won't be demonstrated at the ICJ level. But intent needs to be demonstrated. But that kind of industrial killing and murder, the Holocaust, comparing that to Gaza, where we have, 70,000 dead? Like just the scale of this comparison is just absolutely ridiculous. You cannot equate these things. I'm just in this video, I'm at a loss for words, like where to start. We could do 6 hours on why this is a ridiculous comparison and why it's actually immoral to compare these things. How does he think it's going to make Jews feel to see this comparison? Does he think it's going to like make the Jews and make Jews feel like, oh yeah, now we are the Nazis? Or are they going to see this and just be hurt by it? Like, it just strikes me as something Dave is doing to try, you know, I shouldn't say that. I'm not going to engage in mind reading, motive attribution. We shouldn't do that. But it's just so deeply insensitive and callous. And then he might say, well, what about this? Doesn't matter, Dave. This is your behavior we're looking at here. Just because you see some similarities, like, I mean, yeah, it's a bad and wrongful thing to do, to compare these things.
It's bad and wrong to compare two genocides, you guys. The Nazis were totally unique. They slaughtered men, women, and children indiscriminately, which is exactly what Israel does. But there is no comparison because reasons. The only thing that's shameful is your Israel apologetics, asshole. You should be ashamed of yourself.
It's identical.
I haven't been engaging in Israel apologetics, Dave. I'm engaging in what is called moral well-beingism. I use well-being, physical, mental, and social health as a moral metric to determine good, bad, right, and wrong in the world. And what you're doing here, this behavior, will cause detriments to people's well-being. You making these kinds of comparisons. You really think this is good and righteous? If so, demonstrate why. Why it's a good and righteous comparison, or why it's a factual comparison. It's obviously not a factual comparison. That's easy to demonstrate. Where is... So under the IHRA working definition, yes, this is explicitly listed as an example that can constitute anti-Semitism depending on the context. So there is at least a high anti-Semitism concern due to Holocaust inversion rhetoric. This is anti-Semitic under IHRA, but context should still be examined before assigning a person level label. I think what Dave is doing here is demonstrably anti-Semitic. If Dave was to say outright that Jews are the new Nazis, that would be high confidence anti-Semitic. But he's saying Israel is equal to Nazi Germany. There's high anti-Semitism concern due to the Holocaust inversion rhetoric. And it is considered anti-Semitism by the IHRA, one of our resources for determining anti-Semitism.
Proudly announce genocidal intent and then later deny.
You are grafting on that information you just read, those anecdotes, onto Israel as a whole. And you're saying Israel is equal to the Nazi regime. That is a leap. You know better than that. You should not be making. Yeah, Don, you're right, because Dave mentioned that. He mentioned that both of these regimes are engaging in indiscriminate killing of men, women, and children. That's not an accurate description of Nazi Germany. That's not an accurate description of Nazi Germany. It was discriminate. Let's dive deeper into that. Discriminate killing. Yeah, that's another false comparison. Yeah, any of these things that I miss, by the way, they will all be in the version 2 report. That leap. It's also an immoral thing to do, to make that leap. Even if you see some things that you think, some of these statements are made, and when we look at the context, and when someone like Benjamin Netanyahu clarifies that he's talking about, wanting to wipe out Hamas specifically time and time again.
How is anyone this much of an intellectually bankrupt piece of shit? How many quotes do I need to show? How many different ways do I need to demonstrate the very clear genocidal intent that is expressed by Israeli officials and citizens across the board? Again? You can shut your eyes and ears and pretend they're not real. The rest of us will live in reality.
So I said Benjamin Netanyahu specifically in my example. So, and Don brought up a really good point. Nazi Germany engaged in discriminate killing, and Israel is alleged to be engaging in indiscriminate killing. So yes, this distinction matters, and it actually shows why a blanket Israel equals Nazi Germany analogy is actually poor. Nazi Germany's extermination policy was overwhelmingly discriminatory in the technical sense of victim selection. Jews were selected for destruction because they were Jews, alongside Roma, disabled people, and other targeted groups. The Holocaust was not primarily a case of German forces simply using weapons too indiscriminately around civilian populations. It was a centrally organized program in which membership in a defined group was itself the reason for detention, deportation, and killing. That does not mean Nazi violence was always, quote, discriminate. In the ordinary positive sense, Nazi forces also committed indiscriminate reprisals, massacres, bombardment, and collective punishment. But the defining logic of the Holocaust was intentional group targeted extermination. The principal allegation against Israel in Gaza has often been different, that Israeli forces have conducted indiscriminate or disproportionate attacks, meaning attacks allegedly insufficiently distinguishing military targets from civilians, or imposing excessive expected civilian harm relative to the anticipated military advantage. So those are legally and conceptually different allegations. So conduct, core allegation; indiscriminate attack, failure to adequately distinguish civilians from military objectives; disproportionate attack, expected civilian harm, excessive relative to anticipated concrete military advantage; intentional attack on civilians themselves deliberately selected as targets; genocide, prohibited acts committed with the specific intent to destroy a protected group in whole or a substantial part; and the Nazi Holocaust, systematic, intentional destruction of Jews as Jews industrially. So there is an important logical problem with saying Israel kills civilians, Nazis killed civilians, therefore Israel is Nazi Germany. The Holocaust was paradigmatically discriminatory extermination. Jews were deliberately selected for destruction because of group identity. Many of the central allegations concerning Israeli warfare in Gaza instead concern indiscriminate or disproportionate attacks against the civilian population in the course of fighting an armed adversary. Those can constitute grave international crimes, but they involve different targeting structures and different intent requirements. A Nazi analogy, therefore, cannot be established merely by pointing to civilian death or even unlawful indiscriminate warfare or genocide. One would need to discriminate the particular features being compared, especially systematic group destructive intent. So Netanyahu has made the distinction repeatedly between Hamas and Palestinians. There seems to be, on record, at least 11 distinct public occasions since October 7th on which Netanyahu personally either explicitly said Israel is fighting Hamas rather than Palestinian civilians, or made the substantively equivalent statement that Hamas is the target and civilian Palestinian deaths are unintended tragedies Israel seeks to avoid. So when I brought up Netanyahu, this is what I'm referring to. And Dave, let's go back in the video a bit.
It's identical. They proudly announce genocidal intent and then later deny.
You are grafting on that information you just read, those anecdotes, onto Israel as a whole. And you're saying Israel is equal to the Nazi regime. That is a leap. You know better than that. You should not be making that leap. It's also an immoral thing to do, to make that leap. Even if you see some things that you think, some of these statements are made You know, and when we look at the context, and when someone like Benjamin Netanyahu clarifies that he's talking about, you know, wanting to wipe out Hamas specifically time and time again. So I just mentioned Benjamin Netanyahu and saying that he wants to wipe out Hamas specifically.
How is anyone this much of an intellectually bankrupt piece of shit? How many quotes do I need to show? How many different ways do I need to demonstrate the very clear genocidal intent that is expressed by Israeli officials and citizens across the board?
I was talking about Benjamin Netanyahu, Dave. Why don't you respond to what I actually just said?
You can shut your eyes and ears and pretend they're not real. The rest of us will live in reality and mock you.
Someone said, hello, I'm a genocide-denying douchebag. Again, Dave is just factually incorrect about this. I have not denied that a genocide is taking place. I'm saying it has not been demonstrated at the international court level. And I'm waiting for that demonstration, whether they can demonstrate genocide or they can't. Genocidal intent is not an easy thing to demonstrate. Very difficult. That's what I'm waiting for. I want to understand the evidence of intent as adjudicated by our highest global court, the International Court of Justice. So this is just lying about me or complete ignorance on my positions. If you would have just actually taken in the content, Dave. You don't have to watch everything, but I repeatedly say how I feel about the label of genocide.
You for being a genocide-denying douchebag. And I've got news.
You're lying to your audience about that, or you're just ignorant on my positions. So you should learn my positions, then maybe put out a new video or put in the description. I was wrong that Travis is a genocidal denying douchebag. And by the way, when it comes to Netanyahu, at least 11 explicit statements publicly. Netanyahu's statement position, November 11th, 2023, said Israel was doing, quote, everything to minimize harm to civilians, non-combatants, and argued Hamas, rather than Gazan civilians, was the object of Israeli military action. November 12th, told CNN that Israel's first goal is to destroy Hamas, and responded to civilian casualties by saying any civilian loss is tragedy. November 7th, 2023, told CBS that any civilian death is tragedy and that Israel was trying to get civilians out of harm's way while fighting Hamas. November 23rd, 2023, said, quote, any civilian death is a tragedy, anyone, and described Israel's policy as trying to move civilians away from combat. Israel's counsel later cited this statement to the ICJ as evidence of official policy. January 10th, 2024, the clearest formulation, Israel is fighting Hamas terrorists, not the Palestinian people. He added that Israel had no intention of permanently occupying Gaza or displacing its civilian population. May 21st, 2024, told CNN, every civilian casualty is a tragedy. Every child lost, or every woman lost, or every innocent person lost is a tragedy, contrasting this with Hamas's strategy. September 4th, 2024, again, said Israel treats, quote, every civilian death as a tragedy, contrasted with Hamas treating civilian deaths as a, quote, strategy, and cited warnings, evacuations as evidence of Israeli intent. March 18th, 2025, another extremely explicit formulation, quote, Israel does not target Palestinian civilians. We target Hamas terrorists. He then told Gazan civilians to move away from Hamas positions. August 10th, 2025, said, our goal is not to occupy Gaza. Our goal is to free Gaza, free it from Hamas terrorists. August 25th, 2025, after the Nasser hospital strike, quote, Israel values the work of journalists, medical staff, and all civilians. Our war is with Hamas terrorists. September 26, 2025, at the UN, Netanyahu argued that Israel was trying to remove civilians from battle zones, saying, quote, for Israel, every civilian casualty is a tragedy, and asked why a country intending genocide would repeatedly urge the supposedly targeted civilian population to leave areas before attacks. So now we want to look at the times where Are there any examples where Netanyahu specific also, my understanding of World War II history is that there were literally millions of pieces of evidence to demonstrate genocidal intent. Millions of pieces of evidence. We're talking about millions of pieces of evidence directly demonstrating genocidal intent versus how many pieces of direct evidence are we going to have with regards to Israel and Gaza and genocidal intent? How many do you predict? How many pieces of evidence do you predict we will have that demonstrate genocidal intent? Someone said, do you believe a genocide is going on in Gaza? I don't know. I have a lack of belief in the proposition that genocide is happening in Gaza and the proposition that genocide is not happening in Gaza. I am waiting for the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, to make that determination. And some people will say, well, why not? Because the International Court of Justice has not done the investigation yet. They have not done the investigation. The investigation that matters, because they have access to Israel's evidence and counter evidence. The things that look like genocidal intent to UN commissions, humanitarian organizations, when you take these things to trial and they bring these specific cases, Israel has an opportunity to provide their counter evidence and evidence at trial. So these things that you think might be knockdown cases of genocidal intent could very well just be overturned by the evidence. The responsible, the epistemically responsible and ethically responsible thing to do is wait before forming this belief or accepting the proposition that there is a genocide in Israel or that there is not a genocide in Israel. You should be waiting on the actual International Court of Justice investigation and what their determination is going to be based on the actual evidence and arguments that are presented at court. That's what you should be doing. Okay. Now, we gave the 11, at least 11 examples of Netanyahu talking about their mission is against Hamas. They are target Hamas. Palestinian deaths are a tragedy, etc. Now let's look to see if there are any statements where Netanyahu spoke of targeting Palestinians specifically. We have some statements that look like they could be interpreted that way, so let's look at them. October 7th, 2023. Netanyahu said Israel would turn places where Hamas was deployed, hiding and operating into rubble, then told Gaza residents to leave because Israel would operate forcefully everywhere. So this is very severe rhetoric about destruction, but he explicitly identifies Hamas locations as the objects of attack and separately warns civilians to leave. The UN Commission itself notes that his statement, quote, carefully directed vengeance at Hamas locations while arguing, quote, wicked city blurred that distinction. On October 16th, quote, a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness. So potentially dehumanizing, but the surrounding speech immediately identifies Hamas, Iran, Hezbollah, and their allies as the, quote, axis of evil, calls Hamas the new ISIS/Nazism, and says the world must defeat Hamas. So treating, quote, children of darkness as an explicit reference to all Palestinians is an interpretive inference, not something Netanyahu actually says. October 28th, November 3rd, quote, remember what Amalek did to you. This is the most serious intent evidence against Netanyahu because the biblical Amalek story includes exterminatory passages. South Africa and Amnesty treat it as potentially genocidal. Israel points out that Netanyahu's surrounding sentence explicitly states the mission is destruction of Hamas's military/government capabilities, return of hostages, and avoidance of harm to uninvolved civilians. We're also going to look at what remember Amalek can mean in the cultural context. Murderers, monsters, barbarians, extreme evil, harsh dehumanizing language, but in Netanyahu's own speeches, the referent is ordinarily Hamas and the October 7th perpetrators, not Palestinians generally. Oh. My computer freezing up on me. Dang it. We're going to look at remember Amalek, different meanings. Okay. We'll look at that. I mean, if people think that there is explicit evidence of Benjamin Netanyahu demonstrating genocidal intent, I would love to hear what they think that evidence is. Okay, we'll wait on that. So remember, Amalek has a much wider semantic range in Jewish and Israeli culture than, quote, kill everyone. That is why Netanyahu's use of it is genuinely ambiguous and culturally loaded rather than a simple one-to-one synonym for genocide. So like right there, everybody, that's plausible deniability. That is like that. It's reasonable to believe he could have meant other things than go commit genocide, right? We don't have to go through all of this, but so like, for example, in mystical / Hasidic Judaism, Amalek can mean something entirely internal. This is an important counterexample to the idea that Amalek necessarily denotes a literal people to kill. In Chabad / Hasidic teaching, Amalek is often interpreted as doubt, cynicism, spiritual coldness, and apathy. A famous wordplay is Amalek or Sapphic, doubt. Both have a gematria value 240. Hence, quote, destroying Amalek can mean destroying the inner voice or cynical doubt or moral / spiritual indifference. Other mystical interpretations treat Amalek as an aspect of the Yetzer Hara, the evil inclination with human beings. Obviously, that wasn't Netanyahu's main political meaning in October 23, but it demonstrates why Amalek does not possess one fixed contemporary Jewish meaning. So what's the publication safe statement we can make? Netanyahu's invocation of Amalek carries multiple culturally established meanings. The immediate Deuteronomic reference concerns remembering the archetypal enemy that attacked vulnerable Israelites. Subsequent Jewish tradition turned Amalek into a symbol for radical evil, recurring persecutors of Jews, Haman, and especially in modern Israeli memory, the Nazis. A separate biblical passage in Samuel 1 commands the destruction of Amalekite men, women, and children, giving the term an undeniable annihilatory resonance. Netanyahu did not quote that passage, however. In both his October 28th address and November 3rd letter, the immediate referent surrounding, quote, Amalek was the perpetrators of October 7th and specifically Hamas. The November letter explicitly describes the war's objective as destroying the, quote, Hamas-ISIS enemy. The strongest contextual inference is therefore that Netanyahu was casting Hamas as a contemporary existential enemy of the Jewish people within a, quote, never again narrative. Because Amalek also carries a scriptural history of total destruction and has sometimes been applied collectively to Palestinians in extremist Israeli discourse, its use by a head of government addressing troops was reckless and reasonably probative in a broader intent inquiry. But treating the phrase by itself as an explicit directive to exterminate Palestinian civilians overstates what Netanyahu actually said and disregards the immediate textual and cultural context. All right, a picture of Mr. Adolf here. Am I being compared to Adolf?
Very clear genocidal intent that is expressed by Israeli officials and citizens across the board. You can shut your eyes and ears and pretend they're not real.
So let's remember that I brought up the Netanyahu example and Dave didn't engage with that.
The rest of us will live in reality and mock you for being a genocide-denying douchebag. And I've got news for you.
I don't deny genocide. I'm waiting for the ICJ determination.
Not every single German citizen living under the Nazi regime would have decided to slaughter the Jews out of their own accord. They got caught up in nationalistic propaganda, just like what Israel does, which is why Israeli society is so supportive of genocide. Here's a bunch of young girls waving Nazi flags. Do you think they all woke up one day wondering why nobody is murdering all the Jews? Of course not. That's what propaganda is for. All you're doing is continually reinforcing everything I said in the video while pretending to refute it by saying, come on, man, and that's shameful. What a fucking dong.
That is not all I said. Dong. Yeah. David says, you do not deny genocide is going on here. What? Let's go back a little bit.
Here's a bunch of young girls waiting.
By the way, Dave, I have empirically demonstrated that you are the one engaging in propaganda. You're the one engaging in factual distortion, if people want to reference my report. You know, Lancet, polling, ownership, legislation, friendly fire, and personal allegation errors. A substantial true core prevents a maximum score, but materially factual failures are frequent. Your certainty inflation is through the roof. Selective omission is 3 out of 4. Emotional and dehumanizing loading, a perfect 4 out of 4 score for propaganda. Conspiracy and hidden control structure, a 4 out of 4. Bot farms, coordinated smear system, media control, TikTok capture, Congress takeover, Pentagon dependency, Israel in all of it. So real networks and influence are expanded into centralized or total control. opponent caricature / false dichotomy. I think there's a lot of opponent caricature going on here as well. So you're the one engaging in propaganda, Dave.
Waving Nazi flags. Do you think they all woke up one day wondering why nobody is murdering all the Jews? Of course not. That's what propaganda is for. All you're doing is continually reinforcing everything I said in the video while pretending to refute it by saying, come on, man, and that's shameful.
That's not all I said. And also you didn't deal with my Netanyahu claim.
What a fucking dong.
Like this is literally at the level of anti-vax pseudoscience. And what I mean by that is like the way Dave is making these comparisons. I feel like comparing Israel to Nazi Germany is like comparing apples to oranges. I think that's what the academic consensus is on this. That's my consensus from a moral well-beingist perspective. I think it's a disgusting thing to do because I think it minimizes the unique discriminate targeting of Jews specifically, how they were transported, how they were the bodies naked, murdered, stacked on top of each other in mass graves, the death camps, etc., the gassings, the transportation, all of that stuff. So I think Dave's comparing apples to oranges, and that's why I think it would be anti-scientific to compare apples to oranges. And I think anti-vaxxers do that same apple to orange comparison with the data. And I think Dave is doing that in this comparison of comparing Israel to Nazi Germany. This level of comparison, this line you're trying to draw, pseudoscientific.
No, genocide denial is like being
what happened?
An anti-vaxxer. You're pretending genocide isn't real, just like anti-vaxxers pretend.
No, Dave, I'm not pretending genocide isn't real. Someone says, thank you so much for the super chat. Ek Shockit. I will respond to all super chats, by the way. It says, disingenuous Dave says Israel equals Nazis despite a casualty imbalance, but Hamas, disregard them. Their killings are nothing compared to Israel. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it.
Vaccines don't work or kill people or whatever. You're a fucking idiot, just like anti-vaxxers. Sorry.
Like Dave just said, no, you are. We're talking about the Nazi regime by way of Eichmann figuring out the transportation of Jews to the death camps, starting off with, this is where the comparing apples to oranges is. Like, we're talking about, okay, where are the Jews? Let's look at the list. Oh, we got to find the Jews. I think there's Jews hiding under the floorboards here. I think there's Jews hiding in the walls. We're going to collect them up. We're going to send them to be exterminated because they are Jews and gypsies and other folks as well. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to create a transport system to maximize the potential and maximize the killing as much as we can. We're also noticing that like the murders of shooting people in the back of the head is not only costly from like a munitions perspective, but it's psychologically costly on our soldiers. So we got to find a better way to do this. Okay, we'll try these gas trucks out, but how can we do this on a much bigger scale? Then we see the death camps. We see Zyklon B. Oh, that's actually quite efficient, and we don't have to quote unquote waste ammo that could be used in the war effort. This is an apples to oranges comparison. That's why it's pseudoscientific. It's anti-scientific. massive pits where even the committed Nazi soldiers had a hard time shooting just constant lines of Jews in the back of the head. They had to be drunk or on drugs to be able to carry out these duties. And this gave rise to, the gas trucks that made it psychologically easier on the Nazi soldiers to eradicate Jews. And then eventually we have the death camps by way of Zyklon B to, industrialize mass murder. Dave, this is nothing fucking like that. Correct. It's nothing fucking like that. It's comparing apples to oranges. That doesn't mean you can't find some. What up, Robin? Nice to see you in the chat. That doesn't mean you cannot find some ways, like we said before, like, well, Hitler liked his dog and you like your dog. This is comparable. That's ridiculous. Check something here. All right. It's nothing fucking like that. And it is it's disgusting that you would compare these things in that way.
Literally everything you just said immaculately describes Israel, you dumb fuck. Gaza is an open-air prison. IFO soldiers...
Gaza... Let's check out that open-air prison claim.
Have crippling PTSD from having to murder people regularly.
I'm thinking about a client that was ordered to torch a house or to explode.
Dave, that's a regular aspect of war. But that is different than digging mass holes in the ground, having citizens who are specifically discriminately being targeted if they are Jewish, walking those citizens out, forcing them to strip down nude, standing in a line in front of the pit, and then the soldiers shooting these citizens, these Jewish citizens, in the back of the head and getting ready for the next line of citizens. Do you not see the difference? You're comparing apples to oranges again. You're generalizing the horrific psychological impact of war on soldiers and participants in war. You're comparing that to what the Nazis were doing in these mass executions, close range executions back of the head of civilians. You're conflating things here. Apples and oranges. So Gaza is not literally a prison, and its residents are not legally prisoners. Hundreds of thousands of exits occurred through Israeli and Egyptian crossings and pre-war years, and Egypt independently controlled and restricted the Rafah border. Nevertheless, Israel exercised extraordinary control over Gaza's airspace, maritime access, movement through Israel, population registry functions, and goods flows, while most residents were ineligible for ordinary exit permits. OSHA consequently described most residents as virtually, quote, locked in, and major human rights organizations have themselves used the, quote, open-air prison metaphor. The terminology, therefore, has a substantial factual basis as a description of severe confinement, but becomes misleading when converted into the literal claims that nobody could leave, Israel controlled every border, Gazans were actual prisoners, or no genuine armed conflict existed between Israel and Hamas. We're also going to look at the amount of, this is something that doesn't get brought up enough, the amount of Palestinians working in Israel. Someone said, name at least one thing that people in Gaza can do with freedom: raise families, eat food, go to their favorite restaurants, get an education at the university in Gaza. Like, really, is that your belief, Jordanian, that it would be difficult to name at least one thing that people in Gaza can do with freedom? Come on. So before October 7th, tens of thousands of Palestinians from Gaza had permits allowing them to leave Gaza for work, mostly as day laborers in Israel. So let's see. Gaza was highly movement restricted, but it was not a literally sealed prison. Immediately before October 7th, roughly 20,000 to 22,000 Gazans held work-related Israeli exit permits, and tens of thousands of work-related crossings occurred each month. That substantially qualifies any rhetoric suggesting Gazans were physically unable to leave or interact economically with Israel, while not eliminating the factual basis for describing the broader permit regime as unusually restrictive. Okay.
An MRI machine or things like that, or to prevent people from getting to water, or to shoot at unarmed civilians. This is another.
Let's figure out where this is from. Let's try to get the context, because Dave, with regards to this issue, he has this habit of throwing in things, video clips without context, and then when we adjudicate them, there are problems with how that information is being applied or referenced.
Breaking point.
They line them up and execute them and throw them in mass graves. They
Lots to look at here.
shoot children in the head. Then they take vacations
Yes, there have been instances of children being shot in the head. Yes, that's true.
in other countries to try and soothe the PTSD, and they terrorize those places too. It's a nation of fucking psychopaths. IOF soldiers are exactly like Nazi soldiers.
Oh my God, Dave. Apples and oranges again. We've already gone through the reasons and the examples.
They both carry out industrialized mass murder in your
I don't think Dave knows what industrialized mass murder is. We got a lot of things to check because he's now doing the Gish Gallop thing, claim stacking, or otherwise known as claim vomit. There we go.
Your own words. You are proving my point for me, dingus. Okay, with the morsels covered, now let's get a taste of the hours and hours and hours of live streamed damage control. This was nothing.
It wasn't damage control. Oh, and I'm worried that we're seeing. I wonder if Dave's going to focus on the first initial fact check that has been. This was before I even went through the videos meticulously. This was just transcript fact check. Yikes. Well, we'll see. Hopefully he looks at the actual data. Just waiting for
But him sitting at his computer and feeding parts of my transcript to AI until
it wasn't parts of your transcript, it was the entire transcript. And I went through all of the misinformation, including that of Destiny, anything else that appeared in the video.
until it told him things he wanted to hear. You know, like
No, it's not. You're not, Dave. It's not about getting AI agents to tell you what you want to hear. That's your understanding of how these systems can be used in a well-educated academic way is obviously just completely lacking. If you went to the website where all these analysis are accumulated, you would have been able to see where the Pangburn AI system PDF document exists. You can see exactly the level of rigor that my AI agents operate on and they are trained on. I notice that a lot of people are very simple-minded when it comes to AI tools and technology because they've seen examples or they have used AI tools in a simple-minded way and they got simple-minded answers. That is what we call, ladies and gentlemen, operator error. Just like someone who doesn't know how to use the internet properly in a way that would best serve their purposes, and they go on the internet and they fall flat on their face and they find themselves like believing in Alex Jones bull crap. So yeah, it just shows a lack of education on the issues of AI agents and what they can do.
a real intellectual powerhouse. Before diving into the AI party, let's
this is the future of intellectualism, just like doctoral care, emergency room care, every other discernible field for the most part will be integrated with AI systems. Some of us are trying to actually learn how to use these tools and use them in an academic way, the same way you would try to use the internet in an academic way. When people say whatever the AI tells you, that's not how you, that's not what's happening. That would be like saying whatever the internet is telling you. That's ridiculous. The AI agents, the research agents, are going out with negativity and positivity bias removed from them and finding and creating the most high resolution picture of the actual facts with negativity bias and positivity bias removed. It focuses on relying on correspondence criteria of truth made primary with regards to JTB, your epistemic standards, that gives rise to empiricism and science as a way of knowing. That is the fundamental epistemic structure that my systems are based on. They are multi-agent systems, and they have a lot of fail-safes built into them, so they don't engage in hallucinations and sycophantry like how uneducated people would use AI systems. So, Dave, you're kind of embarrassing yourself when you're espousing your lack of grasp of what these AI tools can do and how to use them properly. You're kind of broad brushing a massive piece of technology. It would be the same as saying like, oh yeah, instead of going to the library, he's just going to sit on the internet and have the internet tell him what to believe. That doesn't make any sense. We're fact checking a few things here. So, and again, what you're going to find so frequently with regards to my fact checking is people are going to try their best to create reasonable justification to hand wave it all away, as opposed to actually looking at the fact checks themselves, because they'll say like, oh, like, Israeli controlled AI is just giving him the answers he wants. Then email me. If you think the facts are wrong in the reports, send me an email, travis@pang-burn.com, and we can have a conversation, a back and forth about the actual facts. Email me. My email is open. Okay, I don't know where this TRT World clip came from that Dave is using. I haven't seen him provide references in these videos in the descriptions. We're going to check the mass grave thing that Dave said.
Let's also not forget that Israel is actively training AI to deny genocide in Gaza through
actively training AI. LLM poisoning. Who wrote this, Dave? So then it should be really easy, if this AI poisoning has anything to do with my fact checking, it should be really easy to point to where my fact checks are failing. Should be easy, right? This is what is happening. But you'll notice that my fact checks are not denying genocidal intent. They never have. They're going to rely, like me, on the actual ICJ determination. They have already outlined that many humanitarian organizations and UN commissions have determined that a genocide has occurred in Gaza. But there's a flaw in that. The biggest flaw being the defense, Israel, has not had a chance to provide their evidence or counter evidence, because they don't owe that evidence to the UN commissions or these humanitarian organizations. They owe the evidence to the ICJ. And we're not going to get that determination until like 2030 or 2031. So Israel, Dave says, Israel lines them up, executes them, and throws them in mass graves. This is an unsupported generalization. He's really trying hard to draw lines to his failed proposition that Israel is equivalent to Nazi Germany. And he's making a very weak, obviously weak attempt at doing this. I also want to figure out where this document is coming from. So let's first talk about mass graves. Mass graves in Gaza are real, and UN investigators documented credible reports that some bodies recovered from hospital grounds were buried, stripped, or bore head/neck gunshot. Were stripped or bore head/neck gunshot wounds, circumstances consistent with possible execution. However, no independent forensic investigation established that Israeli forces had lined up and executed the hundreds of people recovered from the Nasser and Al-Shifa graves. Some of those burial sites had been created by Palestinians before Israeli forces entered, and Israeli forces acknowledged exhuming and replacing bodies while searching for hostages. A separate March 2025 incident provides much stronger evidence. Israeli troops killed 15 Palestinian emergency personnel and subsequently bulldozed their bodies and vehicles into a mass grave, and later forensic acoustic analysis provides significant evidence that some victims may have been killed execution style at close range. Even that incident, however, does not establish that the workers were lined up before being executed. Farina therefore had a serious factual substrate, but converts multiple discrete findings into a more specific and systematic execution narrative than the evidence currently proves. So, Dave, because you have not, like, there are instances to look at, potential war crimes here. But this is not systematic execution narrative. That has not been substantiated. Let's listen to his claims specifically.
Transcript to AI until it told him things he wanted to hear. You know, like a real intellectual powerhouse. Before diving into the AI party, let's also not forget that Israel is actively training AI to deny genocide in Gaza through a technique called LLM poisoning, where
we're looking into that as well.
The data fed to AI chatbots is chock full of Hasbara from propaganda websites like these, so that the models regurgitate the lies back to the user. Lies like denying the murdering of 5-year-old girl Hind Rajab, since that's the subject of a critically acclaimed feature film that's making the rounds. Or falsely identifying murdered Palestinian journalists as dirty, dirty Hamas terrorists. Yep, former Trump campaign manager
Well, my systems haven't produced anything like that, Dave.
Brad Parscale and his firm Clocktower X have spent tens of millions of dollars ensuring that AI searches spit out pro-Israel propaganda, thereby rendering 100% of this activity by Pangburn totally moot.
No, Dave. Don't tell me he's just going to do this and not look at the report. No, Dave. Oh, that was so anti-academic. 100% of this.
LLM poisoning, where the data fed to AI chatbots is chock full of Hasbara from propaganda websites like these, so that the models regurgitate.
You can check my my sources, Dave. My sources are publicly available. You've outlined some websites here. I don't recall seeing any of these sources being used in any of my information. But again, at the end of the day, what matters is the actual facts. If anyone can find issues in my actual fact checking, if the facts are incorrect, then we can have a conversation. So the core story in this screenshot is real. Israel, through Havas, genuinely funded Brad Parscale's Clocktower X for a large U.S. communications campaign, but the contract explicitly included trying to influence how GPT-style systems frame Israel-related topics. But the article makes several important leaps, especially when it claims the operation was already been shown to manipulate AI answers at scale. So there is a supported core here, but it's overstated effectiveness and AI only framing. So let's look at some claims here. Tens of millions of Americans are increasingly receiving manipulated answers because of this campaign. That is unsupported. No population level causal measurement has been supported. Therefore, the sites have been proven to alter ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini beliefs at scale. That has not been established. Citation/retrieval is not equal to training, and which is not equal to causal worldview modification. Quote, the key intended audience isn't even humans. That's misleading. AI is explicitly targeted, but the contract also explicitly targets human Gen Z audiences with less than 50 million monthly ad impressions. Okay. So let's see here. Ooh, I'm going to have to open a new branch here. Branch. Let's see. So U.S. FARA records established that Brad Parscale's Clock Tower X, this is what Dave's referring to here, was retained through Havas for a multi-million-dollar Israeli government communications campaign. The filed statement of work explicitly requires SEO operations and the, quote, deployment of websites and content to deliver GPT framing results on GPT conversions, making attempts to influence AI-generated framing an unusually well-documented component of the operation. Clock Tower operates multiple websites carrying mandatory disclosures that their material is distributed on behalf of the state of Israel, and independent testing shows that some AI search/chatbot systems have retrieved and cited those sites. However, the broad contract is not an AI-only operation. It also mandates extensive Gen Z targeted content production and at least 50 million monthly human-facing advertising impressions. Nor does inclusion in Common Crawl established that a particular frontier model was trained on the material, and isolated chatbot citations do not establish that the campaign causally altered those systems' conclusions. The article therefore establishes a genuine state-fund effort to shape the AI information environment, but overreaches when it converts indexing and occasional retrieval into a demonstrated claim that tens of millions of Americans are already receiving answers manipulated by the campaign. Yeah, so, I mean, this doesn't change anything. This is what's going to happen, right? People are going to try to attack the method and steer people away from the data that exists on the website. If you think the facts are incorrect, show how the facts are incorrect. Don't just say, because this campaign exists, that means all of the fact checking that has been done using AI is defunct. That's ridiculous. That is one actually wrong. Let's look at Dave's genocidal law, casualty statistics, and destruction from his original video. We have unsupported misleading, legal overstatement. We have a falsehood. Dave said in his video, every single human rights organization in the entire world has labeled this a genocide. So there are many major organizations have used genocide or acts of genocide findings. Others use extermination, crimes against humanity, war crimes, or narrower formulations. Quote, every single organization is literally false. So the epistemically responsible thing to do is not to say, wait a sec, Travis used AI agents to verify these facts. That means I'm not going to pay attention to this at all. It doesn't change the fact that this is a false statement, that every single human rights organization in the entire world has labeled this a genocide. And then also this fact check. Israel hasn't stopped bombing Gaza for a single day since July 2024, ceasefire or not. The literal claim is false. A ceasefire entered into force on January 19th, 2025, and produced a substantial pause in large-scale Israeli bombardment, even though lethal incidents and later renewed attacks occurred. The record, therefore, does not support, quote, hasn't stopped bombing for a single day. We have a misleading legal claim. Dave says the continued use of white phosphorus and other illegal weapons. Here's the correction and assessment. White phosphorus is not categorically an illegal weapon. Particular uses can violate distinction, precautions, proportionality, or incendiary weapons use, especially air bursts over populated areas. Human Rights Watch documented uses it considered unlawful. Human Rights Watch documented uses it considered unlawful or dangerously indiscriminate. But the use of white phosphorus and other illegal weapons is wrong because white phosphorus is not an illegal weapon. It has legal applications. Dave said this is a false universal. Dave said every hospital, every school, every bakery, every city demolished. The destruction is catastrophic. Roughly 93% of school buildings required major rehabilitation or reconstruction, and the health system was devastated. But, quote, every hospital, school, bakery, and city is literally false. Some facilities remain partially functional, and damaged is not identical to demolished. So when you see these things, this kind of misinformation, there can be kernels of truth in there. But then the extrapolations, the conspiracies born of those kernel of truths, are what make them non-factual claims or misleading. This is another unsupported claim from Dave. They paid money to fabricate pretense for a military operation with the singular goal of clearing out Gaza to keep it with Lebanon and Syria to follow shortly after. Here's the correction. The video does not produce evidence of a paid fabrication operation with a singular transitional territorial plan. Annexationist ambitions and territorial occupations are real concerns. This specific coordinated master plan is not established. There are the sources. Here's an unsupported conspiracy inference. Dave says, Israel almost certainly knew what was going to happen, and they did nothing to stop it. There is strong evidence of intelligence, preparedness, and command failures, ignored warnings, and flawed assumptions. That does not establish foreknowledge of the attack plan, plus a deliberate decision to allow it. That's just an unsupported conspiracy inference. Then we have a true fact used as unsupported conspiracy evidence. The music festival taking place just 3 miles from the Gaza barrier was moved there from its original location at the last minute. Organizers did change the festival site shortly before the event after the original location fell through. That fact does not show the festival was deliberately placed as bait or that Israeli authorities had foreknowledge of the attack. The IDF's later probe concluded that Hamas did not know about Nova in advance, and the attackers encountered it after going off route. Again, a true fact kernel used as unsupported conspiracy evidence by Dave Farina. False universal. Israeli soldiers were even ordered to cancel all patrols along the Gazan border on the morning of October 7th with no justification given. Here's the correction and assessment. The 7th of October record contains grave intelligence deployment, communication, and command failures, including troops near Nova not being told about the festival. It does not establish a border-wide order canceling, quote, all patrols that morning. A localized restriction or gap cannot be converted into a universal stand-down order. So another falsehood by Dave. I see some people in the comment section just trying to do everything they can to try to make it seem like these aren't false claims. Here's one, another one. Oh, we already read that one earlier today. How about this? That money will not require congressional approval. It's just part of the federal budget that the executive branch can arbitrarily provide at any time and at any moment. Federal spending remains subject to statutory authorization, appropriations, and fiscal law. The bill does not grant the executive unlimited authority to provide Israel money, quote, at any time and in any amount. So that was a false representation of the bill, the Futures Act bill. There's another false extrapolation by Dave. If that were to happen, soldiers would be forced to fight for Israel. That would mean that young Americans could be drafted against their will. Again, the Futures Act bill, misinformation. The bill contains no authority to draft Americans into Israeli wars or place U.S. service members under a general obligation to fight for Israel. If Dave would only actually read and go to the U.S. Government Publishing Office HR 7540 Futures Act bill text, he would be able to study this and understand it. But he's spreading misinformation about this in the Destiny Loves Genocide video. Again, this report is publicly available, and it has been for a week and a half, 2 weeks now, or maybe even more at this point. More false extrapolations, false defamatory legal conclusion. We have unsupported generalization. So if people want to point to my process or me using AI agents that are operating under rigorous epistemic academic research standards, if anyone who's focusing on that as opposed to actually going through the information and seeing if the information is right, it's almost like a willful ignorance. And that's sad to see. It's sad. But all of the information exists in this report. 85 defective clusters, 25 false, 25 unsupported, 35 misleading or overstated. Very quick bathroom break. Very quick. All right. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Let's double check. We do this. Oh, we're on a new section here. Okay, good. Good. All right.
Regurgitate the lies back to the user. Lies like denying the murdering of 5-year-old girl Hind Rajab, since that's the subject of a...
So it seems like what Dave is doing is trying to attack the process as opposed to actually looking at the information. That's going to be a way he might turn some really gullible audience members away from this data and actually looking at the fact checking.
Critically acclaimed feature.
Which If that's what Dave is trying to do, if he's knowingly trying to do that to turn them away from the fact check, that is a really bad thing to be doing. Very anti-scientific, anti-academic, immoral. If he is actually doing that, if he's just like, if he really believes this, that like, because of these, some of these campaigns, and that it's possible that there might be some LLM poisoning in some of the information, then that means it's all defunct. That's just like, yeah, that's, I hate to say it, but Dave would criticize an anti-vaxxer or a flat earther for that same level of reasoning. I know he would.
Film that's making the rounds, or falsely identifying murdered Palestinian journalists as dirty Hamas terrorists. Yep, former Trump campaign manager Brad Parscale and his firm Clock Tower X have spent tens of millions of dollars ensuring that AI searches spit out pro-Israel propaganda, thereby rendering 100% of this activity by Pangburn totally moot.
That's so anti-scientific, Dave. It's unbelievable. You point to this example where there could be possible poisoning within AI as like this general category, as though you wouldn't be able to. It just shows Dave's lack of education on AI tools and AI agents and how you can train them to be epistemically rigorous and not fall for that crap, that kind of poisoning the well that some organization might be engaging in. You can train your AI systems to not give a rat's ass about that, Dave.
Oh, but I forgot. Accusing Israel of manipulating media is anti-Semitic. How convenient. Okay, let's start with...
It can be. Yeah, it can be anti-Semitic. It depends on the context. Again, I need to point out, Dave is focusing on the first initial transcript fact check, which has nowhere close to the rigor of the actual moving through everything meticulously and what eventually became the finalized version 2 document.
With the very first 3-hour fact check video.
I have since, during the Destiny live stream, sent an email to Dave asking him if we could raise $1 million that would go directly to supporting Palestinian children in need, would Dave reconsider sharing the stage with Destiny? Just today, I've also made a similar offer to Hassan to share, Hassan Piker to share the stage with Destiny, and I think we'd be able to raise $5 million for Palestinian children with that event. You know, we can. I actually think this is a fantastic thing to do with how popular people are in the YouTube space and the debate space, with how much people want to see particular people debate other people, especially in those cases where it doesn't seem like there's a possible way to get that debate together. If you give the charity option, what if we raised $1 million? What if we raised $5 million to be able to do this towards an amazing cause like supporting Palestinian children? This kind of stuff happens all the time, and it's really effective in the fight world, in the golf world. I think we should be doing this in the debate world, in the politics world as well. It removes that thing of like, oh, you can't pay me enough money to be able to sit down with that asshole or that person you don't like. You can say, you know what? Because I felt like I would stomach a night with this person I hate or whatever, because we are raising money for Palestinian children. People can't look at that and say, oh, you platform that guy because you know, you like him or you're sympathetic to the things he's gone through or something like that. You can say, no. I did it for the fundraising element. So I think it's great. And I think we should be doing that in the YouTube world, in the debate world, in the politics world. And raising $1 million between the Pangburn platform, between Dave's platform, which is a very large platform, between Destiny's platform, if we really encouraged people to reach into their pockets for a really good cause, make some donations, tried to find a cheap venue that could hold a buttload of people, a huge amount of people, sell tickets for it. All of the proceeds go towards supporting Palestinian children. My systems tell me that between our 3 platforms, $1 million would be easy to raise. With the Hassan event I proposed, it estimated that I could anywhere between $8 million to $10 million for that event with Destiny, given the amount of eyes that would be on that, like taking in donations during the actual streams and all of that stuff, everything leading up to it, getting other organizations involved to donate things to the cause that can be sold in support of Palestinian children, all of that stuff involved, $8 to $10 million. And I said $5 million for the Hassan Piker event, just to be a little more conservative than what my systems were telling me. But $1 million for Dave and Destiny to sit down together and to have a conversation about Israel-Palestine or a debate. I don't even have to be involved. I think it's the good and righteous thing to do. And that is a positive well-beingist stance. Moral well-beingist, people who care about maximizing well-being for themselves and those around them, should want to do things like this. Can find a way for these people who are diametrically opposed, or, oh my God, Shadow says AI is notoriously terrible at estimating dollar value, by the way. If you, the user, are not educated in how to use the AI tools effectively, how to create epistemically rigorous AI agents, whether they're research agents, mathematical agents, whatever they're tuned for, that just shows people's ignorance when it comes to these tools. You have to know how to use them. You can't just sit down at Claude, open up Claude and be like, do this calculation for me. You have to train them. Unbelievable. Or actually hate each other to, let's see. Oh, no, I don't have anything cooking. To come together and raise money for causes, because surely there are things that are much more important than particular feuds.
What a manipulative sack of crap.
Why does that make me a manipulative sack of crap? Are all of these events that have happened in the past to raise millions of dollars to help starving children around the world, is that manipulative? I think Dave feels like it's manipulative because it puts him in a situation to actually do this kind of calculus. Well, I don't want to share the stage with Destiny, but raising $1 million for Palestinian children would be an amazing thing to do, to put my name on. But I'm not going to do it because I don't want to share a stage with Destiny. I don't want to debate Destiny, so I'm not going to do it. Literally, Dave, taking one night out of your life and plus some, encouraging people to donate to the campaign. That's the thing. Dave would have to be into it. Dave would have to be, you know what, guys, I am going to do this. I think we should all chip in and raise $1 million for this so I can sit down and show the world what kind of dick bag this Destiny guy is, or however you're going to frame it to your audience. And you're feeling like it's manipulative because you're probably engaging in this moral dilemma in your mind that, like, by you appearing on stage with someone and engaging in a debate, you could actually feasibly raise a whole pile of money. Even if Dave says, I don't even think we could raise half of that. Well, what if we could raise $250,000? Doesn't $250,000 make a difference? Like, it's hard to be like, I'm not going to, to raise money for Palestinian children is not enough for me to, lower my standards of who I'll share the stage with, especially when it comes to Destiny. That doesn't really feel right internally, I don't think. So don't blame me, Dave. You're the one denying to raise money for Palestinian children in order to just sit down across from someone that you clearly hate.
Dave, why won't you debate Destiny? And why won't Hassan debate Destiny for $1 million or $5 million or whatever number I want to pull out of my ass to help?
It wasn't pulled out of my ass. Sorry, I just have to respond to something.
Palestinian children. I guess Dave doesn't really care about those kids.
No, it's not about that. It's an opportunity. The negativity bias here is insane for an opportunity like this. I'm not saying you have to accept it, but there are a lot of good reasons to accept an opportunity like this to raise money, using your platform to raise money. Why would this particular, like some people would say, well, why doesn't Dave just do his own campaign to raise money? Because people can be invigorated to want to give money to see this conversation and debate happen, which otherwise almost certainly could not happen or would not happen. So they want to support it. It's the same thing that happens with the charity boxing matches or the charity golf matches and all of these different things that people do these charity events for.
First of all, anyone who believes he could raise millions of dollars for anything is a fucking moron. He didn't even break even at my New York vaccine debate event. There is no shot in hell.
So in New York at that event, right after Charlie Kirk got murdered, we had that event coming up. Ticket sales stopped. People didn't want to go out to live events. So when you say we did break even, it's like, yeah, it was that. I mean, now that we've had the video out, I think I haven't done the calculation, but I think we're close to have broken even on that event. But yeah, people didn't want to come out to the event. And actually the participants were quite concerned about security, and rightfully so. I don't blame anyone for after that, what happened to Charlie Kirk, which I think was horrible and unrighteous, that people were concerned about coming out to an event. But that really hurt our, that usually that last minute ticket sales push that we get leading up to our events. So yeah, Dave is right. Like at that point, we did not break even on the event. I think we're probably close or have broken even after YouTube revenue, etc. So let's see. So this is what we would be looking at. So we would need, so the existing video about Destiny on Dave's channel has generated approximately 1 million views. I think it's beyond that now. Between my channel, Destiny's channel, Destiny's Kick audience, we have over 5.5 million gross YouTube subscriptions, plus substantial additional distribution. 40,000 $25 donations would equal $1 million. That's less than 1% of the gross YouTube audience. With advanced matching donors, we would need considerably less. We can disagree as fiercely as possible about Israel and Palestine while converting that disagreement into potentially more than $1 million for Palestinian children. It's really difficult to dismiss $1 million by saying it isn't realistic. We obviously couldn't guarantee that number. Fundraising never comes with certainty, but the audience mathematics makes $1 million entirely credible. And the fact that Dave's existing Destiny video already reached about 1 million views makes the case substantially stronger than an ordinary hypothetical event. So, and we can look at the reasoning a bit here. So the $1 million math is remarkably small. Using the $5.5 million gross YouTube subscription footprint alone, here's what is required. So we would need 50,000 people to donate $20, or 10,000 people to donate $100. How little audience participation reaches $1 million? So we're looking at levels of like 0.1% at the $100 level, less than 1% audience engagement at the $20 average donation level. We don't need 5 million people to donate, obviously. We need roughly 25,000 people to give $40. And 25,000 donors is less than half of 1% of the combined gross YouTube subscriber count. Even ignore subscribers and use Dave's existing 1 million view video. This might be the most persuasive argument of all. Dave has already generated approximately 1 million views on the exact Dave Destiny Israel-Palestine controversy. Imagine the debate itself ultimately reaches only about 1 million viewers through the live broadcast replay and initial circulation. Then 1 million viewers at 4% donating by $25 is $1 million, or 1 million times 2.5% by $40 is $1 million, or 1 million by 2% by $25 is equal to $500,000, and a prearranged $500,000 matching pool takes us up to $1 million. So of course, this is not even considering, like, at the live event level, I think we could easily sell 3,000 tickets for this event. And because it's a charity event, tickets could be, at say $59 conservatively. That right there is an extra 170 grand right there once we minus some event costs. A smarter plan, don't rely on one revenue source. I would structure the campaign to make $1 million the floor level stretch goal, not depend solely on random live stream donations. Pre-event secure $250K to $500K in matching commitments. Go to philanthropists, businesses, and larger individual donors. Quote, every dollar the audience contributes during the Dave Farina Destiny debate will be matched. Suppose we secure $300,000 in matching commitments. Now the public only needs to generate $700,000. These are the kinds of things people do with events like this. So a very realistic $1 million campaign architecture. Here's one illustrative route. Audience micro donations, 24,000 people, roughly at $25 donations, gets us $600,000. Matching donors / sponsors equals $250,000. Larger individual donors, 30 people by $5,000. If we can get larger donors involved, $150,000, we're up to $1 million. That requires just 24,030 people donating from an ecosystem involving millions of followers and potentially millions more impressions. And the overwhelming majority are being asked for only $25. We would make sure all YouTube revenue also goes to the cause. then of course we could, quote unquote, weaponize the clips to maximize revenue. And there is an extraordinary incentive structure here. This isn't simply please donate to charity. Quote, two people with radically different views on one of the world's most contentious issues will confront each other's evidence directly. And regardless of who wins the argument, Palestinian children will win financially. This is a fantastic event proposition. Dave doesn't have to endorse Destiny. Destiny doesn't have to endorse Dave. Pangburn doesn't have to predetermine the answer to the Israel-Palestine question. The common ground is incredibly narrow. We disagree about Israel-Palestine. We agree that innocent children's suffering is terrible. So let's turn our disagreement into $1 million of humanitarian assistance. So my system is actually telling me that we should be setting the goal at $2 million. But I think $1 million would be the goal. And here's the single strongest argument to Dave. Your existing video about Destiny has already generated approximately 1 million views between your channel, Destiny's channel, Pangburn, and Destiny's Kick audience. We have over 5.5 million gross YouTube subscriptions, plus substantial additional distribution. $40,000 $25 donations equals $1 million. That's less than 1% of the gross YouTube audience. With advance matching donors, we'd need considerably less. We can disagree as fiercely as possible about Israel and Palestine while converting that disagreement into potentially more than $1 million for Palestinian children. This should be difficult to dismiss on the grounds that $1 million isn't realistic. So if Dave's leaning on, who would ever believe this guy could raise $1 million? Well, this would be a team effort. It would be all of us trying to raise the money. And you bet your ass, the entire Pangburn force of all of our followers, all of our Discord members, everyone would be rampantly spreading this information, trying to raise money. We still connected? Thought I lost you guys for a second. Sorry. We've been going 4 hours. Are you guys still live out there? Hello. Is there anybody in there? There'll be no more. Is there anyone at home? Oh, there we go. Is there anyone at home? Okay, here we go. People are going to try all kinds of excuses to try and get out of an opportunity like this, but for me as a moral well-beingist, it is clear. I'm not going to be manipulated. That's like negativity bias coming out of you, Dave. It's not about manipulation. It's about doing something good, making something good happen for Palestinian children with regards to this disagreement that has become quite viral.
Targeted and murdered by Israel as part of their campaign to erase Palestinian culture, another aspect of this obvious genocide. And Destiny's defense of his own disgusting slander at that time is to call him sus and then move on. Unreal.
People have been telling us that the Palestinians are...
Breakdown about my video must have been even just so we can a race of people to target them for genocide. Thanks for showing everyone what a complete fucking moron you are. You're doing my work for me. Did you want to take a second and come up with something a little more?
David said, I just want to be clear here. No money is going to the children unless Professor Dave participates. No money. Professor Dave's participation is what's going to help raise the money. Hello? This is what happens with boxing charity events? Or were you telling me that we're not going to be able to raise $1 million if Floyd Mayweather doesn't want to do this event? Yes. Yes. Also, Dave does have a history of calling people cowardly about turning down debate opportunities. We already went through that last night. Perhaps I should pull that up again. Let's see. I think it was near the end of yesterday's stream. Let's see if I can find it. I'll just get it into the system again. All right.
More convincing.
And this, like, Israel is equal to the Nazis, moral culpability. We've already been through
Guys,
this.
the Nazis were totally unique. They slaughtered.
I mean,
It's identical. They proud.
We already went through this. I just lost my place because I accidentally refreshed the page here.
Very clear genocidal intent that is expressed by Israeli officials and citizens across the board.
By way of Eichmann.
Of a critically acclaimed feature film that's making the rounds, or falsely identifying murdered Palestinian journalists as dirty Hamas terrorists. Yep, former Trump campaign manager Brad Parscale and his firm Clock Tower X have spent tens of millions of dollars ensuring that AI searches spit out pro-Israel.
I've also made a similar offer to Hassan to share, Hassan Piker to share the stage with Destiny, and I think we'd be able to raise $5 million for Palestinian children with that event. You know, we can find a way for these people who are diametrically opposed or actually hate each other to come together. And by the way, so Dave called James Tour a coward, accused him of making excessive delaying, and told him to be an adult during the negotiations that eventually produced the 2023 Tour Farina debate. This is probably our best example because the context was specifically whether/how an adversarial debate would happen, not merely Dave insulting someone's beliefs. So Stephen Meyer / Discovery Institute explicit, quote, cowardly rhetoric in a YouTube comment exchange preserved in a 2022 article. Dave wrote, I'm pretty sure I would make Meyer cry. Why are all you creationist tools such cowardly shitbags? The immediately preceding subject was Stephen Meyer and Dave's attacks on intelligent design proponents. This doesn't establish cleanly that Meyer was called cowardly specifically for refusing a debate, so we should not oversell it. But it clearly demonstrates Dave using cowardice language regarding intellectual opponents. He says he can defeat in direct confrontation. There is now a widely circulated, explicitly presented a clip explicitly presented as Dave explaining why, quote, running from debates is cowardly. A July/August 2026 X post captioned, quote, Professor Dave explains why running from debates is cowardly, circulated to roughly 195K views and was subsequently retweeted by Destiny. I can independently verify the existence and circulation of that post, although the index copy I'm finding does not expose enough of the underlying video's transcript. Let's see if we can find it on X. Professor Dave debate. Let's see. Why can't I find it? Where is it? If anyone has access to that clip, Dave clip, please do send it my way via Discord or email. That was a different clip. Professor Dave. Let's look. Professor Dave. Destiny, maybe. Let's see. Maybe on YouTube? Let's see. Just seeing if I can find this. It's the clip of Dave saying why it's important to debate and not to turn down debates. I know it's on Destiny. Let's see. Destiny posted this. Let me see if I can find it. Posts media, I think. I went to media. See if I can find it. Do 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 do. Da 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 do. Come on, it was a Dave short. Dave short. Dave short. Oh yeah, we had the Candace Owens and everything. Holy, there's a lot of media posted on Destiny's channel. Maybe I'm going back too far here. Maybe? Maybe not. Maybe it wasn't posted on Destiny's. Maybe he retweeted it. I do want to find it though. I think it's important for the record. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. I know everyone might want me to get to the most dramatic moments, but slow and steady wins the epistemic race. No, I want retweets, right? Reposts. There. Boom, 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 boom. How many reposts does Destiny make here? Come on, Dave. Come on, Dave. Okay, I think we're getting close. There's got to be a better way to search this, but like when I tried searching on X, it's not really giving me anything even close. I don't know who posted it. Lots of Hassan. Dave. Where is Dave? We're here for a good time, not a long time. So have a good time. sun can't shine every day. Oh, wait.
Okay, it is kind of weird that everybody seems to be avoiding the gnome, right? Like, I don't know how much you know about that Professor Dave guy, but he is like the craziest like debate bro. And I mean that
I didn't know anything about it.
Oh, I mean that in the most respectful way possible. I don't know. Did you see the video I posted on Twitter or whatever, or I think retweeted Black Cat? This is normal Dave behavior.
You're a coward because you've never.
Oh, here it is. We got it. Let me share my X screen with you guys. Woohoo! Window captcha. I have like 1 billion windows captured. My system is going to die. All right. Let's hear.
Behavior.
You're a coward because you've never emailed me a single time to set up a debate, because you don't actually want to debate me, because you're a pathetic toddler coward.
I commented in a Professor Dave viewer said he shouldn't debate Destiny because Destiny is a liar and argues in bad faith. Yeah, the guy literally debates flat earthers.
Flat earthers, duh.
Yeah.
That's his whole job. You gotta email him though and be like,
I already messaged him on Instagram, and Pangburn reached out to him. He already said no. He said no like 15 times. Everybody keeps saying you just like, debate, bro. And I mean that.
I didn't know anything about it.
Oh, I mean that in the most respectful way possible. I don't know. Did you see the video I posted on?
I mean, I think it's a reasonable argument. Like, it's not to say I don't like the mode of attribution mind reading thing. If there's not evidence that if someone actually says they believe in flat Earth, and then you're just like, yeah, no one could believe in that. It's all bad faith in that, and bad faith meaning dishonesty or lack of sincerity of intention. Then I think we're just trying to read minds. So I don't think people should necessarily, and that's not to say people who believe in bad faith can't argue in bad faith, but I'm just saying it's not like we shouldn't just engage in mind reading about that stuff. There are surely people who actually believe in the flat Earth stuff.
Twitter or whatever, or I think retweeted Black Cat. This is normal Dave behavior.
You're a coward because you've never emailed me a single time to set up a debate, because you don't actually want to debate me, because you're a pathetic toddler coward.
I commented in a Professor Dave viewer said he shouldn't debate Destiny because Destiny is a...
So isn't that like Dave speaking to himself there? Like if Dave was looking in the mirror, he'd be like, Dave, aren't you on the other side of this?
Normal Dave behavior.
You're a coward because you've never emailed me a single time to set up a debate, because...
Well, I've emailed. Someone else can set it up, but I think this should still happen, and I think we should use this controversy, this public disagreement, to raise money for Palestinian children. That's what I'm saying. And if you don't want to work with me, if you don't want me involved, fine, I will excuse myself. I will still help the campaign to raise money. It's not about that for me. I'm just identifying we have an opportunity here with this controversy. Just like the controversy between Hassan and Destiny.
You don't actually want to debate me, because you're a pathetic toddler coward.
I commented in...
Well, Destiny does want to debate you.
And Professor Dave viewer said he shouldn't debate Destiny because Destiny is a liar and argues in bad faith. Yeah, the guy literally debates flat earthers.
Flat earthers, duh.
Yeah.
That's his whole job.
My experience working with Destiny on the Pangburn stage, where we have rules governing the Pangburn stage of good faith and helpfulness, Destiny has put together impeccable work on the Pangburn stage. We've been working together for about a year. He's maybe a little over a year. He's been on the Pangburn stage for many events now. And Destiny has put together a solid, good faith, helpful effort night after night against Trump supporters. If you don't know, Destiny is not a fan of Trump supporters. I don't think Dave is either. But anyways. Were we looking at anything here? Okay. All right. And raise money for causes, because surely there are things that are much more important than particular feuds.
What a manipulative sack of crap. Dave, why...
Dave, that's your negativity bias talking. What about the positive utilitarian side of this? What about thinking that Travis really wants thinks that it would be a great idea to take advantage of this controversy and raise money for Palestinian children. That's my position. I'm not trying to manipulate you. I'm making public an actual strong opportunity to raise a lot of money for Palestinian children.
Why won't you debate Destiny, and why won't Hassan debate Destiny for $1 million or $5 million or whatever number I want to pull out of my ass to help
It wasn't pulled out of my ass. I just read you the data. Hopefully you'll change your mind on that.
Palestinian children? I guess Dave...
By the way, Dave is not banned from the Pangburn Save. I'm completely open to continue working with Dave. But he's the one who, I guess, burned the bridge with me, and he said, we can't work together anymore.
Doesn't really care.
By the way, after I did the evil thing of fact-checking his video that consisted of 85 non-factual claims. You see this? 85 defective clusters, 25 false, 25 unsupported, 35 misleading or overstated. This is publicly available. Let me give you guys the link again. And then those of you who think it's all BS, you can go to our website, download this for free, and you can debunk all of it. Oh, I think that's the wrong link. Let me do this. There. There. This is the right link. There we go.
Care about those kids. First of all, anyone who believes he could raise millions...
I didn't say you don't care about those kids if you refuse to do this. But I'm saying it's an opportunity. And I think you should really consider doing this.
...of dollars for anything is a fucking moron. He didn't even break even at my New York vaccine debate event.
We already went through that. Charlie Kirk had just been assassinated at a debate event. It was really hard to sell a ticket leading up. And also, Dave, that's we advertised, you advertised. Debunk the Funk, Dan advertised, the anti-vaxxers advertised, everyone advertised. We were running paid advertising, and you know, for a combination of different reasons, people just didn't want to show up to that event. It happens. That's the business. So, you know, there are always multi-factored collection of different reasons as to why an event may or may not sell. But I think we publicized it well across all of our platforms, and you know, you publicized it well. We had some great trailers and stuff. So yeah, so stop pausing. Oh my fucking God. No, I'm not going to stop pausing. This is what epistemic rigor looks like. You take your time. Good sound epistemology is not a race. Slow and steady is a much better posture.
There is no shot in hell that he could raise anything even remotely close to those numbers, no matter what he or his shitty AI say.
If that helps you sleep better at night, Dave, then whatever. I think there's very good reason to believe we could raise a buttload of money. I don't think $1 million is that far out of reach. You can do the math. I just provided the math in this video.
Second, there's no reason to believe that any ticket sales or money raised would go to charity as promised. In case you're unaware, Pangburn got embroiled in a huge scandal a few years back because he got caught not paying out his speakers and not refunding ticket holders for canceled events.
Okay, this is relating to a real controversy. And what I'm going to do, I do know one thing, that Dave did not provide my information related to this, what happened in 2018. And I think it's very important that people aren't just fed. Well, what I'm gonna play is, we did this fun stream where I basically imagined what Dave might come up with if he actually did create a hit piece about me. And in that stream, I went through what I believe to be the truth of what happened in 2018, when in fact I did have to close down Pangburn Philosophy, which was a branch of Pangburn itself. I had to close it down due to what happened in 2018. But what actually happened is very complicated. And there are some bad actors out there who refused to share my end of what happened. And they just wanted to believe particular narratives about what happened. So what I'm going to do is set up this, because I don't want to have to go through reading it again, but I think I gave a good reading of it here. But Dave, you wanted me to stay quiet with my fact checking? Let me give you guys the screen here. Window capture. Okay. I'm still going to be listening, but I'm just going to grab a bite while this plays for you guys. So I think it's really important for the record. Stories in Dave Farina's upcoming hit piece. This is So likely categories in Dave Farina's upcoming hit piece. And this was recorded about 2 weeks ago. Threat model categories only. This list does not assert that Dave will raise every category or that any anticipated allegation would be true. So, number one. Now, this is the one people like to look to, and they tend to only like to look in one direction if they are looking for dirt on Travis Pangburn. The 2018 Pangburn Philosophy business collapse. Unpaid obligations, refunds, and event cancellations. So I'm going to read you a tale. So in Dave's graphic here that he provides, he doesn't provide any of the information that would run against the oversimplified narrative related to this issue. So just for the record, Dave did not provide this information. And based on some things I had reviewed the day that Dave dropped this, I don't think he provides any of this information. And the information I'm going to read is publicly available. Dave knew about this video because he talks about this video in his response video. But if you go to thewarofideas.org, and I need to go to articles. I need to go to Pangburn Philosophy and Sam Harris. I'm going to give you guys this window as well, just so you can see where the information is coming from. Window capture. There we go. So this is coming from thewarofideas.org, and this is a explanation of the situation that I authored. All right, I'm going to read you a story. I'm going to read you my account, which almost never gets read because people don't like my side of the story, which is, of course, the most detailed account. So Pangburn Philosophy and Sam Harris. Are you paying attention, Dave? I write this piece of history with hopes of enlightening the public as to why the Pangburn Philosophy Corporation folded back in November 2018. The false narrative that has become common belief is the reason for writing this article. I wish no ill will or negative backlash to anyone involved in this, and will be the first to protest any form of cancel culture. Social extremism has blown this story into fantasy land. So here's the truth. By the way, I produced this December 20th, 2019. The staff. Dun, dun, dun. We were in the midst of the Sam Harris versus Jordan Peterson era. The June 23rd and 24th events sold very well, and we were poised for Dublin and London. Vancouver events were not big money makers for the company, but a massive win for the War of Ideas with a large financial return for the speakers. A very large financial return for the speakers. In general, successful. And of course, now we know the those videos have become kind of legendary and are a ongoing success for the channel, which is great. There were some uniquely horrible sound issues in the venue for these events, which were embarrassing for both the venue and my company. Obviously, I was still pissed about that, like a year and some months later, to add that. This was not what I was accustomed to, as I had full trust that my technical director would have the basics sorted by the time I showed up to the venue with the speakers. A lot of time is allotted to my staff and venue staff to sort out issues such as these. By the way, if anyone wants to read along, here's the link. There's the link for anyone that wants to. I'll also include the link in the description of this video. Yeah, you can tell by this this paragraph that I'm obviously pissed at my technical director, or who was my technical director. This was one of the first signs that something wasn't right. This was the most highly anticipated event in our small company's history. If nothing else, the sound must be good. And it is true. If you guys watch those videos back, it makes me cringe, like the sound issues that we had in that really expensive venue. And I had entrusted my technical director to take care of that. It's not hard to make sure we have ample sound equipment and that everything's tested and ready to go and blah, la-di-da, la-di-da. But at the end of the day, it falls on to me. I had 3 core staff: executive director / technical director, director of media, and director of audience services. I had worked with the executive director for many years on different projects in various capacities. I always viewed her as a strong asset to any team. The director of media is someone I sought out, as I was impressed with what he had been able to accomplish with some of his online communities. The director of audience services is someone who had worked for me in the past and is a veteran in the live music ticketing scene. Man, this is bringing back memories. The executive director's boyfriend, a relationship I wasn't aware of initially, yeah, it's always the boyfriend, was brought on by her to help with events, and he eventually gained experience in other Pangburn Philosophy roles. I thought this person was kind of strange, abrasive at times, creepy at times, and I didn't like the boyfriend-girlfriend dynamic. But I was willing to give it a shot, as the executive director was adamant about his work being top-notch, the toppest of notches. I also had reports from other speakers that he was giving them the same vibe. He wasn't really around that much, so I allowed him the opportunity to succeed, knowing at any time I may be proven wrong. I didn't like much of what I was seeing, but consistently tried to be encouraging, as it seemed important to my executive director. I had noticed that the executive director / TD's work started slipping around the time of the audio failure on June 23rd, Sam Harris, Jordan Peterson. Not that this was entirely her fault, but part of a TD's job is to fix these issues or have backup plans for such important things like audio quality. This event in particular required her best possible performance with fail-safes in place. Just 2 seconds, my earbuds are dying. I have to switch audios or outputs. Fast forward, July 10th was a very strange day in the office. Most of us were flying out the following day to Dublin for Harris versus Peterson. Director of Media, Director of Audience, TD, and the boyfriend were all there. They had managed to leave acquiring venue insurance for the Dublin event to the last minute and were scrambling to get that in order. It was a high-stress day, to say the least. I gave them some easy options to rectify the problem. And don't leave, it's going to get much more epic and tasty and awful. Everyone was shifty-eyed that day and seemed to be hiding something. I had asked the TD to come into the office when she had a moment to speak, but she acted as though she could not hear me. Yeah, when you have a moment to speak, can you please come in here? Acted like she couldn't hear me. It was absurd. I finally did get to chat with her, and she assured me that everything was okay. Once she could eventually hear me, once I stepped out of the twilight zone. I had done the same with everyone else in a different way, trying to open up a conversation about what had everyone on edge. But everyone said that all was fine. We all left the office that day with a plan to deal with any outstanding tasks and to get excited about these two upcoming world-class events in Dublin and London. At 10:36 p.m. that night, I was falling asleep. My phone lit up. I looked at the notification, and it was an email from my executive director, with the rest of the team CC'd. The email contained ultimatums that, quote, need to be addressed to our satisfaction in writing before we are able to depart for Ireland and the UK, which was the next day. I have decided not to publish the email, as I think it is good practice to avoid publishing emails that others have sent you. I must be clear that my intention isn't to hurt anyone, but to draw attention to the truth. However, if necessary, at any time, I will publish the email. The email of demands contained questions in which they already knew the answers, some seeking clarity, some seemingly based in anger, some vitriolic, and some just flat out crazy insinuations of improper practices by myself. In order for the event to go forward, I worked through the night to deal with the insurance issue that they had been given months to figure out and were unable to solve. I could not believe that instead of finding a solution to the task, they were sending me an ultimatum. By 6:58 a.m. the next morning, communication was slow. I had connected with a free speech group in Dublin, which allowed me to move forward with the event insurance process, with them as a partner. The insurance company I was pursuing needed a local address and entity on the insurance. There was a lot of scrambling after that point, but it got done. One of the most stressful nights... Sorry, 2 seconds. There was a lot of scrambling after that point, but it got done. One of the most stressful nights of my life. Soon after this email of demands was sent to me, the director of audience came forward and unveiled everything that had been going on. He provided me with a Bible's worth of emails, texts, Facebook messages, and more. He claimed that he felt as though he was forced into being a part of some secrecy that has been going on, and did not agree at all with the contents of the demand email that was sent to me the night prior. The secret communications that were shared with me demonstrated an effort by some staff members to discredit and demean me. According to other staff reports, the TD and her boyfriend had been trying to convince the two others to leave Pangburn Philosophy and join a new company that they were secretly starting. The evidence showed, without doubt, that the TD and boyfriend had been internally sabotaging the company staff for months. Director of audience was very apologetic for not coming to me with this sooner and understood he may lose his job. I told him that he would be fired, but would be offered a chance to come back in a lesser capacity. He accepted and said that he would like to come back. After this, as he decided to stay behind, I entrusted him with changing the locks in the office and taking care of some things for me while I was in Dublin. Something important to point out: the staff were never required at these events. I simply wanted them there for the experience and as watching eyes to protect patrons, speakers, and my investment. I made this frequently clear to them. It was team building, and I believed in the inspirational power of these events. After appeasing the supposed concerns of the staff, the other three agreed to attend the events in Dublin and London if I signed these new contracts at the airport that they created, which included some nice new perks and raises. I signed, as I knew I was signing under duress, and the contracts were not official in any way. At that point, I was not sure what I was going to do about all of this, but I was very angry that these staff members would do this when I had given them amazing work opportunities and always treated them well. The thought that these particular people would conspire against me would have never occurred to me in a million billion years. I think they were trying to be strategic with their rockin' new contracts, choosing this moment in time, thinking that I would need to honor them. I noticed that they were not sure how to act around me after this all happened, as if they knew they had done something wrong. The Dublin event brought out 8,500 people. It sold out and was an extraordinary event for patrons. This event made some money for the company, a ton of money for the speakers, and was a huge success for the War of Ideas. I chose a massive venue in London, the O2 Arena. We were able to attract around 7,000 audience members, but had to do some price reductions in order to hit that number. There were some major ticketing issues with the venue that really pissed potential patrons off and hurt sales. We were in the process of seeking a financial settlement for this, but our staffing problems took immediate precedence, and the O2 AXS ticketing reps were being very slow in their communication regarding this issue. Once bills were paid, the event resulted in major loss, a full running kick to the financial balls. On July 17th, the day after the London event, I sent this email to all staff. Quote, and of course, I was pissed. Sneaking around, hiding things from me, recording my voice without my knowledge, absurd questioning of my motives and practice, feeling urges of physical violence towards me, citing things from my past work relationships and using that fuel for your cowardly motives, long conversations on Facebook to plan to confront me on issues in groupthink, thinking you have admissions of some kind of guilt from me, etc., etc., etc. Some of you came to me to report this insanity, but much too late. You had already contributed your drivel to this failure. You have all disappointed and failed me. TD's email of demands exposed your callousness and or cowardice. I have no use for cowards. You will never be forgiven, as far as I can tell, for the stress and pressure you put on me and my family the night before my flight to Dublin. You disgust me in your carelessness. My trust for each of you has reached absolute zero. Effective immediately, all of your current contracts with Pangburn Philosophy are terminated. The contract you had me sign under duress at the Vancouver airport is null and void and was never active. Your Pangburn email addresses have been deactivated. You have no permission to access any Pangburn Philosophy credit cards, PayPal, social media accounts, or anything else owned and operated by Travis Pangburn or Pangburn Philosophy. The locks, alarm system, and surveillance at the Pangburn Philosophy headquarters have all been changed. You are not permitted on the premises, as you are no longer a member of the Pangburn Philosophy team due to your contract termination. If you have personal items left behind, you can schedule a pickup time with me through your personal email. You can send me final invoices from your personal email that are based on your standard operating contract prior to me being put under duress from, I say, Masha's email of collective demands. If you have in your possession anything owned by Travis Pangburn or Pangburn Philosophy, make arrangements to return those items swiftly. A dim light from this precipice. Each of you has the opportunity this Friday, July 20th, to call me to attempt to stay on with Pangburn Philosophy in a lesser capacity. If your reasons for calling are outside of your love for the Pangburn Philosophy or myself, don't waste my time. If your reasons for calling is for the love of working with the speakers or artists I pay for, don't waste my time. Do not respond to this email in any way. I have no time for your excuses or explanations. Any distribution of this email or any other Pangburn Philosophy communication marked confidential will result in fierce legal action. This also includes any contacts that were shared with you confidentially. Travis Pangburn, President and CEO. Confidentiality. This email message, including attachments, if any, is confidential and is intended only for the addressee. Any unauthorized use or disclosure is strictly prohibited. Disclosure of this email to anyone other than the intended addressee does not constitute waiver or privilege. If you have received this communication in error, please notify me immediately and delete this message. Thank you for your cooperation. After the firing, the Director of Media and Director of Audience Services took me up on my offer to discuss coming back in a lesser capacity. I required that they disclose exactly what was happening behind closed doors, and they did. More text messages, Facebook messages, and emails were provided. Neither of them had good answers as to why they fell into this trap set out by the TD and her boyfriend to sabotage the company. They said that they were led to believe that I was some kind of monster and that they were very sorry. When I asked why they didn't come and speak to me for clarification, they said they wished they would have. I decided to give them another chance. If the TD and her boyfriend would have wanted to speak with me, I would have, but almost certainly I would have not given them another chance. If they had any concerns with anything, why not come to me right away? There was obviously another motive here, which was unveiled in the documentation I received. My appetite for trusting staff had now fallen to below freezing. Thank you so much for the super chat. I will continue with the story in just a second. From Adam Whitmer for the $10 super chat. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Says, can you speak about how the situation is affecting or not you personally? It's sad to see your respectful and generous critique being twisted by Dave and his minions into personal attacks and drama. I mean, I'm a pretty lighthearted, centered guy. All I'm trying to do is maximize well-being for myself and those around me. And it does hurt when I see things like this happen. When I look at someone like Dave Farina, I think of all of the great things we can do together. And I'm not even saying that that's off the table forever. Dave might change his mind and be like, yeah, maybe I've gone too far here with saying I should never work with Travis again. I mean, we basically together were able to get Steve Kirsch and Pierre Corey to agree to sit on stage, who are two of the most chronic anti-vaxxers on the planet, to sit on stage and get absolutely torched and roasted intellectually and factually by Dave. And I think predominantly debunked the funk Dan Wilson, who I think was who carried the heavy load of that debate. But Dave Farina was right in there. And I think, fighting for a worthy cause from a well-being perspective. So there's so many things that Dave and I can still do together. And I'm totally open to working with Dave on more stuff. I think that, whether Dave does a hit piece or not, whether he needs to slam me or whatever, that's fine. Even after that, I'm almost certainly going to be open to wanting to do projects with Dave. So my door is open. The bridge is not burned from my perspective. I still have a beautiful rainbow bridge. Did you guys ever play Rainbow Road in Mario Kart? I have that kind of bridge always open for the Dave Farinas of the world. But if he wanted to come back and say, okay, Travis, I will work with you, but never, ever again can you fact check my work, I'm not going to agree to that. I'm not. I think we should be able to fact check each other. I think we should be able to call each other up and be like, hey, man, you were totally dog shit wrong about that thing you said on the internet. And I would be like, no, man, you're wrong about this. And then we hang up, but we still meet each other at the next event And, maybe we sit on stage and debate it or whatever. That's the way I think things should go. That is the good life, in my view, where we're both constantly trying to maximize well-being for ourselves and those around us. That doesn't mean we can't debate things, but I think we should keep that in the taste of good faith and helpfulness. And I think I have done that along the road of critiquing Dave on this propaganda video. So how's it affecting me? It's just one of these things that's just a lost opportunity, but you move on. I'm a very positive guy. You're not going to ever hear really much pessimism from me. Really appreciate the super chat. Thank you. If you want me to respond to a question or anything, guys, send me a super chat and I will. I reference section of the tale here. The conference project. The conferences were a project that neuroscientist Sam Harris and I built together as a continuation of our endeavor to bring important conversations to the world. Our previous dealings were non-stringent and flexible, with a willingness to adapt. All events were very successful for Sam financially, and some were for the corporation as well. There's one event in particular, Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins, and Matt Dillahunty in Vancouver, where the company did really well. And it allowed us to fund a string of events with Sam Harris. Sam Harris, getting him on stage is not cheap. You guys can do some Google searching, but you'll be able to find what his fee range is. And I'm not going to disclose that here, but yeah, pricey. Willingness to adapt. All events were very successful for Sam Harris financially, and some were for the corporation as well. This next project would be a group of conferences, an exciting full-day experience for patrons to have full access to Sam Harris and other guest speakers. So once we get into this, it's going to be interesting to see if I still agree with how I felt when I wrote this in 2019. We both worked together to solidify speaking talent for these events, negotiated fees for other speakers, made important decisions, and promoted the events in the best way we could. Around 2 months before the first conference, Sam brought on new business management. This is when things began to change. At that point, it started to feel like things were becoming more about making money and less about the conversations. This was a disturbing and abrupt transformation that became hard to reconcile or navigate. It alarmed me. Something to keep in mind reading this too, like this was into my second year of being a producer. And, by way of some luck, but me just pushing in the way that I do as Travis Pangburn and I think making people feel good about the opportunities in front of us. I think I was able to get some big names together and create some transformative events. And I don't take credit, of course, for the conversations that actually occurred on stage, but I worked very hard to bring these conversations together. I initially signed contracts with Sam for these conferences that were based on the largest possible fee for him that could be achieved in a original ticket price sellout, which was my mistake. It was a mistake. I made that mistake. I should have never signed those contracts with Sam Harris. The quote dream fee represented in these initial conversations weren't ever supposed to be signed to a inflexible contract. The dream fee was an ultimate goal, but needed to be open to reassessment. I did not have a good feeling about signing these contracts, but I believed, based on my past experience with Sam, that if we weren't able to garner enough interest in the conference, he would be flexible and do everything he could to make them happen, as he had done previously. Almost immediately after signing these contracts and sending them, Sam connected me to his new business management. I don't know why Sam felt he needed to do this. We had been working with a successful business model that was open to adapting based on sales performance. But once the music industry managers got involved, it became all about Sam's guaranteed fee and receiving deposits far in advance, which I could rarely do due to the size of my small company. It was soon clear that the conference numbers were nothing like Sam and I had hoped for, not doing well at all. In the past, we would have been able to adjust fees within reason if an event wasn't looking good ticket sales wise. But this, all of a sudden, was no longer on the table, which in the case was a big issue. I think this new attitude was coming from Sam's business management team, and I think he was trusting that what they were doing was right. And he was in on most emails, in that he was CC'd. The corporation took a huge financial hit on the London event with Sam and Jordan. And heading into these conferences with financial flexibility from Sam and others was necessary. This was nowhere to be found from Sam and his team. This was not in the spirit of how the company had been operating. Due to lack of sales and the unwillingness for Sam and his team to take a reduced fee, I decided to combine the New Zealand audience with the audience in Sydney and offer a refund to any New Zealand ticket holders that couldn't make the trip to Sydney. With the current financial state of the company, I was able to refund most patrons, minus about 30 accounts. We didn't guarantee a timeline for the refund, but did communicate that we were in the process of recovering from recent financial losses and making the refunds our top priority. Meanwhile, and again, that was about 30 accounts. Meanwhile, in Sydney, a great, although undersold, event took place. A few speakers did not receive their payments at our agreed upon timeline. The event flopped hard and there was no money. Some were understanding and waived their fee schedule, etc. Sam took his fee, which we could have used a small portion of it to reimburse the New Zealand ticket holders, but he showed no interest in that. I still don't understand Sam and his manager's thinking here. Sam and I were partners on this event, and he would still be making crazy money. The biggest outstanding investment was yet to come, the NYC conference. Financially speaking, everything was riding on this, as was communicated to most major speakers involved. This conference was selling, but the conference project as a whole was in a hole. Sam had a lot of anxiety towards the few accounts, 30 or so accounts, that had yet to be refunded from New Zealand. And he and his staff were constantly on my case for updates, which was understandable, and I did my best to communicate with them. My answer remained the same. We are taking care of these as fast as we can, but you have to understand we are trying to recoup here after the losses from the last 3 events and trying to keep the company afloat. We are a small company. Sam was contracted to do the Toronto event on September 5th after the Sydney conference with Brian Green, which more or less broke even. After that event, Sam's anxiety toward the outstanding accounts in New Zealand continued to grow to a point where he and his team gave me an ultimatum. Essentially, refund all these tickets and the money we are owed in the next few days, or we are walking away from the New York City conference. I explained to them that I wouldn't be able to do this at the speed they are insisting upon, So as they promised, they backed out of the event that Sam and I had built together. I had large amounts of money already invested in it, and Sam walked away. He probably thought I would just have to cancel right away because he was the, quote, headliner. But we had a policy in place with conference pass holders that if a speaker is to back out, we will attempt to replace them with a speaker of the same caliber. So, much to Sam's surprise, I gather, we announced Brian Green to take his place. I was then told by many people involved in the conference that certain individuals, likely Sam and his friends/staff, were contacting them, encouraging them to back out because of the few accounts yet to be settled. Some of the other speakers went along with it and abandoned the conference and their fans. I think this was a massive error. Sam knew that I needed the conference to go well in order to bounce back. I explained this to him. He knew that all the money was pooled together for the conferences. A really important thing. He knew that all of the money was pooled together for the conferences. Despite this, he publicly ripped into me and my company, which completely destroyed my company image as well as my own image. This made it impossible to sell another pass when we needed to. But we kept fighting. Then, due to more behind-the-scenes encouragement, more speakers began to back out. I had to change venues and lose another deposit. I'm trying to think of how much that deposit was. It was like $30,000 or something. Lose another deposit because the first venue was now too expensive. I wired another deposit to the new venue. The next morning, 3 more speakers backed out. And they weren't simply backing out, they were following Sam's example of taking to social media to shame the company and myself. Social media, our main marketing source, had turned volatile. I sought legal counsel to look at what options I had and ended up agreeing that the only real option outside of me pursuing a plethora of defamation lawsuits against those who targeted the company was to shut down the corporation. I had concerns about the event and its importance to fans, but I truly believed that this would not hurt the speaker's ability to go to New York City and put on an event anyway without my involvement. One more time. I had concerns about the event and its importance to fans, but I truly believed that this would not hurt the speaker's ability to go to New York City and put on an event anyway without my involvement. Your fans are there. Go there and do an event. Find a new venue if you have to, whatever it takes. This is what disappeared from Sam's and my relationship. Doing whatever it takes for the fans. There were many hurt and negatively affected by this corporation being forced to close. For example, although most ticket holders from all events received a refund from Pangburn Philosophy or their credit card provider, a small group of people didn't. Some suppliers in connection to the Kootenai Country Music Festival near my hometown village, like Trowlex, were unable to be paid for their great work and support for the festival that summer. Children's folk music legends Sharon and Bram were unable to receive their final installment of their tour fees. And these are other projects we had going in the music promotion world. The corporation folding affected many people from many walks of life, and the truth of what happens matters. What or who was to blame matters. I maintain to this day that I did nothing morally, ethically, or legally wrong here. I did take a big risk on these events in their structure and scale, but this is just part of high-risk investment. Sam and others deliberately and unapologetically defamed my name and the Pangburn Philosophy Corporation, resulting in its destruction. We could no longer sell a ticket to Make or Break, to the Make or Break conference, the New York City conference, which led to the folding of the corporation. I don't blame myself for taking a large risk on these events when I decided to, because I believed Sam Harris was in it, regardless of how our combined risk turned out. I am proud with how I fought until the very last minute for the event. I do blame myself for signing those contracts with Sam Harris. I should have pushed harder to have a clause inserted to guarantee flexibility on the attendance-based fee. If so, the New Zealand conference would have happened. I deserve blame for the lack of, or not necessarily the best form of, communication right after the corporation closed. My defense of this is that I felt victimized with what happened and needed to step away from platforms like Twitter, which was full of defamation and lies that were born out of remarks made by famous intellectuals such as Sam Harris. I was a victim of mass defamation, and only a couple of the famous intellectuals I know stood up for me. A sign of a terrible bug in pop intellectualism, group identity, and virtue signaling over evidence. After the company folded, my director of media attempted to steal online business accounts. This is the director of media who came back, by the way, in a lesser capacity after he was fired. My director of media attempted to steal online business accounts owned by myself, such as Patreon. He did manage to steal some of my personal belongings from my office, including an HD camera and a Zoom recording unit, both of which I had been saving up some time for. I was very close to suing him and involving police, but I took a deep breath and decided to think about it more. At this time, I say I am still thinking about it. This person was a foreigner, by the way. I didn't write that here. They were a foreigner, I believe, on a temporary visa, or some kind of what's it called when people are under threat? They're given fast access to becoming to having a visa, to being able to stay, or something like that. So I remember thinking about that, and over those two things that they did steal, I didn't pursue suing them. Needless to say, I have some trust issues now. My director of audience, the other person who came back, and they accepted my offer to come back in a lesser capacity, acted professionally and continued his tasks until the company was shut down. I very much respect how he handled the tough string of work he was faced with in the final few months of his contract. I took a few weeks off and worked on getting my new company up and running. I eventually released a podcast to outline old and new business, which briefly touched on this issue. After all the paperwork was done, I started a new company and rebranded my work under Pangburn. I hope that people would have seen the truth of what happened with Pangburn philosophy based on what was released to the public, but that just hasn't been the case. So many lies, misrepresentations, so many lies, misrepresentations, and defamation. There was cruelty on behalf of Sam and others, coining or repeating terms like pang-burned, constant personal attacks, allowing their audiences to run wild on social media with tales of the big bad Pangburn man. I apologize to those that were hurt by this corporation closing. This article is for you. I expect many of you who defamed me may wish to apologize for the horrible things you have claimed publicly about me. Lying and defamation is wrong, and if you see it happening, you should fight against it, not just sit back and laugh or join in. That is immoral. I have new policies in place to protect against this madness ever occurring again. They can be viewed at pang-burn.com. Sam Harris is a brilliant author and philosopher, but more importantly, he is a great human being. That being said, he made a horrible mistake here, along with others who followed his lead. Any attempt to boycott or slander him or anyone else in any way will be met with my protest, as he should have done for me. I outlined the errors that I am happy to take blame for. Sam and others should accept their blame now. I deeply appreciate those who have supported me and have required evidence to support their beliefs about me. So again, if anyone wants to, I'll actually pin this. Well, I'll put it there again in the chat. If anyone wants to read, that was my account. That was all right. Well, that is my account of what happened. Playing that video gave me an opportunity to eat something, which was good. Get my energy back up. Let's see this. This should be back to what happened to my, guess I'll just add a new one. Yeah, rehiring the director of media. That was another thing that obviously did not work out for me. He ended up stealing shit from the office, and that that hurt. I still think I was justified, though, in giving him another chance. I had no reason to believe he was a thief like that. But, yeah. Where's my... I just need to find my proper window here. Oh, there we go. Fantastic. We're good. Yes, Don Don, you have definitely cured my trust issues. All right. Shall we continue? So you're going to see all different kinds of claims about this issue on the internet. Major lack of substantiation. But yeah, what I delivered, that information I just gave you, that's the truth. Those are the facts based on my experience with what happened. So
Sam Harris, the genocide-denying douchebag, outlined this in great detail since he's one of the speakers who got stiffed. He outlined the whole debacle in a blog post. Others called
in great detail, Dave? I mean, Sam Harris created like a 7-point, very short blog post. I don't think it's in great detail. But anyways, people can look at that if they want. I don't think it's a very accurate depiction of the truth.
called him out too, like in this lengthy Twitter interaction. Pangburn philosophy totally imploded, and nobody wanted to touch this guy after all that. There's a lot.
That's not true. We got back to work like right after that. I was traveling for a bit, and then we had a couple events, a big event between Matt Dillahunty and Dinesh D'Souza in 2020 before the pandemic. And then, of course, with the pandemic, we were out of business for a while. We weren't doing live events. So I was making other YouTube content. And then as soon as the pandemic was over, we fired everything back up again. And we've had some big hits. We were doing some events with Lawrence Krauss, more recently with Alex O'Connor. We've been working with Destiny, Rationality Rules, Stephen Woodford, Stephen Hicks. People can go to our website. So like describing that as nobody wanted to touch this guy is just false.
Long video from someone named Benjamin Boyce that goes into quite a bit of detail regarding Pangburn's perpetual shadiness.
Okay, so this video, this person, David, who's in the video, you know where I was referencing the boyfriend? The person who I didn't know was originally the boyfriend, and I wasn't a big fan of his, but I was giving him the benefit of the doubt, things like that. That's who decided to go on Benjamin Boyce's channel and say some things.
So he took no responsibility there, but even though he empowered her to do that, he would pull back on the reins and tell her to stop doing things. And that devolved all the way down to the technical. When we did the show at the Orpheum on June 23rd, we're in Vancouver, it's in Vancouver, we've worked in that building before, and everybody was familiar that they have problems with the audio equipment in the house. It's older equipment, it's been used for opera, and the microphones in particular aren't in the best condition for us.
The Orpheum Theater, by the way. Look at 2018. So if you look at 2018 concerts and performances that were happening at the Orpheum Theater in Vancouver, you're going to see that they're used to having bands in doing music. They do stand-up comedy. Someone by Majid Jordan was there February 13th, 2018. Majid Jordan is a Canadian R&B duo. Camila Cabello is an American singer and songwriter. So they do music all the time in there. This is there is the Vancouver Symphony Orchestra operates in there, and there's some opera performed in there. But many music groups moved through here. In 2018, Georgia Alice Smith is an English singer-songwriter, born and raised in Walsall, West Midlands. So this is a venue that hosted all kinds of music events. And this person's depiction of like, oh, we all know that the audio isn't very good in there and things like that. That's not true. There weren't warnings from the venue that they weren't going to be able to provide competent audio for our speaking event, which is not a difficult thing to get good audio for. So yeah, I think what's being said here is trying to apologize for his girlfriend, who was my executive director and technical director, trying to make it seem like it wasn't her fault. That's what I think is happening here. Let's see.
Speaking engagement. And I believe our production manager said to him that we need to cross-rent equipment. We need to get equipment in.
He said, I believe the production manager said this to him, that we need to cross-rent equipment. We're talking about the Orpheum Theater, by the way. It's like $30,000 to $40,000 to rent that venue. They have extensive audio equipment, and they have their own house audio system. So this is something ultimately it's up to the technical director and my production team to sort out.
People bring their own equipment in or rent equipment to bring it in. And he said, no, No, we brought in a vendor. We brought in a company, which oddly enough, they still have not been paid. I think they have a huge outstanding bill for that they've never been paid for.
Oh, the video that he has online right now that's monetized.
Yeah, but as far as making payments to vendors,
I don't know if that's true or not.
Or...
This might have been an outstanding bill when we closed the company, but I don't think that's true. But no evidence is provided in this video. It's just David's account of what happened.
When we did the show at the Orpheum on June 23rd, we're in Vancouver. It's in Vancouver. We've worked in that building before, and everybody was familiar that they have problems with the audio equipment in the house.
No, everybody was not familiar with that. It's a venue known for having lots of different groups and bands in there. And if obviously it's so cheap to rent sound equipment, right? Like when you're paying $30,000 for a venue, and the claim here is that someone said we have to rent an audio package for the venue, and I said no. That's ridiculous.
It's older equipment. It's been used for opera, and the microphones in particular aren't in the best condition for a speaking engagement. And I believe
I think he's just making that up, honestly. I've never seen any evidence to suggest that.
Our production manager said to him that we need to cross-rent equipment. We need to get equipment in. Most people bring their own equipment in or rent equipment to bring it in. And he said no. No, we brought in a vendor. We brought in a...
Yeah, I don't think that ever happened.
Company, which oddly enough, they still have not been paid. I think they have a huge outstanding bill for that they've never...
He's saying, I think they still haven't been paid.
Been paid for.
Oh, the video that he has online right now that's monetized.
Yeah, but...
Oh, and then this Benjamin Boise person says, oh, the video that's online that hasn't been paid. When this person's saying, yeah, I think this and I think that. Where's your evidence? Like, there's no evidence provided in this video. I think this, I think that. This is just a bullshit session that this guy, whoever the fuck this guy is, decided to signal this out into the world without providing any evidence.
But as far as making payments to vendors or hotels or any of the venues, we used his credit card, and more often than not, it was maxed out.
Sorry, I had to go. What happened there? I tried to hit pause 1 second.
Yeah, but as far as making payments to vendors or hotels or any of the venues, we used his credit card, and more often than not, it was maxed out.
More often than not, it was maxed out. How would he know that it's maxed out? How would he know that my credit card is maxed out? I don't know. Maybe it says insufficient funds, or I mean, maybe. I don't recall there being many cases where people were contacting me being like, oh, your credit card's not working. It's maxed out. And even if that were the case, then we would obviously pay it off so that the card could be used.
And our production manager spent an awful lot of time explaining to vendors and patrons why the card was declined, and having to backtrack and go to Travis and say, get it paid, pay it down.
Yeah, the burden of proof is not on me. Show the receipts that you paid. No. That's not how the burden of proof works.
And we were never really aware of the money flow at all. We had no idea where the money was going or coming from. We just get invoices, hand them to him, make sure they got paid, or more often than not, she would pay them through a credit card online.
We don't need to go through a bunch of this. I'll just link to the...
Why the fuck would Dave play this? This is Dave Farina, Professor Dave Explains. The guy that supposedly cares about the quality of evidence being cited to demonstrate claims or to demonstrate cases or to be a reliable demonstration of propositions. Why would Dave play that? That is idiotic. This is someone who was fired, Dave. If you would have read through the information, this David guy was fired for trying to do what he could to sabotage my company. The evidence was all turned over to me, and to start a competing company. Yikes. But Dave perhaps likes the other story more. This is, again, a situation where Dave seems to not want to give a high resolution picture of the actual facts, or else he would be showing my information as well. But
this video in the description, but the point is that absolutely everything he was doing as Pangburn philosophy was shady as fuck.
No, it wasn't. And that's a defamatory claim, by the way, Dave. Absolutely everything he was doing was shady as fuck. Yeah, that's defamatory. It's not true.
I was vaguely aware of all this when he approached me to do some events after he relaunched and
So you were vaguely aware that everything I was doing was shady as fuck?
rebranded as simply Pangburn. So I just made sure to get my travel reimbursement and tiny appearance fee up front for the vaccine debate. I believe in second chances, so I figured as long as we did things that way, I was willing to roll the dice.
But the shady as fuckness, you still felt morally justified, even though you had this view of, you know, me being this fraudster or whatever, that you still wanted to take the opportunity? Doesn't make sense, Dave. Yeah, I mean, Dave, you're opening yourself up to defamation lawsuits here. I don't know. I'm going to have to talk to my lawyer about it, and we'll see what we think.
And to be clear, I didn't have any problems with him whatsoever for that event. But with his history of cutting corners and ripping off speakers and ticket holders,
maybe we'll do a joint lawsuit, Destiny and myself versus you, Dave. How would you feel about that? Because you've obviously defamed Destiny when it comes to the false claims of him sending child pornography. Like, that's an easy one. That's a slam dunk.
why the shit would anyone believe that any money he could raise, which would be nowhere near $1 million, would actually go to where he says it would? And why would I agree to a debate?
Dave, if you're really worried about that, you could just bring up with me and say, you know what, Travis, because of your shady background, I don't think you should be the one to have your fingers on the actual donated money. You think I'm going to be like, oh man, my plan is foiled. Now I don't want to do this. Is that how poisoned your mind has become towards me because I fact checked your fucking video and demonstrated 85 non-factual claims you made? I fact checked you. I called you out on some immoral shit in your video. And now all of a sudden you think this way about me? I don't think anyone's believing this, Dave. Honestly. Honestly, like, it makes you sound like a sleazy opportunist if they believe your story. Like, oh, I believe in second chances. But on the other hand, this guy can't be trusted to manage money, but I'm going to tell my fans to buy tickets to my event in New York City that are going directly to his company. Does that make sense to anybody? Dave, your logic does not follow. Your ethics do not follow. Well, I knew about some of this, but all I cared about was getting my fee and my travel expenses up front. You didn't give a shit about your fans that you were telling to come and buy tickets from my company? You didn't think this through very clearly, did you? You should be embarrassed by that line of reasoning, by that lack of ethical behavior. You're putting your fans' money at risk. That's wild. And you were apparently worried about not being able to get your fee or get your travel money reimbursed. You wanted that up front. That is true. I gave you that money. You didn't say it was because of, past issues in 2018. You didn't say that. You just told me you purchased your flight. I sent you the money. I sent you your fee. And then even though you had this, apparently, now you're saying you had this worry, but you're still willing to risk your fans' money with this shady guy who you're given a second chance to. Doesn't make sense, Dave. Doesn't make any sense. You should be embarrassed about that. Yikes. The logic does not follow.
Debate run by a clearly biased moderator like him that
Let's go back a bit. That was too fun.
He was doing as Pangburn philosophy was shady as fuck. I was vaguely aware of all this.
Dave, Mr. Everything, all, everyone. Absolutist language.
When he approached me to do some events after he relaunched and rebranded as simply Pangburn. So I just made sure to get my travel reimbursement and tiny appearance fee up front for the vaccine debate.
But I was also willing to promote this event where the money was going directly to Travis's company and putting your audience's money at risk.
I believe in second chances, so I figured as long as we did things that way, I was willing to roll the dice. And to be clear, I didn't have any problems with him whatsoever for that event. But with his history of cutting corners and ripping off speakers and ticket holders, why the shit would anyone believe that any money he could raise, which would be nowhere near $1 million, would actually go to where he says it would?
Dave, why would you believe that any money that was raised by selling tickets would go anywhere to where I said it would? Is anyone hearing this?
And why would I agree to a debate run by a clearly biased moderator like...
Was I a biased moderator for your vaccine debate? I don't like having moderation on the Pangburn stage. I think people who are experts, people who do this as a profession, shouldn't need someone holding their hands on stage. And in Dave's defense, Dave wasn't the one demanding a moderator for the event. That was the anti-vax side. The anti-vax side was all about like being very difficult. And at no point, by the way, this is really important, at no point in any of my offers to raise money for Palestinian children did I say I was going to be the moderator. I don't even have to be involved, Dave. At no point did I say I was going to be a moderator. So like another excuse, well, why would I accept with this biased moderator? That was never on the table. Show me evidence of where I was going to be the confirmed moderator for this debate between you and Destiny. Yikes. Someone in the comments says, he doesn't trust you, man. Yeah, he trusted me enough with the money of his fans. That doesn't follow, David.
Like him, that would be overrun by Destiny's toxic cult. No.
Why? Why wouldn't your fans be there at the debate? Why would it be overrun by Destiny's quote-unquote cult? Where are your fans? You're saying I'm to blame for not being able to break even on the live event in New York City. You weren't able to pull enough audience to fill up even half the seats in that venue. Dave, you apparently have 4.4 million subscribers. I thought it was 4.5 yesterday. Dave, you got to take some responsibility. You weren't able to sell a very modest venue in a big vaccine debate, and you were publicizing it well. I think you did a good job on your YouTube channel, but you couldn't put butts in the seat. I did my best as a producer. I had paid advertising going out and everything. Everyone was promoting the hell out of that event. But also remember, Charlie Kirk was murdered very close to when we were about to do that event, and everyone had security concerns, which were completely reasonable, and we took care of that. But Dave, you are not making sense in this video. You're not making sense.
No thanks.
I think Dave is trying to like blame me in a sense for why he won't debate Destiny. Take me out of the equation, man. It doesn't have to be through me. I will still, and even if it has no official connection to the event, I will still use the Pangburn community and myself and any of my influence, any of the connections I have to people that have money to help raise money for that debate. But this whole thing is a major yikes. And of course, we're going to have to make a shorter video out of this.
I have a better idea. How about if Destiny admits that Israel is...
My bad. I was lying. Israel is doing genocide. I'm very sorry about lying about that.
Committing genocide, apologizes sincerely for all of his Israel-funded genocide denial, and I'll film...
Why do you believe that Destiny is funded by Israel? Where is the evidentiary justification for that? Let's see. He's going to donate $5,000. No, Dave, we want to raise $1 million.
No thanks. I have a better idea. How about if Destiny admits that Israel is committing genocide?
Genocide hasn't been determined by the International Court of Justice. It's premature to say that there has been a genocide or that there hasn't been a genocide. We should wait for the ICJ's determination, which is going to include expert level adjudication of the highest degree that the world has to offer.
Apologizes sincerely for all of his Israel-funded genocide denial, and I'll film myself donating $5,000 to a charity for Palestine.
Dave, donating $5,000 for a charity for Palestinian kids is great. I think that's a fantastic thing to do. Much better, though, to raise $1 million for Palestinian children. Much better.
On top of the money I've already donated over the past few years. Wouldn't that be a little more productive and reliable? Don't you care about...
More productive and reliable? Well, you could do both things, Dave. Hey, sweetie. Gonna have a shower? Love you. Shower time for my baby boy. Isn't that, what did Dave say here?
On top of the money I've already donated over the...
I can't believe Dave didn't like, I think he's so consumed by his own sauce when it comes to this issue. And, apparently this, all of a sudden, this seeming blind hatred for myself that causes him to engage in really weird, strange reasoning that doesn't make any sense or makes him look like really unethical.
The past few years. Wouldn't that be a little more productive and reliable?
You could make the argument that it could be more reliable, the $5,000 donation, but make the $5,000 donation and then also do the debate with Destiny where we raise $1 million. Why not do both things? Both things. I got to fill up my water. Alrighty. The Mario Kart is a vibe, I think. Oh, yes, I was quoting Don Don. Don Don is right. Don Don, it's a meme in our Discord server. By the way, everyone should join our Discord server if you're not yet a member. When someone's engaging in like a false dichotomy, Don Don will remind them, how about both things? Both things. Okay.
Don't you care about Palestinian children, Destiny?
Yeah, I think oh, look, the Pangburn logo in the toilet. Yeah. I think Destiny does and has explicitly said he cares about Palestinian children. And Destiny is the one that said, yes, let's do it. Let's raise as much money as we can and have a debate, Dave. He's not running away from it. You're actually running away from this opportunity. A unique opportunity because there's all this hype, all of this angst between you guys on this particular issue. That's why we would be able to raise so much money.
Anyway, Travis tanked his business once before, he was given a second chance, and now he's tanking it again by running endless damage control for a sex pet.
I'm not tanking it again. The company is in really good shape, Dave. Everything's fine. Nothing's tanking. We're going to be announcing soon the first Pangburn Symposium. It's going to be called Pangburn's Symposium #1. And it's going to be featuring some amazing speakers. I would love for Dave to be one of those speakers.
On top of the money I've already donated over the past few years. Wouldn't that be a little more productive and reliable? Don't you care about Palestinian children, Destiny? Anyway, Travis tanked his business once before, he was given a...
Well, I tanked my business once before. It's much more complicated than that, Dave.
second chance, and now he's tanking it again by running endless damage control for a sex pest genocide denier. Go figure.
So Acclaim, does Destiny deny genocide, by the way, or is he with me with regards to waiting for the ICJ determination? I'm not sure he actually denies the genocide. Dave made, Israel is objectively committing genocide. Then the verdict is defensible expert conclusion, but overstated and an uncontested judicial fact. So this is an expert conclusion that people will point to. There's more information I'm going to read, but it's not uncontested. It might be Dave's opinion and the opinions of some experts and their conclusions that there is in fact a genocide occurring or has occurred, but that shouldn't be presented as a universal fact. It's still contested.
Contested by who, dickhead? Israel? That's shocking. How about you actually engage?
Yes, contested by Israel. I don't think that this was based on the initial fact check I ran on the transcript. Yeah, it's contested by Israel. Yes, and the United States. It's contested by other bodies besides Israel. And of course, the main point, which we haven't seen you show yet, is that the ICJ has not made their determination. And they are the ones ultimately who will make that determination.
Engage with the arguments put forward by human rights organizations and genocide scholars who have confirmed that it's genocide. You just say it's contested because some people refuse to admit it. That's not an argument.
Dave, you are cherry picking the most. You seem to have gone really out of your way to cherry pick my least articulate moments when there are probably 100 examples of me clearly articulating the ICJ point. So Dave claimed every single human rights organization in the world has labeled it a genocide. This is false. So this is the first false claim of Dave's. Several major organizations have done so, but not literally every organization. Some, including Human Rights Watch, initially used narrower formulations such as extermination, crimes against humanity, and acts of genocide. Institutional conclusions also differ in legal scope and wording. So it's just... When Dave's saying every single human rights organization in the world has labeled it genocide, surely he knows that there are, human rights organizations that don't disagree with this. Maybe Dave doesn't consider those to be legitimate human rights organizations, but the claim in and of itself is just false.
Which ones, asshole? List them by name. Oh, you don't want to because they're obviously shilling for Israel? Convenient.
Another claim was that the reported... I'm pretty sure I did list them, but... And I believe I'll have to go back. It might not be in that particular video, but of course, if Dave would only show the actual extensive fact checking I did, not this like short transcript fact check that is far different than the final version 2 report that's on our website, then I mean, if he's really interested in seeing the thorough work, he would be going through that fact check document, or at least pulling clips when I'm actually going through the video and responding in real time. But we'll get the humanitarian group list. Total of roughly 70,000 deaths is dramatically low. So it's possible that there is an undercount, but Dave in the video is dramatically overstating what is known. So UN reporting cited 73,035 reported deaths by June 20. Okay, so all of the human rights organizations that have not made a genocide determination. WCK, World Central Kitchen, they're engaged in humanitarian crisis, conflict, and feeding Gazans. International Medical Corps, conflict/humanitarian crisis, no institutional genocide determination. None of these groups have made institutional genocide determination. Direct Relief, humanitarian/medical crisis. Project Hope, war/humanitarian catastrophe, health emergency. ICRC, armed conflicts / catastrophic civilian suffering / IHL violations. UNICEF, conflict/grave violations/humanitarian catastrophe. International Rescue Committee, war/humanitarian catastrophe/Israeli restrictions. Catholic Relief Services, war/humanitarian crisis, stresses neutrality. AmeriCares, Israel-Gaza war/humanitarian crisis. World Food Program, conflict/famine/food insecurity. WHO, conflict/health catastrophe/famine. FAO, conflict/food system destruction, famine. UNFPA, bombardment/humanitarian crisis/destruction. IFRC/Red Cross, Red Crescent movement, humanitarian crisis/IHL/neutrality. These are all organizations that are working directly with Gazans in Gaza, in Palestine, that have not made the genocide determination. There's a lot more information on all of these organizations and what they've done. But that will be included in the version 2 of this report. First, 2026, statistical research indicates that direct violent deaths were probably undercounted, but available estimates do not establish that hundreds of thousands had already been killed directly. So it's possible that there's an undercount, but Dave's presenting like that 70,000 deaths is dramatically too low, that it is in fact an undercount. This is again just presenting something as a fact here, when really, like, we don't really know.
Yes, we do know that the official count is objectively an undercount for the very obvious reasons I gave in my video, and not just because the number has barely changed in like 2 years despite Israel bombing them constantly. Only identified bodies go towards the count, which doesn't include bodies that were totally vaporized, are still trapped under rubble, or never brought in for identification. This is indisputable. He doesn't even bother mentioning...
Dave, you said drastically undercounted, but also we must pull up. We must pull up your misreading of the amount of people dead. You said in your original video titled Destiny Loves Genocide, you said any official numbers you'll see that hover around 70,000 killed are so far off the mark, it's insane. The reported direct toll is likely incomplete, and indirect mortality is substantial, but the degree of undercount cannot be asserted with this certainty. By June 21st, 2026, UNRWA relayed 73,035 reported deaths. That is a reported direct count, not proof that hundreds of thousands had already died. And the reason why we're looking at this, because there was an independent study. Okay, and this is also what Dave said. It's right here. Dave said in the original video, an independent study in the Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children, and that was in July of 2024, 2 full years ago. That's what Dave said. Correction and assessment. The cited Lancet item was a short correspondence, not an independent mortality study. It said that applying a historical indirect to direct death ratio made up, or let me read this again. It said that applying a historical indirect to direct death ratio made, quote, up to 186,000 or even more attributable deaths not implausible over time. It did not measure 180,000 deaths already incurred and did not estimate that half were children. So again, this is a misrepresentation of the study. Dave should know better. He's supposed to be all about learning how to interpret studies correctly. So he said an independent study in the Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children. And that was in July of 2024, 2 full years ago. It did not measure 180,000 deaths already incurred and did not estimate that half were children. That's just misinformation by Dave.
This reasoning because he's not actually playing my video. He's just cherry picking what he wants and teasing responses he likes out of AI.
Dave, when you made this video, you've already demonstrated that you knew my extensive series of fact checking you, calling you out on your anti-Semitism and your propaganda, that I go through your video moment by moment. That's why it took so long. And I fully researched and fact-checked all of your claims. And 85 of them came up as non-factual. And there was a buttload, official scientific measurement, of anti-Semitism in the script, all outlined in this report. And the propaganda level was out of control. It seems like you are deliberately pointing your audience to this early transcript only fact check. And it seems dishonest to me. It really does. But I hope your audience eventually understands or I hope your audience is to put 2 and 2 together and realize that based on the screenshots you've shown already, that there is way more extensive work that is done where the actual report, the version 2 report, is linked.
All-knowing AI said it, so it must be true.
Wrong. That is a pseudoscientific thing to say. AI said it. My AI agents are engaging in academic, rigorous research to pull together a high-resolution picture of the facts, minus human negativity and positivity bias. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. It's not AI said it. That's like saying the internet said it, so that means it's true. You're like making a category error with regards to what AI is. It's not just AI says things. You need to make sure it sources things, shows you the sources, shows you the work. You train it on high level, high resolution, rigorous epistemic standards. So another claim, about 78% of Gaza has been destroyed. This was another claim by Dave. So this is broadly accurate only if, quote, damaged or destroyed structures is meant. So UN satellite analysis found approximately 81% of structures damaged or destroyed by October 2025. Demolished is not equivalent, of course, to damaged. So the video Dave created here uses a stronger term than the source supports. So damaged or destroyed is what Dave should have said. 81% of Gaza has been damaged or destroyed. That would have been more accurate, not 78% of Gaza has been destroyed.
Instead of nitpicking over words like damaged versus destroyed.
It's not nitpicking. Do you need me to go over the difference between damaged and destroyed? Oh, hey, Dave, your car got damaged when I was out on a beer run. Oh, so you mean it was destroyed? No, there's just a bit of damage. I accidentally bumped into a telephone pole when I was parking, but it's just a minor amount of damage. Oh, so you're saying destroyed? No, Dave. Damage and destroyed aren't anywhere close to the same thing.
Maybe it would be easier to just show the drone footage I included in my video, shot after shot after shot of pure apocalyptic wasteland, so everyone can see that Gaza is...
See off to the left there? See that area off to the left? Or destroyed by October 2025, or destroyed by October... So damaged or...
Picking over words like damaged versus destroyed, maybe it would be easier to just show the drone footage I included in my video, shot after shot after shot of pure...
So these are particular areas being shot, Dave, and these are, you know, catastrophic. This is Khan Yunis, Gaza Strip. It is catastrophic destruction, no question.
Apocalyptic wasteland, so everyone can see...
But we have some damaged structures to the left, and we see some destroyed structures here. But the point is that you are using a more extreme framing by way of language that is causing a lower resolution relationship to the facts, and you're delivering that out to your audience. That matters. Get the facts right. You're supposed to be a guy that's all about the facts.
See that Gaza is totally uninhabitable, therefore genocide? No, just gonna hide behind this fake semantic rigor? Got it.
There was another claim. It's not fake semantic rigor, Dave. It's just rigor. Every hospital, school, bakery, village, and city has been destroyed. This is, for the most part, rhetorical hyperbole.